official commentary of the 2026 President's Cup. I'm WIM Gueci.
And I'm WIM Annmarie Muetsch.
We can start with the format of the tournament. Of course, it's called President's Cup, but it's also the Final Four. And the four teams qualified from the Pan American Collegiate Championship that we also played.
Yes. Yeah, there's an open section and there's also the women's section. The open section has been happening for a long time, but this is the first time that there's also Women's President Cup. And as Thea said, we've also participated in that, but the qualifications were an online event and the points were accumulated of like 4 players. And since we're only 2 players on the women's team, it was not really possible for us to qualify. But yeah, the games have been going on for around 15 minutes. But since we have a delay of about 15 minutes, we cannot see any moves yet.
But it's going to start soon, and we can also say which teams are playing. Of course, we didn't say that we are from University of Missouri, but I guess it's clear from the outfit and considering that we are hosting the event. So the other teams besides us are Webster University, SLU, St. Louis University, and UTR-GV in the male section, with of course the difference in the female section that UTD Dallas is playing.
Instead of Mizzou. And we're hoping that next year we'll be playing as well.
Yes, we will see.
Yeah, last year's winner was Webster. And yeah, hopefully maybe this year Mizzou can take another title home because the last time we won was in 2024.
Yeah.
With one of the current players, Luka Budisavljevic, who was on the winning team playing this year as well.
And our assistant coach.
Yes, and our assistant coach.
And Antipov, which is now the coach of UTD. So it's nice that in the end, like, players are still coming back, even though they are not playing, they are just coaching. So that's nice. Of course, there are 3 rounds. I always make it. Yeah, there are 4 teams and 3 rounds. So they are going to play this morning, this afternoon at 4, and then tomorrow morning at 10 again, and then there will just be the closing ceremony. All the rounds can be found on chess results.
Yes.
With pairings, of course, board pairings just for today. And there are very interesting matches because every team is really strong. So today, University of Missouri is playing versus UTR-GV, and Webster is playing versus SLU. So we will probably start as soon as the game will start.
And what are the pairings in the women's section?
Yes, that's a very good question, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Also because on chess results, for now, there is just the open section. I'm not really sure about why, so we will look at that. Okay, I will try to find that. Also, we can just see on chess.com probably.
Yes, yeah, there are still, the games have not been started yet, as you can see.
We can talk about the dinner we had yesterday.
Yes, we had a very nice gala dinner yesterday to open up the event with drawing of the lots. And
black was the color that was.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I think black was pulled 3 times.
That's true. From the UTD coach. I think he's the director of the program, probably.
Yes. Also, our head coach used to study at UT Dallas.
It's something that I didn't know. I actually discovered that. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, before coming here, I didn't search anything about anyone. I just came and that's all. Oh, we also didn't say that this is our 2nd semester here.
Yes. So technically, we're both freshmen. Okay, Thea will graduate next year. Yeah. But officially, we are amongst the old freshmen. But
yeah, as it's written in the official website, I'm a veteran.
Yes, Thea's the Olympic veteran.
That's not 100% true because I didn't play that much. But
at least you've played.
But my first, do you know in which year I played my first Olympiad?
No.
Guess. It's very bad, actually.
Why?
Because it was a really long time ago.
I don't know. I know you were Italian champion at 12.
That's true.
It's very impressive.
Good old times, when I was still winning something. But yes, so there are still no games. But so yeah, on chess results, I will try. Okay, now we're gonna have the pairings also for the female tournament.
That's great.
You didn't guess.
I didn't
bad
guess.
guesser. You can guess. Okay. I will.
There was Olympiad in 2024.
Mm,
So
I played.
2020. Was there an Olympiad in 2020 because of
Mm,
COVID?
it was online. I didn't play that.
Yeah.
I played in Reykjavik instead of that.
Okay, maybe 2016.
14.
2014,
Yes.
wow. In 2014, I played my first German Youth Championship.
This is a very good explanation of the fact that it doesn't matter for how long you've been playing chess.
That's true.
Because then you can still be bad.
Yes, now we're just doing commentary and we're being beaten by 10-year-old American kids.
That's true. That's true. I have to say that I really don't like playing here because I'm just getting crushed. It's really depressing, to be honest. I cannot wait to go back to my
But you
hometown.
did very well in
and just-
US Masters.
US Masters was fine.
Because there were no kids.
Yeah, that's true. That's the point. Also, I don't know. Like I used to be the kid, and then at some point I just started being old. And
Veterans.
yeah, and then at US Masters, like every round, all my opponents were younger and younger. Like at some point, I think he was 10.
Yes,
It was insane, but he
remember
was
your
so
opponents.
strong. He played so well.
that's true.
Anyway, we have the pairings. So in the female section, UTRGV is playing versus UTD, while Webster is playing versus St. Louis. So it's, again, like very important match. I mean, every round is important.
Yeah, especially Webster versus St. Louis is very interesting since like Anna Sargsyan just competed in the American Cup.
Yeah. And she
She's
had
very strong.
also, she had a very good result at the American Championship.
That is true. She came in second.
Yeah,
Right?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all. I mean, we know everyone because now we've been playing events versus them, so it's a bit weird to commentate their games and
Yeah.
just
To play also against people that we've lost against. To commentate people we've lost against.
yeah.
But yeah, it's basically I don't know, like being back at university is kind of like being back at like European and World Youth. Do you agree?
I agree.
Because it's just people that like we've played against like when we were young, and now we're playing against each other again. So it's
The other day we were talking because I played a game versus Sila. I don't remember which year was it, but it was an European team championship. And of course, my endgame skills were very bad. So we were just discussing that with coach, and then he said, "Could you ever think that at some point you were both going to be here in the U.S. and just playing collegiate events?" And of course, I said no. It was impossible to predict that.
But it's also a bit like our story at Women's League in Germany.
Yeah.
Because Thea and I, we were both playing the finals of the Women's League in Germany. And then, like, we also didn't know that we were both going to end up here. So,
It's funny. I mean, how
especially
life.
also the times we've played against each other.
Yeah. Actually, I have to check the game that I don't remember.
I remember our one Caro game.
I don't remember that because I lost.
I remember
So
I played
of
some
course I
strange
don't.
line with Knight H3 and I
Me?
thought I was no, I did it. And I was
I was
trying to-
black?
yeah.
I played Caro-Kann?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Ah.
And I wanted to be like really tricky, but I just got nothing out of the opening. And then we draw.
Maybe after today's stream I will check the game. Because every time we talk then you mention, but I really don't, I only remember our second game.
I don't remember her second game at all.
It was a close Sicilian.
Yeah, at least I stopped playing. Then.
And your hair color was different.
Thank you. I had
So
black
this
hair.
is, yeah, I think so. I really- Maybe that's why I didn't realize that it was you. So we are still waiting for the live games to start, but we can maybe say who is playing versus who. So we have Awonder Liang, who is probably the highest rated collegiate player.
By far.
Yeah. Who is playing versus Aryan Chopra. Then we have Quesada Perez that is playing versus Kacharava, Harsha, Barakkoti, probably I just mispronounced, versus Gazik, and Cordova versus Tianqi Wang. Francesco Sonis, who is also from Italy, is not playing this morning. So I hope he will come if he's watching.
Join us
then
for a commentary.
please. And then our players, Aryan Tari is playing versus Glabdudin, Isik Can versus José Gabriel Cardoso. Do you like my Spanish, my
Yes.
pretending Spanish to be pronunciation? Luka Budisavljevic versus Santiago Villapavas and Mahel Boyer. Maybe you should say Mahel's surname because your French is better than mine.
Boyer.
Yeah, thank you. Also, you can say Sean's surname.
Sean Rodrigue Lemieux.
Thank you again. Yeah, you're the French expert.
No. I mean, I was living in the Flemish part of Belgium, not the French.
Yeah. Okay, but still, you know the language more than I do.
I appreciate your confidence.
Yeah, my 3 years at the middle school were not enough. I don't remember anything. Maybe I can understand Mahel sometimes when he speaks, but that's all. So let's check again. We can also predict a little
Also,
bit
the clocks
the
have not
results.
been
Yeah,
started,
probably they have some issues with the boards.
but we're used to that. So
We
that's
are
okay.
also seeing the chat at the same time. There are very funny emojis. Actually, it's not emojis, it's stickers. Someone is sending Yasser, Tatev, Fabi, and Magnus. Unfortunately, there is not us. No one created. Actually, I had it on my
You should
Twitch.
not motivate people to like create stickers of us.
No, but on my Twitch channel, I actually had it, and then I had something like with tea time, because of course people were joking about my name.
So the sticker I gave you.
Yeah, like the stick, sort of. But also, at some point, I remember that I was streaming, and my sister is addicted to tea, so she was just preparing that. And we had a huge kettle that I have never seen because it's very old. And then once the tea was ready, it just started to make some weird song, or just, I don't know why. It's like a Scottish song, or it was very weird. So then we actually put that as a sound in my Twitch channel for tea time. It was crazy.
No, I think it's funny.
But yeah, that's my name. There is nothing I can do about that. It's nice to get to watch some classical again. That's a good comment, because actually nowadays I have the feeling that people prefer watching Blitz or Rapid just because.
Do you not prefer watching Blitz or Rapid?
I also do. Yeah, I cannot say. I
It's very
also,
entertaining.
maybe I'm starting to prefer playing Blitz and Rapid.
Me too,
Also.
definitely. Or
But
freestyle. I'm a big fan of freestyle.
because you played, I don't know how to play freestyle.
I don't know either. You just play, you know? But at least there's no preparation. It's great.
Yeah, actually, that would be very good. Stop preparing openings is very, very good. We didn't say, of course, that we saw all the players here. It is nice to have them in Colombia, because usually it's
People
not.
don't really come here.
Yeah.
Also, it's very difficult to get here.
From San Luis, there are.
Car?
Yeah,
It's
I
very easy.
mean, many teams are from Missouri anyway, so that's also why the competition is here.
Yes, 3 out of the 4 teams in the open section are from
Yeah.
Missouri.
This is the 25th edition.
Really?
Yeah, did you know that? It's older than me. No, that's not true. I tried, but it's actually not true. But yeah, on 2001, it was the first edition.
Before I was born.
It was unfortunately after I was born. So yeah, tomorrow is gonna be the last day. Of course, spectators can just come and join. So if you're watching and you're from University of Missouri, or just you live in Colombia, you can come and watch the players playing.
Now we're starting to get moves.
That's great.
And they're coming in quite quickly. H3.
Yeah, I was about to say the same. That's very interesting opening prep.
Do you approve of it?
H3?
Because Thea is kind of a specialist in like finding novelties against the French.
I mean, I tried many things, but I didn't know H3.
So we have on the first board of Mizzou against UTRGV, Aryan, our teammate, playing with white. The exchange French with H3.
Maybe I will copy this idea.
And the 4th move.
Actually, now that I think about that.
Yes. For opening files, it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Do you think coach would approve of this?
No, because for sure they already have a file. So we cannot make it. Because I think we can say this, that part of our assignments for the chess, non-school related, apart from attending the trainings, because we have 4 trainings per week.
Yes.
We have the individual training.
Ideal week.
Yeah, that's true. When everyone is here, we have individual training. We have something that we call couples training, because
That's
it's just
our
us.
training.
And then we have group training. But then we have individuals both with our coach and the assistant coach, which is very nice. And we have to make files, opening files. But that's
we get to make files.
Yeah.
Work on our chess.
That's very
and
good.
to improve also the repertoires of the guys with our very creative ideas.
But it's nice to share the ideas. I was actually talking with the Italian Federation about that because it's also a way to bond between the players, and then
I agree.
considering the fact that everyone in our team, besides us, is Grandmaster, then of
Yes.
course we can just benefit from that. So what do you think about H3? What's the idea behind it?
I mean, I assume the idea of H3 is, of course, in general, like he's trying not to play a main line, and also it just kind of prevents ideas of like bishop g4. So like yeah, to not have this knight pinned. And
That's
then of course black also has to consider like, okay, if this bishop is not going to g4, where else does it want to go? Probably to f5.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so Aryan still seems to be in prep because he played c4 rather quickly. And yeah, but nothing. It's not anything as crazy. Like anything crazy is happening in the position.
Yeah, probably black is gonna play c6. I was
Yes.
just thinking probably h3 is very useful if knowing already that he's gonna play c4. So if black takes and then bishop takes and he has the isolated pawn,
Yes.
as you
Also,
said.
like this f7 square might get weak later. Like if the bishop is gonna show up on c4, I don't know. It was his fourth move to play h3 because yeah, this happened through the exchange French, and then yeah, showed us h3.
Yeah.
But I'm a very big fan of like creative opening ideas, so I approve of h3. Oh,
Yeah, let's move.
we can check it out. Yeah, if anyone has some interesting games that they want to see, want us to check out, please let us know because yeah, here on the interface it's not so easy to understand um, to switch between the boards. Yes, the Dutch. Yeah, at least this will definitely be an interesting game. I think always, I don't know, like I think I'm too scared to play the Dutch myself, but also I would never want to play against it. Like I would have bad results with like either color, which is maybe a bit sad. But.
Lorenzo Lodici, which is now Italian #1, used to play the Dutch a lot when he was younger. Now,
Until which level was he still playing it?
I think 2450, he was still playing the Dutch.
I'm always really impressed by this. If you can have a level of like 2450 while playing very dubious openings, it just speaks for your chess, right? Because then
Yeah.
it means that you like your other areas must be so good that you can compensate and like still succeed. with these
He is very
openings.
good in messy positions, so that's probably why. Okay, let's just.
Yeah, but I also used to play this line of white. It's actually quite decent.
I didn't know you were playing d4.
Yeah, it was during my 2-year phase of not preparing any openings, where I was playing d4, bishop g5 against everything, and black d6 against everything. I can recommend that for a while.
Okay, maybe since you're still thinking, we can move
Yeah, maybe
to
there
other
is a
game.
where there's already. Oh,
I
this
wonder,
actually looks
yeah.
interesting. Awonder versus Aryan, which is also like a really interesting pairing because both Awonder and Aryan Chopra are some of the top players in the Collegiate Chess
Mhm.
League. Um,
Also because it was a closed Sicilian.
which
And
is
then-
my specialty, according to you.
Yeah.
I
For sure,
wish.
it's not mine.
I wish.
So.
E6, yeah. I hate E6.
Why?
Because I have such bad results against it. It's the same as like Rossolimo with E6. I mean, you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here H4 is very interesting. How much time did he spend on that? Not a lot, probably.
Yeah,
But it makes sense. I mean, against like some ideas of G6 that you would want to play H4 to like later on maybe push some H5 or something to start an attack on the king side. I mean, it's kind of my style. Like I'm a very big fan of moves like H4 and F4, and sometimes it's not very good. But do you remember which game?
We can
We can
check
find
that.
it.
Okay, that's
If
Aryan.
you can
It's
remember which game.
yeah, it's actually Isik's game
Oh.
versus Cardoso.
Okay. Yeah, Isik is the board 2 of
Mm-hmm.
Mizzou.
And he played
recognized.
Caro-Kann, so.
Oh, that's my line. My line, but
I'm not
improved.
sure you're supposed to say that.
Yeah, it's advanced Caro and H4. Um, I mean, this is actually like the main line in advanced Caro, but it's super complicated. Like, it's a lot of theory. It's like you have to really.
But
have good
actually, I think
understanding to play
c4
this.
is less played than bishop d3.
That is true. Yeah, C4 is definitely less played.
But the idea about h4 is just to play g4 if black doesn't do anything about that. If they don't play h6 or h5, so black has to decide. Of course, h5 is the best move.
Yeah, I mean, white would love to get like g4 in here because then this bishop on f5 is very misplaced. And I mean, any lines where I think black goes back with the bishop to e6 or d7, like white already has like quite of a big advantage.
Yeah. So c4. Of course, there are many games, and Isik is well prepared.
Yes, Isik is always well prepared.
That's
knight e2 and
g3.
g3, yeah, of course. I mean, you have to protect this pawn on h4. In some lines, you can also sacrifice this pawn, but not in this position. So yeah, g3 makes a lot of sense.
I think I was playing with knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 is also possible, but then there's like repetition or not.
Yeah.
I think there's
like bishop
knight
g6.
g3, bishop g6, and sometimes there's like this idea to go back and play knight g2, since like black never really wants to take on h4 here because it allows knight f4. And even though like in some lines you might not even get this h5 pawn back, but it's just because black's pieces are so misplaced that, I mean, it's kind of like a trap here to give this h4 pawn. I've had like multiple games here, like not in the same exact line, but the idea is very common. And then yeah, technically you can repeat here, like place knight f5, then you have a quick draw. But I mean, Isik is black.
But of course, in this tournament, quick draws are not really
encouraged.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, especially also if you're white. I mean, I assume, like in a team tournament, if you're white, I don't think your teammates would be too happy if you settle for a quick draw.
That's true.
After takes on h4 and then like knight f4, is the idea like if bishop h6 we're playing like queen takes h5?
I mean, here in this position, yeah, you can actually take the pawn because everything is hanging. I mean, e6 is hanging, h4 is hanging, the bishop on h7 is pinned. I mean, yeah, this is.
Do you have to leave the double pawns then?
Already like lost. Sorry?
Like, so knight f4, I guess we just have to give up the fact that we're going to have double g pawns?
I mean, I think, but also here, double g pawn would mean that the e6 will fall next. So here, I mean, I think, like, in higher terms, like, this is, like, almost, like, lost, yeah? Like,
almost,
I mean, if you're forced to play bishop f5 and to give this pawn, also, like, if you have to play some move, maybe, like, king f8 to protect the g7 pawn. I mean, also, even, like, rook h7 is very, very strange way to protect the pawn, I think, if you're not even able to castle anymore. But usually in like advanced Caro, like your black tends to like castle more like on the queen side, just because there's always so many threats towards the black king, so the king is usually a bit safer on the queen side.
They can just leave the king on e8. I'm surprised that Isik played queen b6. Because I was like, usually black can also play knight h6
check
and
what
just
was happening after g3.
Yeah.
Queen b6.
Probably he just wants to castle. Okay, of course it's always a good move, but I was expecting more knight h6.
I mean, knight h6, yeah, it makes sense to like continue development. Also, knight h6 is like always like a typical move in any kind of like, yeah, especially like advanced Caro, because then usually the bishop like retreats to h7 or something, then the knight can also go to f5 because yeah, the d4 pawn is usually very weak for white, because white just has like a lot of like a space advantage. And so I mean, the only thing that black really wants to do is maybe at some point get c5 in to
just break the structure,
just break the center. Because otherwise, yeah, like also white would love to trade like the dark squared bishop here, of course. And if at some point some knight could jump to e4, d6, which I think I managed to do that once in my life.
Yeah,
it's great, of
never
course.
managed to. Actually, maybe just in one game. You said that, of course, because you're a very strong player, but we can just say that it's a good trade because white has a lot of pawns on the dark squares. So of course,
Yes.
after trading the best defender, white will just dominate on the dark
I mean,
squares.
the bishop here is a very important defender, especially of the square like d6. So yeah, if a knight were to ever show up there, even with the king already castled, it's very uncomfortable always.
One thing that I always try to explain to my student is the move bishop d3 for white. Because then, after what we just said about trading bishops for white, a question could be, why is bishop d3 a good move, considering that black has all the pawns, not all the pawns, but many, like c6, a6, and h5 on the light squares. But bishop d3 is a good move because we are trading one of the best pieces that black has, which is the bishop on f5.
Yeah.
And it's very typical in this kind of positions.
Yeah, it might not seem like that because you would more like look for a trade of the dark square bishops, but yeah, bishop d3 would be a decent move here.
Yeah. Okay, we can move to another game, I think.
Yes. Okay.
We can check Luka's game. So we have a Mizzou overview. Luka is, as you already said, he won once. So he's the veteran of the team.
Yes.
He's the one that is always helping us with important stuff like taxes or
Yes.
just
Luka's very
he was
good at
also
that.
showing us around on our first week here. It was very nice. So yeah, he's the third board, and he has white.
Yeah, it's kind of like a typical like a Luka game. It's just very solid. Like not much has happened yet. Yeah, he's a very good positional player.
Yeah. I think we also have different opinions compared to them about what's their style.
Really? You don't
Yeah.
think he would see himself as positional player?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We can ask him if
I mean,
he's gonna
also
join
a very
us.
technical player.
Okay,
very
of
strong
course,
endgames.
when you're a grandmaster, you're a very complete player.
Yeah, I mean, usually you're very good at
Eclectical
everything.
player.
But I still think people have like their own style. I mean,
Yeah.
what would you say your style is?
And I think that's clear. I can only attack. I cannot do anything else. It depends. Like sometimes, now that I am also teaching, I'm trying to understand more about strategy. Also,
But especially at US Masters, you had very decent positional games.
thank you.
Like your game against Mark Heimann, I thought, wow, this is really
But it's
positional
just,
masterclass.
I think also when you're getting older, you're more lazy about calculation. So at some
Yes,
point, you
I've
just think,
noticed that already happening a couple of years ago.
yeah,
myself.
I just want to move the pieces and just do normal stuff. Because sometimes we think we have to overdo, but it's not true. We can just
Yeah,
follow
especially like
principles.
playing against kids. I think I'm just trying to have some end game. Like if I know the queens are off the board, at least I feel like I should not lose.
Yeah, someone asked if Fabiano will be playing, but this is not the kind of tournament that he would play, I would say.
It's a collegiate event, so it's only for current university students.
I mean, we would like that, but also I guess he's preparing for the candidates.
But yeah, if he wants to come back to university, I think at
He's-
Mizzou we will always have a spot. open
Yeah,
for
he
him.
would be more than welcome. But for sure, he's not
I
gonna
think
play.
also Aryan would be fine with like giving the board one if Fabi wanted to join us.
Yeah, that could be doable. Okay, anyway, pretty much all the games are still in the opening and nothing really crazy is happening.
Yes, but I'm a big fan of those H4 games. I think this will be something.
I know that
will
you
want
just
come
want to
back
switch to that. You just want to go back to the
Yes.
close Sicilian also. Okay, which games? Mahel's game.
Mahel? Okay. Yes,
Let's
let
see
me
what
check.
Mahel did. Mahel is the,
Ooh.
I think, not the
A5.
crazy
As you
one,
can see,
but
there's an exclamation mark
yeah.
after A5. So
Let's maybe check also the opening. Because Mahel is the one that has very good creative ideas.
a D4. You would like that, right?
Of course, I would like that because black is already taking space and
Yes.
it's a very combative move.
Yes. I'm also a big fan of this knight C6.
Yeah, there are two lines pretty much. You can also decide to play with c6.
Mhm.
I think knight c6 is more unbalanced. I've played both actually when I was younger, but yeah, I don't know. Of course they are both good. And Mahel seems to be prepared. The thing I don't really enjoy about the knight on c6 and then bishop c5 is that of course if you're still go back. You can go back to the opening.
In which
Just
bishop
the opening
c5.
after
Yes.
bishop c5, because then if white of course managed to push a3 and b4, then basically
But you should always be able to avoid it with a5 or not, or can you force it in some line?
no, you cannot force it, but then a5 is the only way you have to prevent it, and at some point white is gonna play like d3, knight d2, a3, rook b1, and try to
push
push.
b4.
Yeah,
But am I not on time always maybe with like some a4? Like
usually
if I
yes.
can get, let's say, okay, there's some a5, and I don't know, like even in an ideal world where actually like white manages to play d3, knight d2, rook b1, if I manage to get a4 in, like white usually never wants to be stuck with this kind of pawn structure.
Yeah, that is
Because
also
I
true.
think like the only disadvantage usually in some King's Indian kind of positions is that white usually has a knight on c3 that is gonna attack the pawn on a4. And then sometimes, like, I had so many games where I had to sacrifice this pawn. And, okay, I was lucky to mate, like, on the king's side. But, I don't know. If there's no knight on c3, it seems very decent to just block.
Of course, I agree. I mean, it's a very good line, but still, I think black must be precise.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
it's not for everyone.
usually the only way that white can avoid this if he starts himself with, like, b3, just to avoid, like, black playing a4.
Yeah, like
And
the Benoni.
it takes a long time if you actually want to start with d3, knight d2, rook b1. And even then, I mean, the square b4 is controlled so many times by black. To be honest, I would be quite happy here with black.
Yeah, the other thing is just white, of course, is gonna push e3, and usually just black takes. So that is gonna change the position a lot because the structure is gonna be completely different. So I guess this is what's happening now.
I mean, yeah, the game it turned out a bit different. White actually got like quite of a decent center here with the pawns on d4 and c4, and especially this pawn e3. I mean, which might seem a bit like a weakness because there's no pawn on f2 anymore. But I mean, as long as the pawn on e3 is protected, and maybe at some point white might have an opportunity to push e4.
Yeah.
And if those pawns start rolling, I might be a bit.
Do you also have this way of saying in German that a weakness can be considered a real weakness just if you can attack it? Or it's an Italian thing? I mean, it's obvious.
Maybe it's a universal thing, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be. It should be clear. But for some people, like, they just think it's always a weakness. But then if you don't have any way to attack it,
I think it's a bad idea to ask me about German sayings. I don't spend enough time in Germany to remember that. But yes.
Okay, anyway, a5. I think exclamation mark is a little bit too much because it's a very typical move, and of course, Mahel.
I have an exclamation mark after d6 if you prepare against me on chess base.
Oh, good to know.
So I think
yes,
it can be justified. No, but I mean, a5 makes a lot of sense to try to attack this knight with a4, because if I have to, I mean, it's like a direct threat. I mean, I cannot go back to d2 because the e3 pawn is hanging, and okay, let's say I just make like a random move. I mean, I never want to go to c5 or something, like this pawn structure is horrible. Even though white has the bishop pair, but here, yeah, the position is very close, so those two pawns would be super weak. So yeah, white was kind of forced here to play a4 himself, and now there's b6. I mean, the position is around equal, but I think like, I don't know, the evaluation here is less important because I think this can be like, can get dynamical like very fast.
Yeah. It's not that easy just because white has the f file, but also black will always have the b4
yeah,
square.
especially this bishop here is coming to a6 next, I guess, and will put some pressure on the c4 pawn.
To be honest, I don't really like white's position that much because I think there are two weaknesses at least. So he has to just justify
both
that.
E3 and c4 are a bit weak here. I mean, and also the spin, like from h1 to a8, is not like super impressive for white. I mean,
there is just nothing. But maybe we can analyze knight h4. Since you mentioned the pin, what happens after knight h4?
After b6, knight h4?
Just attacking the knight on c6.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, it seems like a very, very strange move to put a knight on h4, especially considering that there could be some, double pawns. But yeah, if I just take, then here white is, of course, winning after bishop takes c6, because both the rook on a8 and the knight on h4 are attacked now, so...
yeah, that would be a problem.
Black cannot do this, but if you What about queen d6?
Queen d6 and c5.
Okay, I take. I want to take
Yeah,
like this,
let's
and then
d takes. You want to trade queens.
I want to trade queens, and then yeah, maybe now there's multiple options to either defend the knight on c6 with rook a6, or the move which I prefer a bit is here rook b8.
Rook a6 is so weird.
Rook a6 is a bit ugly.
Yeah.
I agree.
Wait, I think it's. I don't remember if it was Thaler or Fischer. I should remember, but there is a very famous game, just the plan rook a6, rook b6.
I think I know what you're talking
It's a
about, but please don't
classical.
ask me about chess history.
I know, but it was a classical. I should know.
I barely remember
Yeah.
normal history, so.
But yeah, anyway, rook b8 that you mentioned for sure.
Rook
it's very
b8 is just more active because, of course, the rook on a6 defends the knight on c6, and there's no concrete problem. But I just don't want to be stuck with this rook on a6 if I don't have to be. And yeah, rook b8 just attacks this knight on b3.
Yeah,
So it seems
maybe
very useful.
he's considering knight h4 actually, because at least I think white must do something concrete. Because if he doesn't do anything, then in 5 moves, what's black's problem? Black doesn't have any problem.
I agree. I mean, as long as white cannot push e4, I don't really see white's plan. So
Me neither, but also I'm not an expert in this kind of positions. I guess, I don't know, bishop d2, maybe try to like,
To just
improve a little
develop?
bit the
Okay.
position. But in general, the knight on f4
No.
is very strong. In f5, f5 is very
I don't
strong.
know. I think
Um,
here just black is doing very well positionally.
I agree.
So
Okay,
Oh.
so we saw those games. For Mizzou, we are fine. We can move probably to the
this
match.
looks interesting. Maybe Kachara versus Paris.
Mhm.
Just because this position is like already like very advanced. Like we're already on move 17.
And
after
Quesada
50
still
minutes.
has all his time.
Oh, that means he's in prep. So maybe we can check out the opening.
Or maybe he's just very confident. Can also be. I mean,
Okay.
sometimes you can never know. I think there are some players, and you just think, how is it possible? Let's say.
Giga Kopayatse.
This is exactly what I was thinking about. It's crazy. He's always blitzing, and then you think, how is that? How can he be that strong?
Yes.
He knows, like.
I
and-
think he's like one of the strongest players that is able to blitz everything.
agree.
Because I think he's still around 25-50 FIDE, and he sometimes ends his games with 1 hour 30 plus on the clock.
Yeah.
And I mean, imagine like if he would invest a bit of time, how
He
strong he
could-
would be. But some people, for them, it might also actually be the opposite.
Like
Maybe
me.
he needs to blitz.
Yeah, because then you're not overthinking. You're just following your instinct, and if you have a good one, then it might work.
Okay, so we have here some sharp line of Ruy Lopez.
Yes. I like this line.
Do you know which move I would play here? After bishop b4 check?
King f1.
King f1. King
You would play
f1
king
is
f1.
totally a move
Yeah,
I would
it's
play.
you.
And it would be not the greatest move in the world, but I'm just very big fan of checks and king f1.
Yeah.
But since this is a bit more of a like serious game and serious players,
Yes.
the normal move knight c3 was played here. D5 makes a lot of sense, of course, because white has like an amazing center, and if I don't know, there's any chance that black would castle here, you would always want to play d5 with white. I mean, there's a lot of openings also in some like Italian gambits, anything
Yeah.
Italian, where if
Or the Scotch Gambit as
Scotch
well.
Gambit, if you can get d5 in, it's usually almost like +2, just because
Yeah.
the knight has no squares and the development of black is horrible. So that's why black really has to play d5
I
himself.
really like white's position.
I'm not allowed to play this kind of position.
No, but
I was told by our assistant coach that I cannot put my pawns on d4 and e5 because I don't understand how to play that.
for me, it's the only goal that I have for this game. If I'm white and I have d4, e5, it's a dream. You
I
have
used to
space.
like it, but apparently I can't do that. So
maybe it's-
that's also why I stopped playing the advanced Caro or advanced French.
Anyway, Quesada seems very prepared.
Yes.
Also,
f6 here is very interesting.
I would never play f6. Maybe it's
Yeah.
because I don't understand enough, but I think, okay, generally speaking, he's not following the principles because he's moving
Yes.
one of the castles pawn. He didn't
king
castle
castles,
here.
yeah, like exactly, because I mean, you usually like what you learn is okay, you want to bring your king to safety, and here it was not played in the game, but I think the most human move that you will calculate here is definitely e takes f6 because, I mean, what's happening if I exchange those pawns? I guess, of course, black definitely does not want to castle short. And since white doesn't have the c pawn anymore, he definitely wants to castle short. So I would assume that at some point, black's idea is to play rook g8 to put some pressure on the g2 pawn, especially with this bishop being on a4. And I mean, I don't have some move like bishop b3 to attack the rook on g8. And I've had a lot of games like this where I just got crushed on the king side in some Italian, and where black was playing like g5, g4, and then yeah, it had a very sad ending.
Someone asked, what schools do this player represent? So we are representing University of Missouri. You can also see it in the banner because we are hosting the event.
And on Thea's shirt.
Yeah, but my shirt I think is it's not very visible. But yeah, anyway, I hope our coach is appreciating my uniform.
And we also have
and
the
after we also have the jacket. Yes. We have good uniforms. Also the colors.
We also have tiger tattoos ready for tomorrow.
That's very true. We are gonna support our players in every way. But yeah, in general, now we were following the game between Cacciarava, who is representing SLU, St. Louis University, and Quesada Perez is from Webster University, so they both live in St. Louis. And then we already said the other universities, but the only one is just UTRGV, and for the girls, UTD. I think maybe after finishing this match, we can switch to the female tournament.
To the women's section. Also, like UTD has a very strong men's team, but I mean, it's just very difficult to make the top 4 at Pan Ams. I mean, I think it's like a bit of luck also every year who makes the cut and who doesn't. So they definitely also would have deserved to be here because they have a very strong team. Yeah, but here g takes f6. I don't know which side I would be more scared with. Probably white. Like, you know that I don't like counterplay. Like, I would just be scared to get mated. I just want to play positional chess. I'm not saying that I'm very good at that either, but I just don't want to get mated.
I don't know. I agree with you, but at the same time, I think the king on e8, I don't know. I'm really
you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like the positions I get in Backhouse. And someone would put like a pawn on h3 and I would just get mated immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty much all of my games.
Okay, anyway, he didn't take on f6.
He did not take on f6. I mean, h3 makes a lot of sense, like kind of as like a Zwischenzug. Do you appreciate my German?
I do, but you should translate.
It's an intermediate move. It's like universal, but like it is.
Do you know the Italian word?
Do you want
there is also a book called like that, very famous chess book. It's not a chess book, but chess is in it.
Tell us.
Intermezzo.
Ah, I know that.
There is a book from Sally Rooney. I hope everyone read.
You should give me that to
as a present.
My blue collection. Yes.
Yeah, I had it. I think my sister read it before me, but yeah, it's a good book anyway. It's always nice to see chess in normal environments. But yeah, an intermediate move is intermezzo.
Okay, so what do you think if like after h3, why don't black play bishop h5, for example?
And then what about g4?
G4, I know that you really like
I really
G4.
want to play G4.
Like it's one of your... But this is my influence on you. I think that you started to play G4.
Do you think it's a good...
I don't know. Yeah. You have to know.
I mean, I think it's a good move. So you're forcing me to risk more and just believe.
I mean, it seems very interesting. It's very two-sided, the position. I don't know actually which side I would prefer. I think actually still like maybe white.
And then let's say b4. Bishop b6, and I'm pushing all my pawns. Actually, at some point, we had a coach in the Italians team, and he said that that I should stop pushing pawns. He said, just stop, because then if you push too many pawns, you're gonna have a lot of weaknesses. And if you don't, then the other has to decide what to do. And of course, my first thought is that if I don't push my pawns, let's say if I don't have a single pawn on the 5th rank, then what am I doing? Like, it's just...
but I lose my pawns, that's different. I sacrifice them, so at least you're keeping them.
But at some point I played a game and I just thought maybe he's right. Maybe like if you don't do anything, then... Because here I still prefer white, but I believe it's not that easy to play.
I also don't think so. I don't know. Maybe at some point, I don't know if it's too crazy to play some h5 or something, to kind of have like a pawn lever there. I don't know.
Let's say maybe like knight e2.
Knight e2 here.
And what happens if black now takes on e5?
But I will take knight takes e5. And then I think I'm doing quite well, because at least, I mean, okay, if I didn't have this bishop on a4, then it would be horrible if black was able to take back on e5. But considering, like, now that I have this pin, I mean, also, black never wants to give this bishop on f7. Like, so if you're forced to play some move like bishop e6, now I might actually be very happy after f4. I mean, if I get to push f5, and if, I don't know, even if black defends with g6, which seems like very human, I don't know. Now, actually, I don't think black has so many ideas. Like, all the pieces seem quite misplaced. This bishop on b6 is not doing anything. So here I would be super happy with white. But this is not what happened. Like, he decided to take on f3. Queen takes f3.
Which is probably a better choice.
Castle. Yeah, this seems very interesting, because now white is really, like, forced to do something. Like, does he want to play e6 and keep the position closed? Which is, like, a bit of an annoying pawn maybe for black. But also, if then white cannot manage to hold this pawn, let's say just e6, queen e6, I think seems very normal.
It's very hard to defend.
I mean, I will collect this pawn. And I do have the bishop pair to compensate for that. I mean, this bishop can maybe go back to c2 and put some pressure on h7. Here. But if I'm not mating, do I want to give a pawn? I don't know. Maybe I would, but...
No, I don't think so. You would just take an f6. Also, it's typical. Of course, this is a Ruy Lopez, so it's very different. But then if you think about the French or the Caro-Kann, where f6 is really a typical advance, white usually just takes.
The bishop pair is quite nice, but also now black has, like, control of the f-file. And so at least there's some compensation here.
Okay, very stupid question. Because sometimes people ask, like, what's your favorite piece? And then you always have to say, like, if you prefer the bishop or the knight. So since you mentioned the bishop pair, I actually don't know that about you.
No, definitely the knight.
Really?
Yes. Because
you're crazy.
I imagine myself always in a situation where maybe in some endgame, like knight versus bishop, and then there are more possibilities to blunder if my opponent has the knight. Like, there can be, I don't know.
But the bishop can control.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think this represents the way we are.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you remember our one Blitz game of the, like, when we had, like, small Mizzou Blitz tournament after our training?
Yeah, I remember. You had, like, 3 pawns up.
No, but I didn't have the knight or the bishop. I had the knight, right?
You had the knight and I had the bishop.
And I lost with the knight, so maybe I should switch.
But mine was a very bad bishop.
I don't know.
It was the worst bishop someone could have.
And I was a pawn up, and I still managed to lose. This is why you're the much better Blitz player. It's like just proof of that. Also, Thea is a very big specialist at like 10 plus 2 seconds time control.
I should just stop playing classical chess and play 10 seconds plus 2 seconds. It's the best time control. Then my heart rate is a little bit too high.
She's even beating the guys at that.
Once.
Okay. It was a very good match. It set like the tone for like the whole rest of the year.
Yeah, that's true. So and then they started believing I actually could play chess. Then they changed their mind after US Masters. But
US Masters? Yeah. I meant, and also last time I confused US Masters with like the St. Louis Masters.
Yeah, because they call everything something Masters. But yeah, it was a very different tournament. Because US Masters was more, I mean, everyone should know in our chat, but we can just say it. It was an open tournament.
Yes.
The St. Louis Chess Masters was an invitational tournament.
Invitational only,
yes. Also, the playing goal was so good. I was thinking...
They didn't let me in. I could only like go up the stairs and watch a bit.
It was, everything was so cool. I just started thinking, okay, first of all, when you just, from the hotel, you just walk there, and then you can see the Giant King and the World Chess Hall of Fame, and then...
It's very cool. Also, like, the entry is free, which is very nice to visit if you're ever in St. Louis.
And posters are also free at the World Chess Hall of Fame. I would suggest everyone... Actually, it was one of my gifts for my beloved roommate.
I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. No, it was extremely good. And the playing goal is great. I mean, there is nothing that can be improved. That's also why, like, if you have good conditions, then playing good chess is easier.
That's true. I've played my best chess when the food was also good. Like
which country?
Good breakfast in Germany.
I'm also playing very well in Germany.
German breakfast, German bread. The only bread here that I currently approve of is like the sourdough bread.
I love sourdough bread.
Or at Panera.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Also, I believe that we have a guest in our studio who might want to join our stream. It's the president of the Mizzou Chess Club, Christian Kasten, if you would like to join us. on stage. Then maybe I can empty my seat
Okay.
for a while, and
Yes,
we can hear better about the Mizzou Chess Club.
that's true. This is one of the things that I didn't know when I came to Mizzou. Because of course, okay, first of all, I didn't do a lot of research about the university.
Yeah.
I just said yes when coach texted me and I didn't know anything. So then when we arrived and we started like looking at stuff, we just found the club online. So of course, like we started coming. I wish we could actually have a bigger part in that. Just sometimes it's hard with school
yeah.
assignments and
100%.
everything. But yeah, first of all, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me. My name's Christian. I'm the chess club president for the University of Missouri. No, I think people often underestimate like the amount of time that it takes to be like a collegiate chess player, especially when you're on one of those teams. Like it amazes me how much time y'all commit to that. It's honestly from the outside at least, it looks very much like you're a student athlete. Like you eat, you sleep, you play chess, and that's what you do. So completely understandable on that front.
Pretty much true. How long have you been president?
This is going to be my second year. So my sophomore year, I was the vice president, and then my junior and senior year, I've been president.
And now you're graduating soon?
Yes.
So who is going to be the new one?
We don't know yet.
No. I mean, at some point, I considered joining. I think I could be vice president, but then I think it takes also a lot of effort.
It does. All the behind-the-scenes work. We try and run a tournament in the fall, and so that's always a lot of time and energy. And so that's a thing. We always also try to have a simul at least once a year. And so with that, and then we always have beginner lessons on Thursday nights, which is always nice. So if you're interested in chess, Thursday nights in Memorial, it's always helpful. Or I guess it's in the Student Center on Thursdays, but in Memorial on Monday nights, we have our normal stuff.
Which is actually where we are. It's very nice. I mean, the building itself and the playing hall. How many members do you think the chess club has?
Oh gosh. We have probably about 20 every weekers who will come consistently, but probably who come once a month or so, we probably have about 60. So we have some people who are infrequent, but overall, pretty good showing, I'd say.
That's very nice. I remember like the first time that we came, and then at some point you started with the playlist, and then I thought it was so cool because we were just there, we were playing chess, it was chill, and then you put Mr. Brightside, which is the university song. This is like, I just remembered that.
Oh, that's awesome,
Yeah.
No, it's wonderful. I am curious if we could go back to Luka's game, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. You can just move it. You should just maybe in here, I guess. Okay, you know chess.com better than me also. I don't need to tell you. What about this tournament? I mean, you played Panams multiple times.
Yes, so I only did it my freshman year and then my senior year.
Okay.
So playing with y'all was my second Pan Ams. But I really enjoyed the first one. We had a group of our kind of chess exec, and honestly, the team tournaments I find to be so much more fun than your individuals. Just because of the chemistry, and you're always helping each other, and you're really invested in all the games. So it feels like you're not just playing your game for the round, but you are invested in all of these other games. So it's always fun that way too.
Don't you think that at the same time it can be more stressful because you instead of just caring about your own result, you just have the pressure of scoring well for the team?
Yeah, no, it can be very hard. I think on one level, you want to just play your game, stay in your lane. You can only control certain things. And so when it comes to I can only control what's on the board. I can't control what's over there. It can be often detracting. But at the same time, if it's 1.5, 1.5, or you're thinking about taking a draw when it's 1-1, you really have to be looking at that other board and saying, is it the chance to go for the draw? Is it not? And that can be really hard. So
maybe we can just talk a little bit closer to the mic, so it's better if they can actually hear more. But yeah, going to Luka's game, okay, we were analyzing that before.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still pretty much solid position.
Yeah, Luka, y'all were commenting on like his play style, and I agree. I think it's much more. He enjoys not giving your opponent. He enjoys not giving his opponent a weakness. Is kind of the way I would describe him. But
It's an interesting statement.
I mean, my understanding, like his pragmatic take, is if I never have a weakness, then I don't have something that I can lose on.
Luka is very pragmatic. We can say that. Yeah. Anyway, after Black played e5, for sure he has to decide what to do with that.
Yeah.
If he wants to take or not. So yeah, for now he didn't take and he played h3. So maybe we can see what happens if Black takes on d4, because now you have to understand if knight takes is the best move or e takes. Of course, I believe since an isolated pawn is gonna be created, you don't want to trade pieces, which means that probably you want to take with the e pawn instead of knight takes.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's also, I think h3, it seems pretty clear that the idea is to stop bishop g4, right?
Yeah.
So keeping the knight there makes a lot of sense. But this tension isn't so clear. Like I really don't know with all this e4 stuff. I mean, e4, I was thinking about like knight g5, trying to win back the pawn, but I think you just get trapped after rook e8, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
also okay. Now there are many, like after e4, you can just take probably. No.
Ah, yes.
Because the rook is
Yeah,
still
so you'd have to
on
prepare
f8.
with rook e8 first.
Yeah, he played h6, so he's also kind of waiting for white to decide what to do. And now I think white can take both with the knight and the pawn on e5. Let's say d takes e5, knight takes, bishop takes e5. And now, of course, the d file is open. I would actually consider rook d1, but maybe it's better to put the other rook. So bishop d2 might make sense.
Yeah, it's really unclear to me what this dark squared bishop's role is going to be the rest of the game. Yeah, it's not super clear at all. And especially like maybe you do want it on c3. I would be very happy if I play bishop d2 and my opponent takes on c3.
Yeah.
But it does feel like an uncoordinated piece on d2 if we end up having bishop on d2 for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so for now, I think he's gonna take some time to decide because it's an important moment. But I would really say, like, the other move, if not d takes e5, for sure is rook d1, and then we will see. Probably Black will take on d4. So those are the two chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just checking also the other games to see more or less what's happening. Maybe we can go to Isik's game.
Yeah.
Because now I think we left after g3 and queen b6.
Yeah, g3, queen b6.
And now white played a3, which is interesting, and long castle. So it's Annmarie, I think, said that usually in these kind of structures, of course, Black wants to castle long because after committing with h5, maybe it's not a good idea to castle short. Of course, the knight is still on g8, and it seems a very interesting position. I'm not sure about the king. I would still play knight h6. I'm very concerned about this knight.
No, that's completely understandable. It really is unclear where this knight is, what its role is going to be in the game, and it's pretty obvious it's your worst piece. Like, I think maybe in like a dream situation you might be able to get it to d5, maybe like through the e7 square, but I'm not necessarily sure. I think like the knight h6 idea, like going to g4 maybe makes sense. Like that 100%. I just don't. I don't understand Black's play here in terms of like what the long-term plan is though. It seems like there's space. It seems like the open c file may be clear for an attack if like we're able to play b4, maybe rook c1. I don't necessarily know.
Yeah, that's possible. Of course, I think Black wants to play like king b8 and c5 always, if possible. But as you said, white is going to try to prevent. So we will see what's going to happen. Okay, I think maybe we can go to the females tournament. Yeah. So if Annmarie, do you want to join back?
Yeah.
Thank you. It was really nice to have you here. I mean, whenever you want to come, we are always here. The Mizzou chess team, of course, is very happy about the club. Also, because it's like sometimes you think, I don't know, just people don't follow a lot of chess. So then when we came and we just started thinking that here everyone cares, and actually chess is a nice sport. In my previous university, I didn't have any, no one was playing. I was probably the only one. So here I was very happy to see that you're putting a lot of work and effort into that.
I had a chess player than you of my previous university. Yes.
It was just me and my sister. Probably someone else. Okay, FIDE master.
Oh, this looks really interesting. But okay, let's. Awonder versus.
Okay, but let's talk a bit about
let's go to move on to the female section. Then
you can probably open a new tab.
Will be
just copy
there.
and paste the same one. Yeah, I don't know if we fixed the audio or not, but it's we will see. It's not really up to us. So we will see about that. Yeah. Meanwhile, I can see that some players are already here. Actually, it's weird to have.
The layout is much better than of the open section.
Yeah.
Because all the boards are next to each other, so that's very convenient.
That's true.
Here we have your knight h6.
Finally, I'm still not seeing that.
It's a bit a different scenario without the pawn h5, but yes.
Okay.
But this looks quite interesting. I want to check the opening for that. So here we have as white Martinez Terosta and for black Melija Oulet. From UTRGV versus UTD.
Yeah.
I want to say. Yes.
An all Dallas match.
Oh, Evans Gambit. Have you seen it in a while?
No.
In a classical game?
Not really.
Either.
In many games. I think you need to be very brave to play that.
And very well prepared as well.
I agree. Both. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, like if you're not a dynamical player, I mean, I used to play this as a kid. Or as maybe as like a teenager a bit, but I would always give all of my pawns and I would never have compensation. Maybe there was one dream game that I had where I actually managed to play because the main idea is that you want to get in d4, sacrifice this pawn, and then, in some lines, okay, there can be like c takes d4, but also the main idea is to have queen b3 and to just be able to attack this pawn. In this case, it's very bad because black can just defend with queen e7. But I don't know. It's just to get the center and to really attack. But then at the end, if you lose like your momentum and you don't have enough compensation, you just down a lot of pawns.
I really appreciate the word momentum. Since yesterday we were actually talking about physics and this kind of stuff. Isik was trying to teach me something, but I already forgot which word he used. No, it was... No, that was another word. He was trying to explain like when the forces are, I don't know. It
Uniting?
You should know the word. I already forgot. I probably studied this, but in another language. Okay, anyway, she seems well prepared for sure.
Queen b3, yeah, and the idea is that you have to always defend this pawn with either queen e7 or queen d7. In some positions, there's like the move knight h6, but then there's always the idea for white to play d4 and like attack this knight on h6. But I would not be brave enough to play that with white. And probably with black, then I would just get mated. So it's like...
to be honest, I also think that black is prepared because now bishop b6.
Bishop like b6 after d takes e5, you have to be in prep to play something like that.
I would never think that. Yeah. Or maybe she's just too strong.
So, what is the problem with d takes e5? There doesn't seem to be a concrete problem, right?
Maybe bishop a3 and then you're going to castle. But
bishop a3, yes, at least this prevents knight g e7, and then, okay, even if I develop my knight to h6, it doesn't seem like you'll be castling very soon, because you would have to manage at some point to block this diagonal, and I don't really see how that's possible. Maybe also bishop b6 has the nice idea of, can go like here to bishop b6, it threatens knight a5. So not only does it put the bishop on a better square, but also it creates this threat. So you're not really in time to take on d6, because then I actually have knight a5, and if I manage to get this bishop, I'll be super happy here with black.
Of course, I mean, the bishop is, like, without the bishop, maybe, I don't know if white is lost, but kinda.
I mean, it's like, just like, I think practical chances will be like very, very low.
Yeah.
Because the bishop on c8 will be very good, and I mean the whole point of Evans Gambit is that you keep this bishop, that you put pressure on f7, and without the bishop, I don't know what you're going to do. So bishop e6 here is like a move that I really like.
Yeah, me too. And then
if it's prep or if it's not prep, it's just a very nice idea. A4. is also quite interesting because it doesn't prevent knight a5 at all.
But
what
why?
do you think the idea of a4 is?
I'm not sure. Maybe after knight a5.
You have queen a2 maybe, right?
Yeah, queen a2, knight takes c4, queen takes. So she's not afraid of giving the bishop, but I would be. I don't know why black didn't play knight a5.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look too great. Also, since you're better at math than me, you should be in charge of counting the pawns. But,
yes.
Okay, the pawns
But
will
now,
be equal
yeah.
after like taking on e5 and knight takes e5. So I mean, also white's development is like not even better. So kind of like black just has the bishop pair. Also at some point, if like there's no pawns for black's king, I would be a bit scared of some move like queen g4 for white. Just to put pressure on g2 pawn, and then at some point maybe I can even get the queen to g6 and threaten some moves like bishop h3.
Yeah.
White's king seems very lonely about the knight square bishop there.
I
There's
agree.
not a lot of pieces to defend the king.
But yeah, she didn't play that. She played a6.
Yeah, a4, it's,
Interesting.
I don't know. I don't think either one is in prep anymore, but
No.
a4 is very creative. Okay, a6. Yeah, which
Yeah,
is a bit of a surprise. I don't know if there's any concrete reason not to play knight a5.
Yeah, I would have played knight a5, I think. But now maybe she didn't do it because she thought she had to take on e5 back and she wants the pawn. Which makes sense.
But then, I mean, you always have to consider, okay, I can also just take on d6. So it's not like
Yeah.
you really get the pawn back. Queen a2. Also, she did not want to take on d6.
So
I mean, at least in my opinion, if I am already kind of in a bad situation where I have to give the bishop pair, at least I would try to take some material as well.
Yeah.
So at least I can argue, okay, I gave up the bishop pair, but I have a pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
Also,
because
there's no pawn, actually. The pawns are equal, so I don't know what I'm saying.
but the point is just also after queen a2, of course black took on e5. So now it just looks good for black, no?
Yeah, because already white is already the typical Evans going pawn down.
Yeah.
So this was actually the chance to be equal. So if I am not even taking this pawn, then I don't understand what white has in this position. Because, okay, knight takes e5.
Yeah. Knight.
After d takes e5, yeah, here at least what you said before, bishop a3 would be very nice for white, because at least I can prevent like castling for a bit, and
Yeah.
at least there is some compensation. But I don't know. Like
She
that's why I
actually-
prefer knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, and now at least what the big difference is that after bishop a3, also now I have.
c5.
I don't know.
No? That she didn't play. But
I wanted to
c5.
say that black has knight f6, but then I remember that actually she played knight h6.
Yeah.
So knight h6 is a bit surprising. What do you think could be like the idea?
She wants to play knight g4.
She wants to play knight g4.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess. But probably like now, I actually like your idea of knight f6. I was also considering just c5 because
Because how does white actually defend this pawn on e4?
Yeah.
I mean, especially since there is no f3 in the position. I mean, I would love to play f3 or something, but with this bishop on b6, it's never going to happen.
Yeah. Knight d2
so
probably.
Knight d2.
But then you can play c5 and just castle, and you're just pawn up.
Yes. Yes, now there's c5, which is like, which was maybe not so clear why the trade of knight takes e5 over knight d takes e5 was like the better choice, because before we had this knight on c6 that was blocking the c7 pawn, if you remember, and so c5 was never an option. But now since this knight is gone, also of course the knight on f3 was maybe like a bit annoying for black since the e5 pawn was attacked. So trading the knight on c6 versus like trading the knight on f3 is like just an improvement for black, because I traded one of my worst pieces
With
for a better piece, which is always a good idea.
Yeah, now
So
after knight h6, white
Knight
just
h6 is very creative, and I love these kind of moves. Probably I could also consider playing something like this, but here I don't really understand the plan.
after white's castle, black really has to solve the problem with the king on e8 and just decide what to do about that.
Let's say I just castle here with white, and now I will do the same thing and
She
play
did play
c5.
castle. Yeah.
She played it. Okay. and black plays c5, but I don't know, I can still go knight d2, and after castle, okay, I will play, maybe I can consider h3, and now, I don't know, one of the only ideas, in my opinion, is to kind of play king h8 maybe, and try for some f5 break.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, where's this knight on h6 going? Also, it's like, it reminds me a bit of some motifs in Italian, where you play king h8 to play knight g8.
Yeah.
Because here it's kind of one of the only options as well.
Or
Like
you can just play at some
I mean,
point
you
king
have to
h8,
play
f6,
f5.
knight f7, knight d6,
That's
but
also
it's
an
very,
idea.
very slow.
But yeah, king
I
h8.
don't think it works.
I don't know. Also, I have moves like rook b1, rook d1. Also, yeah, I really like this move bishop d5 to put my knight on c4 next. Maybe can go to e3.
Yeah.
But all these kind of pawn breaks, yeah, it's a bit slow. Like also, especially now because the e5 pawn is hanging. So what you said with f6 maybe makes sense. But I don't know. Like I'm not a fan of this. Like getting a5 in and knight c4. It's, if you remember one of the other games that we were checking, it was the game of Mahel, I believe, where I also said, okay, there can be like this pawn structure can be fixed with the pawn on a4 then, and white had the pawns on a3 and b2. And now we have kind of the same thing because this b6 square is super weak. Also c5 is not the most secure pawn. I can continue with rook b1, put pressure on b7 pawn, put my knight on b6.
White is just dominating here.
White is kind of crushing, so
Yeah.
knight h6, although creative, yeah, was probably the wrong plan here.
Yeah, maybe before going through the other games.
Queen g4.
Yeah.
It's yeah, what I was saying earlier. That's a nice plan. But yeah, black still has the same problems. What did you want
No,
to
I
check?
was saying that like maybe just before going through all the games, we can just take a small coffee break and we will come back shortly.
Yes, we'll be back in no time.
Okay, we are back and we are changing the game because we still didn't see. It's not the most important, but still they are two of the strongest.
It's not the most important. I think out of the women's section, it is the most important.
I didn't want to be mean and say this is like the most important
No,
one
I
ever.
mean, but yeah, Annmarie is by far the strongest
Yeah.
female collegiate chess player.
But
So-
Talia as well.
Talia
she's
as well,
also-
she's very strong. So, and, I mean, it is one of the most important games.
It's
Definitely. Anna represents Webster and Talia represents
Slow.
So
So it's a derby from St. Louis.
yes.
And it seems a very interesting game.
D5 and here knight f3. So she
Yeah.
didn't want to go for Grunfeld.
I mean, it makes sense. I think
Yeah. I don't like the position.
Yes.
It's like way too drawish. And another h4. It's a good
just
day.
for you. Probably
day for
it's
me.
for you.
Yes.
Yeah, they know you were commentating, so
Yes.
they just started playing h4
Cindy
in
was
every
gonna
game.
go say good things about this.
Yes. Okay, anyway, I've never seen, I mean, I don't play these kind of positions, but in general, against the
I mean, I don't
fianchetto is
think-
always
both of us,
interesting.
we don't play this with either
There
white
is
or
a
black.
chess.com video with different people from different countries saying the word fianchetto. Did you see
I've
that?
seen that, yes.
It was really funny. And then I thought, I mean, of like the Italian
And some
version,
Italian was
yeah,
saying it as well,
was saying it.
yes.
So if I say it in a way that it's not really English, but it's the
But
way
then
of
you
saying-
also say fianchetto, right?
fianchetto.
See how I'm doing
No, but
Italian
some
accent?
people were saying like fianchetto or something
I
like
think,
that. But
like in Germany, everyone says fianchetto.
that's
like it's
really interesting.
Is it the same? Is it the chess version of macchiato?
Yes, yes, it is.
But this I can say macchiato.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, h4 here I find it quite interesting because at least there's no like direct idea to play h5 because at least I mean with this knight on f6 it's not like there's some idea for that I guess, and I also don't think she wants to sacrifice some exchange like immediately.
Like in the
opening.
London.
Yes.
You know, some people do that. But
I
yeah,
don't do
anyway, okay, after d takes c4, now she's also controlling the center.
Yes. And of course, then later on, I mean, if you manage to get this pawn back, then just white kind of has the center for almost nothing. We agree? I
Yeah.
mean, the only way to really go against this with some like pawn lever of like c5, for example. But let's see what happened. Yeah, she immediately played c5. That makes a lot of sense. d5. I don't want to take here on c5. I mean, then.
And b5, because she wants to keep the pawn.
Because I would be concerned here also of queen takes d1 if I were to take on c5. But also, yeah, queen a5 is as well a huge problem. Because, okay, I'm not really only attacking the pawn on c5, but most importantly, I'm threatening knight takes e4 here due to the pin, and white has a lot of problems. So d takes c5 should never be played here in this position. d5 is one, and b5. That reminds me kind of you.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like you play this kind of stuff.
That's true. In some games, I actually did. But now you said h5, and you said maybe she doesn't want to sacrifice. But I think now for sure it is clear that she is prepared. She knows the line because she played h5.
She played h5. That's true. h5, and then the idea is after knight takes h5. Okay, but here now the idea is to take on b5.
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, she didn't want to sacrifice on h5, of course, but now there's the plan that after queen a5 check, I can just go back to c3. And now since the knight is not on f6 anymore, there's no threat of taking on e4. And, well, of course, black can still take this pawn, but yeah, that would just be great for white, since white has the bishop pair now, and this diagonal on the a1, h8 diagonal will be very good for white later. I mean, if the bishop shows up there, and also the knight on h5 is very, very misplaced.
Also, white will probably take on c4 next, so it's not really a material advantage.
So, yeah, that's a very interesting idea here to play h5 and then to be able to take on b5. So that's not what happened in the game, and I guess, yeah, maybe Talia was out of prep here.
Yeah.
And then I think if you're not like, have some engine prep here, then you might not want to take on h5. So she went for knight g4 instead. But I'm not really sure of the idea. You think she just wants to go to e5 maybe? Or
usually
create some threats against c3? Or what is the idea of knight g4?
I think usually that's the idea of playing knight e5, but to be honest, I also find it a little bit weird. We can try to calculate probably after, maybe she just wants to...
I mean, what if I just take on b5 here? What
is knight takes
Black's
b5.
Idea? It's not quite clear to me, because after queen a5, I mean, I will go back, and still, like, bishop takes c3 doesn't really make any sense, because I will just at the end defend with bishop d2, and it's not like there's some, like, mating threats like on f2
I agree. Probably something against h6, but white can play h6 anyway.
But that's also what happened in the game. Like she took on b5.
Queen a5.
So I mean, that's the most concrete line, of course. But also like h6 was maybe interesting here to kind of force the trade on c3, or after knight f6, white can still take on b5 to maybe include this. I don't know if it's necessary to include h6, but it was definitely an option. But even then, like some developing moves like bishop f4 to prevent knight e5 seem logical as well, but if there's a free pawn, why not take it?
What was your idea? I mean, you kind of briefly alluded to it, but if Talia takes on h5 here, then you're saying Anna would want to sack?
Knight takes h5? No, I would take on b5 here. So now that after queen a5, black doesn't have the option of knight takes e4 anymore due to the pin. So kind of to... just...
I think we didn't say that, but of course after b5, white didn't take on b5 because of knight takes e4, or maybe first queen a5 check and then knight takes, But that's, of course, like the idea of h5.
So like to sack here on h5, I mean, it destroys black's pawn structure a bit, but I just think it's like too much material here in this case. Also, it's not like, I mean... some crazy ideas here like knight g5 and queen takes h5 is just not going to happen. Also, I just have bishop g4 here. So this is way too slow. So the idea was just to get this b5 pawn here in a convenient way. And knight g4, knight takes b5, bishop c, knight c3, and now castle. I think like white's position is very decent here. Bishop e2 makes a lot of sense. Knight d7, h6.
This is a very important moment because it's unclear if you have to close with h6 or just take on g6. It's I think usually after new engines, let's say after 2019, Lila especially started liking taking space with h6. Because first, like when I started playing chess, they always said, no, of course, like, you cannot close because otherwise you will not have attack anymore.
Yes.
It's, of course, this is a very different position, but let's say in the English attack, you have the g4 pawn, so it's very different. But still, you never play h6 because you want to take on g6 and you want to mate on the h file. Here she cannot mate, and this is true for now. But it's actually after h takes g6, let's say h takes,
Yes.
it looks very good for white with the h file, and maybe, okay, queen d2 is a bit crazy, but
I
why
don't
not?
know. For me, at least, I mean, of course, I understand that you would want to take some space, but I don't know. After h6, if I always know, okay, now there's like basically 0 chances for me to mate, and at least black does have some counterplay. I mean, there are some threats against the knight on c3,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Maybe I can at some point open up the position with e6 in a convenient way. Then, if I'm not attacking, what am I really doing? So even if you decide not to take on g6, but maybe you would like to keep the pressure a bit and just make a normal developing move.
Another question is just if now, in general, with or without h6, for black is different taking on c3. So if the evaluation changes, because of course with black, you can consider that, but to be honest, I would never take on c3. It's such an important
Yeah.
bishop.
Yeah,
Even though like sometimes I think also Fabi played a game like this, and then I was very shocked. Also like not shocked because of course it was a good move, but still it's very risky and you need to be sure that it works. So yeah, after also h6, bishop takes c3, pawn takes, queen takes, bishop d2, and now how is it that I don't know. You can also queen takes maybe.
Let's say
Yeah.
some queen f6 or something. At least now the advantage of this h6 pawn is that if at some point like I can have some mating threats on g7.
That's true.
But yeah, maybe some queen c1 idea to prepare bishop c3. And I mean, I would be a bit scared here with black. Like I would never be able to take
But
on c3.
probably black is not forced to take on c3 with the queen after
Yeah.
b takes c3 because now the diagonal is closed. So maybe I
just
just
knight
made a
f6.
mistake with
And to develop, yeah. Also, this e4 pawn now again is very weak.
That
And
is
also,
true.
how can I defend this pawn? Because if there's a move like queen c2, then I can actually still take on e4 because now I actually have queen takes c3. Check.
That
Which
would
is
have
very
been
nice.
very nice. Yeah, I agree.
I think, yeah, this would have been a good way here for black to change the character of the position. Because before, kind of like white was like the only one pushing and
Yeah.
taking space. But yeah, bishop takes e3 followed by knight df6 would have been a good way.
She played
Change.
bishop f6. Yeah, and then
Bishop
just-
f6, which I think is a human decision.
I agree.
To keep the bishops on the board. Followed by castle here. Yeah, also now at least white actually has a way to castle with the pawn h6. So that makes sense as well. I think in her decision-making process that she probably wanted her king to be safe as well. And the pawn on h6 is also well guarded by this bishop on c1. So, yeah, it's looking good for
Queen
white.
c7 probably like she wants to play knight e5 and
Yes.
try to have some counterplay.
Especially here, some ideas maybe to mate on h2.
Yeah. Okay, knight b5 is very annoying.
Knight b5, queen b8,
And knight a3.
knight a3.
That's an interesting maneuver.
It's interesting, but
Yeah.
yeah, if the knight shows up on c4, that would be very good. Also, just to be able to maybe like trade this d7 knight
Yeah.
if it shows up on e5. And
Okay, it is clear, but we can show why bishop takes b2 doesn't work. Just simply rook
after
b1 and
bishop takes b2, yeah. Rook b1,
c3, knight c4.
yes. And again, right here, if I'm able to play knight takes b2, get the bishop pair, it's basically like a better version of what we had before.
I was just thinking that the pawn is poisoned, so I was thinking about you. But yes, black cannot take on b2, that's clear, so she played a5.
Yeah, a5 makes a lot of sense also to try to develop this bishop to a6. Also, maybe now actually there could be some maneuver of rook a6
Yeah.
to get the rook somehow to the king's side, which, okay, is maybe a bit of a stretch, but I've seen weirder things happen.
Of course, knight takes c4.
What if I want to do some maneuver like rook a6 and at some point put the bishop somewhere else and play g5 and take the h6 pawn.
If
It's
you-
very, very crazy,
Yeah.
but maybe there can be some scenario.
If you
which
trade
could
all
happen.
the other pieces, then it makes sense.
It is
because
a
then
possibility,
in the end
because
game you will
then
just...
also I would be scared a bit for white's king.
Yeah, that's
If
true.
this file opens up, I don't know. Okay, so we have knight takes c4, bishop a6. What we're saying, rook b1.
Yeah, she's just... Rook
I don't
b1
know
is
if rook b1 was
interesting.
necessary.
Maybe
what do you
sh-
think is the idea?
Going somewhere with the bishop because of bishop
where?
takes c4 and...
To d2 or? Because there's
Maybe
not
bishop d2, bishop c3.
Mhm.
Because if, as you said, if you trade the bishops, then you have some ideas from g7. So it can be, actually.
Why not like b3?
When...
Now.
b3, the rook is hanging.
Oh.
This rook I would like to keep for a while. Actually, I mean, if I can manage to sack it like as an exchange, if I
Yeah,
move the bishop,
then
okay,
of course.
it can be considered, but for now.
Let's say bishop d2 instead of rook b1. Just if you want to play it, maybe you can also play it here.
Bishop d2?
Yeah.
Yeah, because giving up this bishop, again, like, black really doesn't want to take this pawn, because after bishop takes b2, there will always be rook b1, and there's a lot of problems with that pin, and also black doesn't really have time to take with the queen.
Yes.
I mean, considering development, let's just check queen takes b2, I mean, rook b1, queen a3, also, yeah, the queen is getting, like, almost, like, trapped after bishop
Also,
c1.
the pawn is not really important in this kind of position.
It's really not important.
In general...
Is this one of the scenarios where you could accept sacrificing a
Yeah.
pawn?
Also, no, but you know, it's not a central pawn. I have some problems
cannot
with
just not-
sacrificing central
Like, if
pawns.
it was the e4 pawn
No, no,
here,
no
for
way.
Tia, it could
Yeah,
never disappear.
impossible. But in general, I would have played bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop d2 seems like a very logical move. Like, I mean, on one hand, attacking a5, but also since black cannot really take on c4 anyways. But another move that I liked was here, like a4. Also, maybe with the idea to get the rook to a3 and get into the game.
You really like the
I
rook
re- I-
lift.
I really am a big fan of rook lifts, but
Yeah.
also just to control the b5 square, and maybe at some point I can get the knight to a3, trade these light square bishops, and then put my knight on b5. I would really like that.
I agree with that. I'm just a little bit scared of the b4 square.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Understand. But also, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to really put my queen there. Let's say, if there's some move like queen c7 or something, which I think looks very natural. I don't know. Rook a3 is just, I don't know. I really like this.
Of course, you remember Namkin, right?
Yes.
I played a game versus him. I was young, and then I think it was like 2019 maybe. I still played Benoni, my good old times.
Luka would approve.
Yeah, Luka would be very happy, even though I cannot play like Luka. And then actually
I
he
can.
played this plan that I have never seen in the Benonis. A4 or K3, and then he made it.
I think also I
very
had
easy.
some, maybe, was it my online game against Tali? I don't know. I always have this plan, like in Orsolimo, where I do some weird a4 and rook a3 stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen me play that.
I know. No, I know because I had the same idea, but then during the last training I learned that this is not the
good.
plan. No, I
It's
know
not
because I
good.
said the same. We were analyzing my game,
Yes.
and then I said, but also I wanted to play like at some point some b4. And then just our assistant coach told me this is not the plan.
It's not the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'm always slightly worse with white, but somehow at the end I make it work. It's a
I
bit
agree.
of luck, but yeah.
But yeah,
I really
I
like this
also like
plan.
your move, but rook b1 is very logical as well.
Yeah, and what about, okay, after queen 7, what if I play knight a3 here? Also, I really like this, just because if you imagine, like, then the two light squared bishops come off the board, and no one can stop my knight from going to b5. And I understand, okay, maybe it doesn't look like the knight is really doing anything there, but I just want to restrict black's pieces a bit, because the queen doesn't really have a great square to go to, and maybe I can apply some pressure at some point on the isolated c5 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, isolated pawns, not
we
big
are
fan.
we are saying and mentioning a lot of good moves for white, so probably
It's just because the position is
It's
so
good.
good. I mean, if there's so many good moves, also, like, of course, rook b1 is not a bad move at all. It's like
Yeah.
white is still like a lot better, but it's just, I don't know. Like, to me, it doesn't really seem like a concrete plan. Like, I think a4 was a decent move, but rook b1, of course, is very strong
she
as well.
also has a lot of time advantage, which is, in this kind of competition, of
huge
course,
advantage.
yeah, it's.
Maybe you want to mention the time control, if your viewers don't know.
I think it's 90 plus 30.
Yes. I think so too. It's 90 minutes plus 30 seconds
Per move.
So once you're out of time, you kind of have a problem. I also like to run out of time all the time. So
I think Talia is a good blitz player in general. I lost to her a couple of
so
weeks
too.
ago.
Yeah, also I
But-
played against her at our online qualification event, and yeah, she seems to be very decent at short time controls, which is a huge advantage, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's
Bishop takes c4. That's interesting. At least, well, now the knight is never going to show up on b5. But yeah, white has the bishop pair, and I think bishop d4. It's a nice idea, because at least now, I mean, the knight can never take on d4 for now because of the mate on h2. So at least I think this gives some practical chances, even though, of course, positionally, white is doing very, very well here. But maybe in some crazy universe, there can be some idea of like playing f5 at some point. And yeah, the idea is just to put some pressure on this knight on f3, because it's a very important defender of the h2 square. So I could imagine that this might be one of her ideas.
Yeah, I still think I would have preferred bishop d2. Also because now, if I look at the position, the only thing I want to play is just b3, bishop b2, and trade.
Yeah. I think here, like, even though white is just positionally kind of crushing, like, still, like, I can see this game, like, I don't know, like, changing a bit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, the evaluation could, like, jump, especially, yeah.
Okay, we will see
That's
what
fine.
she's going to do after.
But maybe we can check how our guys are doing.
Sure.
What's happening in the open section. So I can just switch. Okay. So now on the first board of Aryan versus Gleb, I don't know. It doesn't look too spectacular at the moment. Just very solid position. Yeah, there's obviously like this pin against the black king, but I mean the knight on d5 is very well defended, so I don't think there will be any problems.
It's
for
a
black soon.
typical isolated pawn position, I would say.
Yes,
even though
but
white
white's
doesn't.
only attacking.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same. But it's also true that black is not putting a lot of pressure on the d4 pawn, so it should be fine.
I think the only thing I would be a bit scared of with white is that at some point there could be some sacrifice on h3. And I know, okay, maybe it's a bit unrealistic, but still it's always a motive.
Yeah, that is true.
So yeah, maybe that can be one of black's plans. Also, to support some more crazy plans, maybe at some point black can play king h8 followed by some g5 idea.
You really want to make g5 work.
I really want to mate. Also because I remember one of my latest blitz games against Aryan where he mated me kind of in the same way. So, but I don't think that will happen here.
I don't know what I would play with white. Probably knight h4 makes sense, just because as you said, the bishop on f5 is annoying. So
I also am a big fan of moves like knight h4. Knight on h4.
let's
But
say
yeah,
bishop takes.
e6. Oh, you want to take?
No?
I don't know. I was thinking bishop e6 is a bit more solid, but we can also take.
Yeah.
Take, and now I don't know. Yeah, maybe if you want to be solid, then yeah, you can try something like knight g6 to just trade a few pieces. But I don't know. I really like some g5 ideas. Like and then white is forced to go back to f3, and now you kind of have a similar plan to play knight g6, and I think this is actually a decent way for black to try and attack white.
I agree. I don't know Gleb enough to understand if he will play this kind of move or not.
But you've played against him before, right?
Yeah,
So-
but in the game against me, I think he was in general solid. But then, of course, when I did something wrong, he just crushed in a very
Okay.
easy way, and I got mated. So maybe
So
he
what do you
can.
think the odds are of him playing something of like g5 related? Not too high.
No, I don't think. Of course, I don't know him, but I don't think he's gonna play something like g5.
Yeah, I think g5 is really a lot. Also, I think bishop e6 is like a very natural move. Like to just try and keep the bishop pair, because you kind of keep similar plans. Also, maybe the bishop can just go to f7 at some point. And I don't know, those g5 ideas, they're not really disappearing. And I think in those kind of position, like in this kind of position, I would prefer to keep the bishop.
Let's
I
say
know what
knight
to-
c5. So I'm gonna force you just to give me one of the two
Knight
bishops.
c5, okay, of course I have to take, otherwise I'll lose a piece. And then, yeah, maybe knight f5?
Yeah, I don't know if
Looks good.
f5 or g6.
Yeah, knight G6, yeah, I'm also not sure. But just because, okay, I don't really want to double my pawns. But in this structure, okay, maybe I would slightly prefer white. But also black doesn't seem to have any huge problems.
I'm not a huge fan of this kind of structure for black, but at the same time, when I played it, I think it should be always fine. Like, if this is the position, then what's the problem?
Yeah, I think for me, I would just think, okay, if at some point the light squared bishops were to be traded, then I have my perfect scenario of knight versus bishop, so
Yeah.
I would be happy. But also, I don't think, I mean, black has no concrete way to force that. But yeah, just still some bishop takes h3 ideas. And maybe I'm very delusional to calculate this, but I'm always a bit scared of these kind of sacrifices.
Okay, he's still thinking, so I guess we can just go
Yes,
to the
we
next
can
game and
check another
see.
game. Do you have a specific game you want to check?
Isik's game, because I think it's the most unbalanced for now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's very unbalanced. We with Christian, we were discussing after long castle, so we just stopped there.
Ah, yeah, we saw this. That's what I said. That like, yeah, there would probably be long castle by black. Yeah, since.
And
yeah.
Queen A4,
Queen A4.
interesting idea. I didn't think about that because I thought maybe at some point Knight A4 could be possible. Let's say
Okay.
after you play like B4 or and then
Yes.
like Knight A4.
What do you think the idea is of Queen A4?
I'm not sure about that.
Yes.
That's why
Maybe you can.
You wanted
join
me to
us later
find
and
an idea,
explain,
but
Queen A4.
I don't know. Also, I mean, in general, if you want to attack, I think the A4 square could be useful for a pawn as well. But just the idea of Knight A4 is too natural. Like, let's say, I don't know, B4 or just Bishop D2 and then Knight A4 or Bishop E3, whatever. Just put the bishop somewhere and then.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the Queen A4. Because yeah, as you've said, it's like a convenient
Okay,
square for a
okay.
knight.
The point now if he cannot play B4, Knight takes E5 is the threat. It makes a lot of
Knight
sense.
takes E5 is a very, very important
yes.
threat that we should have mentioned.
So that's why.
Yes.
So if B4, of course, there is Knight takes E5.
Which is like a very typical motive, actually. Like there's
Yeah.
a lot of structures like that. See, this is why I'm not allowed to play the structure.
X-rays.
Because, yeah, probably our coach thinks I would blunder his pawn, which okay, it's maybe valid.
Yeah, but anyway, maybe another move. Okay, Knight A4 then, since I mentioned that. Let's say Knight
Knight
A4,
A4, yes.
maybe Queen C7. Then there is still the threat. Maybe I would play like this and Bishop D2, but then A6 and I have problems.
Bishop D2, yeah. I think in those structures, the bishop maybe you can also put it to F4.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, just to, because now knight takes E5 is a threat again. I mean, I also know you were trying to prevent it with bishop D2, but at least in this way it's also prevented.
Yeah, the problem is also B5. That
Yeah,
now that I
B5
have the
is a
knight on
problem.
E4, yeah.
Yeah, because the idea is after B5, of course, if the bishop takes B5, C takes B5, there would be rook C1, and white is just winning the queen. But the slightly bigger problem is that there's this intermediate move, Queen A5 check. So
Yeah.
yeah, again, like have to move a piece, and then I'll just take on B5.
Yeah.
And
just
although
winning.
there's maybe some compensation with D5 here, and black's king is a bit weak, I don't think it's necessary at all for white here to sacrifice a piece in this way. So B5 again is also an idea. So maybe like our idea of knight A4 actually it's not
that good.
It's not that good.
But probably then you said bishop F4, so maybe bishop
mean,
F4 here.
Bishop
instead of-
F4 here seems logical. Yeah, because at least there's no idea of knight takes E5.
What if queen takes B2?
Queen takes B2. It's very logical move.
Because we don't have rook
But
B1, so
I might just castle, and then I think, of course, white has gained a pawn. But on the other hand, I mean, I'm quite happy if this file opens up, because that just means it will be easier for me to attack B7. Because if I think about, okay, I have to play B4,
yeah.
A4, B5, it will take like 10 moves, and then I might still not be able to mate. But this kind of makes it easier. Also because I have some idea of rook A2, of course, and rook left. And at some point I will get the rook on the B file.
Like queen D2 and then rook B2.
Queen D2 or maybe queen C1 also to just not be on this D file and protect A3.
This
like,
look good actually for white.
I think here I would be quite happy with white.
I wouldn't take on B2 with black. I am still obsessed with knight H6. I would just try
would
to...
never take on b2. I have like a friend, he always loves to take the b2 pawn, and then he always gets his queen trapped. But for me, I don't take these pawns.
Yeah, me neither. But okay, he didn't play that, so actually
Yes,
maybe queen
it was
a4
queen a4.
made sense. And he played f6,
F6,
which
I
is
think
very good.
f6 is very logical to try and put pressure on white center by taking on e5, and also of course if then white were to take on f6, at least it automatically develops black's knight on g8.
Yeah, at the
So
same time, if
it's
you know that
logical.
white is going to attack you with b4, then you have to try to open the center.
Yes, I mean that's like one of the like ground rules, kind of like if you see your opponent is attacking you on one flank, then you try to open up the center, because usually, I mean there's always exceptions, but if the center is open, usually you don't have the opportunity to attack someone on the side. Okay, so b4 is very interesting, and now I think it's important that we check what happens actually after f takes e5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, of course, if d takes e5, I think it's a dream
Yeah,
for black.
I can like resign, I think. If
Yes,
knight takes e5, the bishop is hanging.
Knight f3.
Knight f3 is threatened.
Too bad.
This would be horrible. So white must have another idea after f takes e5. I think, yeah, I mean, the only thing that seems to make sense is kind of bishop e3 to get another piece into the attack.
Yeah.
So that if black were to take the next pawn, is that I have here, maybe knight takes
Knight
d4.
takes.
So now I'm threatening knight takes e6 with an attack on the queen. Also the bishop is like a bit weak, and also my pieces are looking towards the a7 pawn, and then queen a4 actually starts to make sense.
That's true.
So black does not want to take
probably queen c7, so at least you're not on the diagonal anymore. But then queen takes a7.
Queen takes a7. Yeah, now I don't know.
It's really
seems
complicated.
a bit dangerous. It is very complicated. I mean, like black is not getting mated, but I would maybe start to feel a bit uncomfortable here.
But you have the f6 square for the knight, finally.
Finally, yeah, this knight can develop. And I mean, at the end, also the question is, where's white's king going? Like, if I'm not mating with white, because, I mean, there can be some threats of like knight g4 maybe next, let's say, and then also this bishop on e3. I'll not be super happy. So the question is, after queen a checked, do you want to trade queens or try to keep the attack of knight b8?
I would play probably. I mean, you know me, so
You don't like to
I
play
would never
queens.
play queen b8.
No, you would definitely play knight b8 and fight.
Yeah, even though
I
maybe
would
it's not the.
definitely try queens.
Really? Even here?
Everywhere. That's why I
Okay,
play
here maybe knight b8 is a little bit too much, just because if just short castle, then I'm really behind.
Short castle, or also like rook c1, I would be a bit scared, because where is this queen going? Because I have a lot of threats of something like knight b5, and knight b5 is actually a huge problem, I think. Since this knight on b8 is pinned, I don't have some, like, let's say, okay, black makes some random move, like rook f8. Okay, here.
Queen in the corner, they said.
Oh, I love the queen in the corner. It's like the typical solution to a study. I always try to put the queen in the corner first. But yeah,
the box.
So in the box as well. But yeah, here I'm like basically already losing the queen. The only way to defend it is by playing bishop c2, but then I just have bishop a4. And yeah, I will just get a lot of pieces. But yeah, since the knight is pinned, there's no knight c6. So knight b5 is a real threat here. And it's also not like I can move anywhere with the queen, because I mean, there's ideas of knight a7 check.
I think we can conclude that knight b8 is just bad, and we are forced to play queen b8.
Yeah, black should definitely go for a queen trade here. But also here, I would not be comfortable. Like, I would not want to trade queens of white, because, like, judging like how the endgame will be, I would be quite happy here with black, especially since like the center is opening up.
Yeah, that would be really good for black. So probably.
And then also maybe this pawn structure a3 before might get very weak. So yeah, one of the most important rules is, like, according to Dorfman, I think it's what the rule number 2 even, that like you should judge how will the position be after the queen trade, which I think is like gets underestimated very often, and it's something I also forget during my own games.
That's true. We have our own Italian version of it, which is kind of the same, but just my previous coach used to say that you shouldn't focus on the pieces that you're trading, but on the position after the trade, which, okay, of course, it's not this kind of position, but let's say when you have a good bishop or just a good knight versus a bad bishop, and then you just think, okay, of course I will never trade that just because it looks good, but then if you do it, you can have a different advantage. So
it's one of the exceptions to what I was saying earlier, that like if you trade like a bad piece for a good piece, but yeah, what matters even more, and I was also thinking about that in that moment, is like what remains on the board is so much more important, because I might not want to give up a good bishop, but if at the end I just have like a better position.
The other day I was giving a lesson, and then one of my students said that he was watching a video course, and they were saying that in every trade, like every trade is never an equal trade. And I thought, okay, that's a little bit too much. Like sometimes a trade is just a trade. Like it can be equal, but it is true that we should always consider.
At some point, like if you are kind of giving up like a small like if you like every trade is a small like disadvantage for yourself. If you just want to trade all the pieces to make a draw, at some point it can actually be a lot. Like I would not be comfortable trying to hold some slightly worse position against a much stronger player. It's
after you said just trading all the pieces, trying to make a draw, I was thinking about the Slav school, because when I was young, many players were just coming to CC, and then actually their strategy versus all of us, like versus kids, was just trading all the pieces and winning the end game. And it worked. It really worked. Okay, anyway, he didn't play this, so maybe knight h6 finally. Maybe
knight h6 on. Okay, I mean, it will be an interesting game that maybe we can check again later.
What about Mahel? Because for Mahel's game, we left a long time ago and we didn't see much.
Okay. This game is okay. Let's check. Where did we leave off the game?
I think
he actually played knight h4. That's interesting, because we spent a lot of time like talking about knight h4, and now I think we were saying queen d6. Also, of course, bishop d7 is like a very normal move. Bishop d7, knight takes a5, e takes a5. Knight d2 is very interesting. I mean, of course, the knight on b3 is not really doing a lot, but also it's like it takes a lot of time to reroute the pieces.
Well, also, where is the knight going? Knight b1, knight c3, knight d5, or where?
I mean, maybe there can also be some route of like bishop d2, and maybe I want to go to c1 d3. I don't know if that's better than rerouting the knight to f3, but at least it's something I would consider.
Yeah. I don't know, because after knight d2, Mahel played bishop g5, attacking e3, which actually makes a lot of sense.
Knight f3 is very logical, but bishop f6, or maybe like it's since you're the master of Sveshnikov, like bishop h6 is a move that
thank you.
I would like to make.
Yeah, I would for sure play. Of course, it's a very different structure, but I like the fact that after rook e8, you're just putting pressure on the pawn, and maybe you are forcing rook e1 at some point.
Yeah.
And the rook on the e file wouldn't be as happy as it is on f1.
That's true. I mean, like with white, I would want to maybe like do like play like knight h4, put pressure on the f5 pawn. Okay, also you can very well defend it just with simply playing g6. But yeah, I mean, e3 is definitely a weakness in the position, so bishop h6 seems quite logical to me.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, bishop f6 looks also good.
Bishop f6 is of course completely fine. I think it's just a bit like personal taste also. Like, because then at the end, if the e3 pawn is very well defended, maybe he was thinking, okay, like where am I going to put my bishop? Should it stay on h6 or?
You can always play g6 and bishop g7 back.
Bishop h6.
Yes.
Yes.
What's the long-term plan for white? Is it trying to play e4? Or?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think e4 can be a bit risky to open up the position a bit more. Also, like now at least, since the bishop is on d7 and not on a6, at least white doesn't have to worry about the c4 pawn at the moment. But we can just check what was happening in the game. I mean, like b3 seems very logical. Queen e7.
Oh, you're happy now.
Oh, rook a2.
Rook a2.
I'm very happy.
Finally, someone putting a rook somewhere.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yes. Very big fan of this move.
It is typical also in the Ruy Lopez.
Yeah, it's okay. I've played against Sean before. He beat me in the last round in a tournament, so now he can be forgiven for playing rook a2. It's all good.
Okay, rook d8 and rook e2. He's defending, which is
So he's defending the pawn that's not even attacked at the moment. But yeah.
Overprotection.
I mean, if you invest that much time into protecting the e2 pawn, it either means that he wants to actually break through with e4, or he just wants to relieve his bishop on c1. So that's like e3 is protected by the rook. Because maybe at some point, if you can manage to play d5 at a convenient moment, but I don't know, I'm not, to be honest, this is not my kind of structure. Like, it's not something I would play with white.
Me neither, but I really want to make d5 work.
D8,
Just because
h1.
otherwise, like, it's the only pawn that you can actually push.
Okay, I mean, judging by rook fe1, he really wants to make e4 happen.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's the right plan in the position. I mean, it's not like I can maybe offer like a better plan necessarily, but it's just, I don't know. For me, like, playing e4 would just mean, okay, I'm actually giving black more opportunities to develop this bishop on d7. And I would start getting scared, because at least if I imagine the same position with some bishop on e4 or on g4 right now, I would feel a bit uncomfortable with white. And like e4 just seems like a way of making that happen for black. And also, like, I don't know, d4 might get very weak.
Yeah, probably he wants to push d5, so he thinks he's not going to lose the d pawn. But anyway, I totally agree with you. Maybe he thinks it's the only plan that he has, but to be honest, the position looks very good for black.
G1. It's like really like I'm watching myself play. But I don't know if that's a good thing.
I would never play knight g1, so I cannot see that. But
because I was thinking about it before. When I saw king h1, it was the
Just
same
knight
thing what I
g1.
was saying earlier for Italian, that there's this typical plan of playing king h8 followed by knight g8. And now, yeah, he's doing that for white. But I'm not sure if it's in the spirit of the position to do that. It seems like white is wasting a bit of time, while black is actually like managing to improve his position.
also now Mahel played queen d6, so
d6.
he's actually preventing e4.
Yeah.
And now maybe he wants to play knight h3, knight f4. So that's also why he played knight g1.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, if you would want to make that happen in the future, you would have to play bishop b2 eventually. Because also playing something like d5 here, it seems horrible as like a big word, but I mean, there's just always like c6, and you never want to open up this diagonal. I mean, like I think here you're like almost lost after bishop takes c6. Like also strategically, now you have this like isolated pawn on e3. This bishop trade is like very good for black. I think, I don't know, also playing an endgame here, this knight on b4 gets very strong all of a sudden, because without the queens on the board, like c2 and d3 are just very weak. And I mean, at least with a queen trade, you will not get mated here maybe, but it looks super bad. So I think also d5 is not really...
I would still
an
play
idea.
knight h3 instead of bishop b2.
Knight h3 here.
I really don't like the knight on g1, but maybe it's just...
Oh, I
me.
went out of the board, but I'll go right back in. Okay, so
yeah,
knight
just
h3
knight
here.
h3 and...
I don't know. There's a very funny move here in the position.
You,
Do you know which move I want to play?
f4, h5.
I think f4 is very funny. Just with the idea simply here to play bishop g4 and have like some nice pin here.
Okay, what happens after knight takes? You have bishop g4. So
After
g
knight takes f4, I actually have bishop
You also have
g4.
bishop
I'll be
g4.
happy. And yeah, after e takes f4, I can, yeah, I guess I can take here after rook takes e2, same motive, and after queen takes e2, I have rook e8. And at the end also this d4 pawn is hanging. So this is a very, very big problem. f4 is, I don't know, it's just, I really love these kind of moves, so.
Mahel would play it. I
Yeah. Mahel is, I think he's by far the most creative player of our team.
think. Yeah.
He has super interesting opening ideas and also an very kind of position. So, yeah.
It's a tough position for white, but he's also thinking a lot. Again,
Yeah. Mahel is up like over 40 minutes, which is a lot.
we have an interesting question. Should white consider pinning the b4 knight to go along with the knight h3 and the f4 idea?
So bishop a3
Yeah.
here with the same idea. Yeah, that could be very interesting. Because, to be honest, the bishop is not doing so much on c1 anyways.
That's true.
So I think, yeah, it's a very human move to play bishop a3 here. And again, I think also, yeah, bishop c6, I think in any ways it should be a good idea. Also to kind of, I mean, I'm very happy to exchange the g2 bishop if I can change the c6 bishop for the g2 bishop, because this diagonal is just super weak for white, and if I'm forced to play some move like rook g2 to defend this check, I think, yeah, it's cannot be the way to go here. So, and I mean, also bishop c6, just to maybe provoke d5.
Yeah.
I mean, like d5, okay, I will just go back. I think, yeah, I can even stay on this diagonal with like some move like bishop e7 or bishop a8, and or even going back to d7. I think, like, yeah, black will be happy. But yeah, bishop a3.
It's an interesting move.
Seems useful, at least, because if I at least play bishop c6, now I might actually have knight h3, and now this f4 idea isn't there anymore.
I think he played rook f2. Probably he saw the idea of f4, and he just wants to prevent bishop g4.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to just like make a like prophylactic move here and move the rook.
So here we have many plans. One thing I recently, maybe not recently, but I discovered that I have problems with this, is that when you have a semi-open file, it's clear that you have to double on the file, which is very normal. But then I never think about that. I don't know why. So here, maybe rook e7 makes sense. Just rook e7, rook d e8, and we're putting pressure on e3. So maybe the idea of bishop a3 doesn't work, because then I don't know how you can defend the e3 pawn.
Yeah, rook e7 also, I like it. It's very solid. It's I have to admit, okay, my move here would almost 100% be h5, h4.
Yeah, I know.
It's very much my style, and at least in this position, it's justified, I think.
Sure.
I mean, here at least h4 will also be protected. I mean, the queen is already looking to like h2, so I think h5 here is a very decent move.
Yeah, then maybe knight h3 now, since f4 cannot be played anymore.
After h5?
Yeah, and then what do you do? Do you want to play h4? Do you want to
yeah, why
wait?
not? h4, I guess you have to play knight f4.
Yeah.
Because, okay, you never want to take on h4. And now I don't know, maybe king g7 makes a lot of sense to try and play rook h8, and I want to mate you. I don't know how I'll mate yet, but at
least you always want that.
I always wanted that. Usually it doesn't happen. That's all of our training games. I always just say I want to mate, which is totally not my style, actually.
Yeah, but it's your style just against me.
That's true.
Because you know it works. But yeah, they also said maybe he wants his own g4. It's just, I think, very hard for white because he doesn't have space anymore. Actually, I like your idea of h5 and
h4, yeah, I think king g7 is like a very typical plan to then. I mean, I understand that also like there's the idea of doubling on the e file, but I think the e3 pawn is still very well protected, and there's no way of really like applying more pressure.
Yeah.
So I think to create like a second weakness here on the h file makes a lot of sense. And to be honest, I would start getting scared here. And I don't know, like I feel like white should just play king g1 back. Like it seems like the safest approach, and try to actually develop his pieces. But I think this position is just very hard to play for white now.
I agree. So yeah, maybe we can go to another game while we wait for his move, because probably it's an important moment. We have the first result of the tournament in the women's section.
Okay. Let's go to that.
So yeah, in the match between UTRGV and UTD, UTD scored the first point with black, which of course is very good. I think we both played versus her.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I'm going to mispronounce the name, but it's very hard. Yeah, I would just call her Tavaku, maybe. I'm sorry, I should learn how to say that. I'm gonna ask Amilal, our new teammate from Mongolia, to teach me how to say it in a proper way. But yeah, she just won. We saw her passing by.
Yeah. Our new teammate, he's not playing at the event yet because he just started this semester. 1 semester after us, but yeah, next year he will probably strengthen the team of Mizzou, and he's already playing in the Collegiate Chess League, which means we don't have to play for our team.
Also, he is very strong in Blitz.
Yes.
Okay,
so maybe let's check out the opening.
Yeah, I don't think we saw the game at all. So
4 knights. And bishop b5. Yeah, I'm a big fan of 4 knights.
I tried to study this. I think there is a course also on modern chess for white. But yeah, bishop d6, of course.
Are you going to make a foul on that?
For who? For white or black?
I don't know, both.
Yeah, we can just briefly check the game before going on a break.
I mean, it's a very typical like idea of like bishop e5, bishop d6. Also, there's some ideas like bishop d6 seems like it blocks like the d pawn and prevents this bishop from c8 to get away, but actually this knight can later go to e7 and then maybe g6, and then there's some ideas of c6. So actually this bishop will then go to c7 and like enable maybe some d5,
Yeah.
which is super annoying. I had a similar game against Francesco Sonis, who is also playing in the event, not today, but who is a strong player of Webster, and then I just got a bit crushed.
There is the same idea also in the Ruy Lopez. It's less
Yeah.
common, but still possible. But yeah, anyway,
So yeah, this bishop on d6, although it looks a bit weird, actually it's a pretty common idea in 4 knights. So black did not do anything wrong here. Bishop takes c6, d takes c6, and d3. Like actually now, here I would be quite happy if black. I know I don't have the bishop pair, so you're okay. But I can like the bishop pair sometimes. Because yeah, maybe there's some ideas here to play on the queen side with like some a5, a4. I don't know.
the bishop pair is just good. So
I mean, yeah, you just would want to put the pawns on black squares to not like restrict your own light square bishop as very typical.
But she
idea.
played bishop g4.
Bishop g4, h3. It's just like kind of asking for g4, but maybe g4 here. Okay, it's not working in this position, which I think usually if it works, it can be a very interesting idea. But yeah, like I would be too scared also probably to play g4 because here I think the concrete problem is just that black will play f5 next, and now there's not really a piece to defend this knight on f3. Like I think you will just actually like lose the piece back.
Yeah, also just
because you cannot avoid the pin. Even if you have some move like king g2, f5 is coming and white cannot do anything. So here actually that's a trap. So maybe she played king h2 actually to threaten g4.
it's a good move anyway. Like she's improving the position.
Yes, king h2 is a very human move.
Queen d7 also
Queen
is a
d7.
very human. Rook g1. She
Rook
really
g1.
wanted to make g4 work.
Yes.
Actually, I appreciate that. That's a very good attitude.
Yeah, although sometimes if you're like following a bad plan, it's maybe better to abort it and think of something new. But in this case, at least g4 doesn't look like too bad of a plan, especially after king h8. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not sure I understand. Probably she wanted a g8 square also for the knight, but I'm not sure about king h8.
There's a really cool move here. Okay, this is completely crazy, but
it's very nice.
And no one will probably ever see this. Okay, I will never see this over the board maybe, but the idea of bishop takes f3, queen takes f3 is here to play knight d5, which is completely crazy and okay.
But it makes sense. I mean, there is e4 coming.
Yeah,
next,
I
so
mean, I think in this position it's possible, but maybe before bishop takes f3, you will not.
You will not think about that. I think the problem is just you don't think about bishop takes f3 because you have the bishop pair.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think it's only justified if you have the idea.
Yeah,
of
I totally agree.
But this is super strong here just because this knight on f6 is like not really doing anything. I mean, if like you give me one move like time, let's say, okay, again, king h8, some random move. Okay, I will just continue like development, and I mean, I would just prefer white here because like the pawns are on light squares, so the white bishop on c1 is slightly better than the bishop on d6. So I would think, okay, also I have this idea of like g4. I would be very happy here with white, but knight d5 is such a cool way here to trade knights, like potentially.
Yeah, that's very good.
Actually, I'm not sure if I've seen this mode before this move. Have you?
No, because I don't play this kind of positions, but yeah.
Yeah, me neither, but it's super cool because, I mean, to trade these knights, obviously it's very convenient for black, and here, of course, also black would immediately improve his pawn structure. f5, again, I love f5, is coming. And now I would be very concerned for white's king, actually. Like also g4 now is like super risky. I would not play that without the knights on the board.
Yeah, she didn't play that, but after king h8 and g4...
we don't blame her for not playing it.
No, of course it was hard to see that. And probably like she did something very human, but after g4, actually it makes a lot of sense for white, and white reached the goal. Yes. Knight takes g4, so she went all in for that.
That's very aggressive.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think I would have the
Bishop
courage
takes
to play that.
G4.
Uh, yeah, courage.
Because I would
but
always think, okay, I would lose the piece back with white, and with black I would not have enough compensation.
Same.
So
But f5, as you said, is coming. So yeah, after bishop takes g4, rook g3 was a very good move.
yeah, rook g3, again, rook left, very good. But yeah, also with the idea, of course, at least maybe the king can now come back to g2, also be another defender of this knight on f3, but also if black doesn't do anything concrete, at least now the queen is free to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And then I can actually move the knight away. And I think then in these kind of positions, like it's like happens very quickly that you just lose momentum. I appreciate it.
Maybe you should change your major into physics.
I was thinking more linguistics, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Physics, I don't have the appropriate math skills for that. I'm very happy in anthropology. Thank you.
But yeah, after f5, of course, is the
F5
best
is like a
move.
must play move, yeah.
For sure, she
F5
calculated all of this when she played king h8. So
I was thinking more queen g1 than
instead of queen h1.
Yeah, because just of the idea also, if black plays, I just don't want black to play f4. So that I have this threat of rook takes to g4 was my idea.
Yeah, she probably wanted to defend the knight on f3, I guess. But I agree with you that queen g1 is a more active way of doing that.
Because especially after queen h1, I mean, I thought black wants to play f4 anyways.
Yeah.
And maybe white was thinking that, okay, it's actually in her like advantage to close the position. But I don't know, I think, yeah, if you play something like rook g1 here, which, it was played in the game, I would be super scared here to play rook g1 because am I not just getting mated? Because rook f6, rook
yeah,
h6, what
I
am
think so.
doing?
The problem, like, even if you're not getting mated, you're just losing material.
I will lose the queen probably, I mean, it
Yeah.
looks super scary. Yeah, I mean, since this is the game, we can just click through it. Rook f6, very good. King g2, and yeah, now rook h6, and yeah.
Yeah, knight
kind
h2,
of
it's still
game
not
over.
100%. I mean, after knight h2, she probably thought she was not losing material, but bishop e2 was a very nice move.
Bishop e2 is a
That's
super
great,
cool move.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
deserves an
okay. We
exclamation
can
mark
show
for
what
sure.
happens after knight takes and just mate. But
Um,
like bishop e2, knight takes,
yeah,
queen
knight
h3,
takes
mating
e2,
one.
Queen h3. I mean, I think some move like bishop e2 can very easily be overlooked. Let's say, okay, I just have one move of time here. If black plays something random like queen e6, maybe like she thought after f3 she could hold the position together, bishop h3, king f3.
Yeah.
But even then there's bishop c5. So I think this is a kind of position where it's convenient for black that like kind of every move wins. But bishop e2 is just a very nice way to make that happen.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it was a very nice game. Of course,
And now
it was
she
a
just regained
yeah.
the piece and it's game over.
It was a fight for sure. And okay, before going through the other games, I think we will go on a short break and we'll come back soon.
Yes.
He's not coming. Yeah, okay, we're back. So I was thinking, okay, we
Yes,
left
we
here.
were not having coffee. Actually, we have to recharge our mics like every hour. So that's why we need a lot of breaks. And
But
lunch.
actually, the idea that was written in the chat means get a fresh coffee. It was good, and still
I would
no
love
one.
to get a fresh coffee.
But you don't like ice that much. Okay, anyway, we didn't see at all Sila and Gabi's games, so maybe we can.
Yeah, we can check that.
Yeah, Then-
Okay, let's start with Stila.
which is board number 2 for San Luis University.
There's also some G5, G4. It's like a very common theme this round. I don't know.
But also, okay, as usual, women's games are more interesting. Okay, more interesting, of course, it's a big statement, but what I mean is just they are
There's
really
more
fighting.
spirit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have some Italian and here h6. I mean, basically in Italian, if you play h6, you always want to kind of play g5.
Yeah, or g6, but yeah.
Yeah, g6 as well, but those kind of structures I really like because I feel like, okay, I have so much space advantage and I don't think always like black has so much compensation for that. But yeah, the idea is kind of, okay, also like black just wants to bait white at some point into like playing h3 so that once you actually start with some g5, g4, and like of course in combination with white castling, that this move h3 is actually not helping white at all. It's opening up the g file and just makes black's attack much harder. So yeah, h6. I think there also has been some trend for that lately.
Yeah, maybe some years ago as well. I played a game in the last European Championship where she was playing this. The idea with knight c3 is also interesting. It's not the only one.
Yes, I mean, usually then with like knight c3, white's idea is to get the knight via e2 to g3 and then sometimes to this f5 square here.
Yeah.
And again, like white never wants to play h3 just because it simply helps black's attack. But nevertheless, black played g5. And so, okay, it's clear that this will already be like a fighting game. Bishop e3. I don't know. I think in those structures, like, as long as there's no h3, I don't know, I'm not really scared of this attack. And to play g4 here seems a bit early, maybe. Do you agree?
I think usually you do it after rook e1. There are some theoretical lines, and after rook e1 you can do it. But also it's not in the line with knight c3, because a huge difference, of course, is that the d2 square is free for the knight on f3. So I don't really like g4, as you said, just because of this. Also, I don't know, knight h4 and knight d2 are both possible.
I think even knight e1 is like very like common move in these kind of structures, also with the combination to sometimes have some ideas with f4. Because at least, I mean, if you're gonna open up like the g file, like opening up the f file, then is also sometimes a good idea for white to put some pressure. I mean, also like f6 will be weak, f7 will be weak. So knight e2 is not even a bad move here, but I mean, knight h4 seems very logical. Also because, I mean, you would love to get your knight on like f5. So
when you said you, I thought you were referring to me.
You as well, but me as well. I mean,
I was thinking also another difference with your rook still on f1 is that then after you move the knight and you just play f3 or f4, f7 is going to be weak.
Yes.
So this is also one more reason not to play g4 with the rook still on f1.
Yeah, this seems like some kind of like ideal like case actually like for white. I mean, I think this is a bit too much here, actually.
I did do h5. She's trying to
h5?
push.
Okay, I mean, if you're going to commit to g4, you have to commit to h5 as well. Otherwise, what are you going to do?
And Sila played f4.
I mean, f4, it's definitely, I think, one of the main ideas. But there can be some drawback, at least, to give up the g4 square after trading on f3. And then maybe, this bishop on e3, I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, if gf3 is basically lost, queen takes, and
queen takes, in this case, of course, I mean, f4 is very good.
Let's say bishop g7, knight d5, and can resign.
Yes, knight d5, and
which is one of the other ideas of the knight on c3.
Yeah, I mean, knight c3 is like the kind of ideal setup. So usually you actually wait for white to commit to knight d2, and then you start
play.
This
yes,
plan.
I agree.
That's a bit weird, yeah. The move already here, I agree.
Okay. Anyway,
so f4, bishop h6. Bishop h6 makes a lot of sense.
Queen e1. She's defending the bishop, so now the f-pawn is
unpinned. So at least
there's
some threat to take on e5, bishop e6. Knight takes e5 is, I think, very risky, because after knight takes e5, what if I just take on e6 and play d4? I mean, all of your pieces are getting pushed back.
You just have the center, you have everything.
I think,
I agree with you that it's just...
d takes e5, I mean, also this position is of course not great for white, but at least you have the d4 square. I think you can try, at least, to find some compensation here. But knight takes e5, just this concrete line, which is also what happened in the game, I think. D4, it seems very, very nice for white.
I agree. Also, after knight f7, bishop takes h6. Now white has the center, is leading everything. It's just the king on e8. What is the king doing? And then you still need time with queen e7, let's say. Queen e7 long castle, and then you will just... I don't know. It's
E3,
really...
Very nice. Rook g6, knight c4. I don't know. I mean, of course, black has some ideas to start pushing, but even if there's some scenario of black getting in h4 and then either with g3 or h3, I can always just move my pawns accordingly either to h3 or g3, and then with this like everything is just blocked. And I don't really see.
I don't know if
idea.
the clock is not working properly, but I mean, how could they think this much? At move 17, it was not very theoretical, of course. After let's
Yeah,
say
it seems
A6
like a
and
lot
then
of time was being spent. They're both like down to 10 versus 16 minutes, and yeah, I agree. I don't know.
I don't know. We could check that going upstairs, but probably they
I think
made more moves. Okay, anyway, it seems a very good position for white, and we will see. I think the other game has handed, even though on chess.com it's still going, but I saw the player
Which
going
game
back
are you talking about?
between Diana Patel and Naledi Arape.
Yes, I
think-
mean, white just seems to be a piece up, so that makes sense that that game.
Yeah, they
ended.
were walking back to the hotel.
Yeah, maybe you can check. Oh, close Sicilian. Okay. Okay. Knight c3, d6. So we have a close Sicilian, but okay, after d4, it's one of the lines actually I used to play. Queen takes d4, and the idea is then that you can do a fianchetto with b3 followed by bishop b2, and you actually want to castle long here in this line.
Yeah.
I had actually a game against Harshit in this line, I think, former Mizzou student who was part of the winning team of the President's Cup in 2024.
And now he's a commentator,
Now he is a
content creator probably as
commentator
well
and content creator.
for Chess-Based India.
Yes, very huge following. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I thought always this line was like very risky, but actually I don't know. I have never tried to play this with bishop g5. I only tried like b3, bishop b2,
Yeah.
and it led to very interesting positions. But bishop g5, of course, is a very valid move as well. e5 and queen d2. Actually, this just, I don't know.
I think Queen E3 was also trending at some point. Yeah, people were just
I mean, I feel like it feels like it's just like a bit of a worse version of like other Sicilians in general, because usually you don't want white's bishop to get to g5 in this pawn structure of d6, e5.
Did you read Flores Rio's book about chess structures?
You think I read the whole chess book?
Yeah, knowing you, I mean, your strategical skills, yes, but in general, it's one of my favorite books ever. I think it's very, very good. And I really like it because he's explaining Najdorf. Of course, this is not a Najdorf, but then in every Sicilian, the structure is kind of the same.
Yes.
So he's making a difference between Najdorf type 1 and Najdorf type 2. So basically, when the d5 square is occupied by the pawn after a trade, so it takes d5, or this kind of structure where, of course, white's goal is just to, after bishop g5, just to play knight d5. And there are a lot of games. One of my favorites is Anand versus Judith Polgar. I actually, I always do it with all my students. So at some point I started like memorizing all the games, but I really think it's useful because then once you understand the structure, you know what to do. And as you said, it's just a worse version for black because it seems like white has so many tempi.
Yeah, because like, I mean, you never really want this to happen. Like it's, I don't know, black should always manage to get in h6 so that the bishop cannot come to g5 because now, I don't know, it looks a bit bad. So kind of, it was like, seems like black got a bit tricked in this position.
Yeah.
Okay, long castles, a6.
And
Now
f4.
f4. I don't know if this was prep or not, but like at least white's move seemed like very logical.
Yeah.
F4 is very strong here. It makes sense. I mean, of course, if I were to take here on f4, I mean, how's like even gonna defend this pawn on d6? I think like black can still like hold on, but also, yeah, maybe there's also some ideas of e5 here, of course. Like,
Yeah,
I don't even have to
immediately.
take,
e5 looks very strong.
on f4. So yeah, f4 seems very decent here. Queen c7, and now after f5, it looks like black is about to have huge problems, or not?
Yeah,
f5, I
also
have to go bishop c4, and now, okay, I can just take on f6. I
she
think there was
took on
also
f6
the
and
game, bishop takes c4, okay. I don't know, I think knight f3 is fine, but
you wanted to
I-
take on c4.
yeah, I would like to take on c4,
This is
why not?
okay. There are still the knights, but then it's the typical example of good knight versus bad bishop.
Also, maybe can I not include b3, and after bishop takes f1, I have knight d5? Too many intermediate moves today, but it's, I don't know, like if black, let's say, is forced to play queen d8, I take on f1. Now this is my dream position.
It is.
Would you still prefer a bishop over the knight?
No.
Not in this case.
Not in this case, but yeah.
Like
I mean, the
even, yeah.
Sicilian is one of the exceptions to that, just because there are actually a lot of examples about this.
I think even here, if you try to play some h5 to activate this bishop, I mean, I can just go king b2. And I mean, I don't understand what black is going to do. Because even if at some point you manage to play knight d7, knight b6, and trade this knight, I will just put my next knight via e2, c3 to d5.
Or
And
even if you just put the queen on d5 and then you just double on the d file.
yeah, I
would-
mean, it looks very, very bad.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, like b3 actually, I think, yeah.
Also, knight f3 was
Knight
fine.
f3, I mean, also in this position, it's very hard to ruin things for white.
Mhm.
I mean, with such a huge positional advantage. King b1, g4. I don't know if the position needs g4.
I don't
because-
think so, generally speaking,
I
but
don't
it's
really want to play g5.
probably the
Maybe she
point
wants
is
to
just...
prevent the h5.
Yeah, but the position is so good for white that actually, like, whatever you do, nothing
think-
is gonna change.
I mean, the whole point of h5 would be to get in at some point like bishop h6. But also, like, the d6 pawn is so weak that maybe I will
yeah.
never manage to do that. So I think, like, maybe the better plan is just to focus on trading the light square bishops and then putting a knight on d5. So g4, although, again, it doesn't ruin anything, still, like, white will remain with a huge advantage. I finally got my coffee, so I'm super
Yes.
happy. Yeah, I don't know. G4 is...
It's still fine
it's
after,
completely
yeah.
fine. White is doing very well. but I
G4,
just think
b5,
it's-
and she doesn't care. She just played h4.
But I think, I mean, compared to what we had before, I'm not so happy for white. Like, again, of course, white is still much better, but at least now I can see that black has something to play for. Because if maybe at any moment I can manage to play a5, a4, a3, if I'm forced to play b3, at least there can be some ideas. And I don't know, like, now there's counterplay, and as you know, I really don't like counterplay. So, and also especially the structure, I mean, it's typical in any Sicilian
Yeah.
kind of that you want white to take with the pawn on d5. And again,
Of
there's
course.
exceptions to that, but at least now the black bishop is not like tasked anymore with like defending the d6 pawn. So now I actually have time maybe for some, okay, I don't know, if h5 or something at some point, but I actually have moves. So I think like black managed to make like a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, the problem is just the king on e8 is it will stay there forever.
Yeah, we can see what happened here. Knight c5, very logical.
G5.
Queen takes d3. King d7, and now we know where
Not
this thing is
forever,
going.
yes.
I mean, king d7 actually, I think, yeah, that's a funny move. I could play it as well.
Maybe queen b5 and try to trade queens was the way to trade the position and just...
It reminds me a bit of something that we've solved.
Yeah.
Someone in training, I don't know. Yeah, queen b5. Yeah, again, now here I think would be the question, okay, you know, like, how is this queen trade to be evaluated? And I think, I mean, as a human, to decide, like, on queen b5 is a bit tricky because you already have these double pawns on f7 and f6, and to add another one to that, especially... Okay, I have some plan with like maybe like rook d3, rook b3. But to be honest, also I would be a bit concerned here with white because just rook c4 is coming.
Rook c4 is coming, then you can just, okay, first solve
C4
the
is
problem with
annoying.
g5 and then bishop d8, bishop b6, which is one of the typical plans.
I mean, although this knight looks very nice if it can go via d2 to e4 and putting like pressure on f6 and d6, but at the end, also, white's pawns are kind of weak, especially this g5 pawn. This is why I was not a big fan of this whole
Yeah.
g4 plan, because now those pawns are actually becoming a weakness. I have rook g8 also to attack.
This is what we were saying before about pushing too many pawns.
Yeah,
In an
I
endgame,
mean, you can... I mean, I think pawn moves are the hardest to make just because you can never take them back. So once you decide on something, it's very hard. So it's much harder to play with pawns than pieces. And yeah, I don't know. I think, to be honest, even though there's a bishop, I might prefer black here, to be honest.
yeah, of course, white is not forced to take on b5, so probably queen b5 and then queen somewhere, queen e4, queen e3.
But also if the queen
Maybe
e4,
e3.
maybe I can still like do
See.
this plan of king d7 and maybe rook c4 next. So I think I like king d7 might actually be a good, might be an interesting practical choice as well.
Also, queen b5, queen e3. Maybe you have, because if queen e4, there is rook c4. So after
Yes.
queen b5, queen e3, maybe you also have rook c3,
Yeah, rook c3
which
is
is nice.
I really like rook c3.
Uh,
Yeah, okay, king d7, definitely very interesting, but too risky for me.
yeah.
Especially in a team event, to play king d7. I mean, I do think team events, you tend to play differently than in individual events. I really noticed this for myself, that I'm way more cautious and...
In a
yeah.
team event, you just think with black, if I can make a draw, they cannot say it's fine.
No.
Like it's
I
what
don't make draws, it's the biggest
Yeah,
problem.
I know I know you
Yeah.
don't, but for me it's like a dream. Like my last European Championship, then like who cares? Then it's
But
okay.
also
Of
you're
course,
winning a lot.
yeah, I was lucky,
I
but
didn't manage to make any draws there.
I was lucky that I was.
was fine.
It was a good tournament, but just in general, in a team event, the draw is always fine, unless you have a huge rating difference, and
Yes.
then things can change a little bit. But maybe here she felt she was like forced.
Also, f takes g5 is a very interesting choice. I would be way too scared to do this. I mean,
Maybe she didn't think about f6. She was
f6
just considering.
is a very nice move, but okay, let's say h takes g5, bishop takes g5. Okay, after at least knight e4, h6. Okay.
Here,
I can see
black
it.
is
Here, black is
kind
kinda
of
holding on,
surviving.
yeah. But f6, yeah, is a very cool move.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, the idea is after bishop takes f6, there's queen f5 check. And now, okay, well, I mean, black is completely lost because
Yeah.
I'll take on g5 next after king e7. Also, there's just rook,
Rook
f1,
f1.
right? Yeah.
I would have played rook f1
There's
actually.
rook f1, yeah, me too, hopefully. It's even
And then
stronger
queen
than
takes
h
f7.
g5. Yes, and you're about to be mated, so okay, I don't think it's it didn't happen in the game. Okay. But again, also h takes g5 is of course very strong, and white's still winning. And yeah, okay, all the pawns were just falling, so I don't think there's need to check the rest of that game.
We have too many players
But
walking.
you also wanted to check
Yeah.
Gabi's game, right?
Yeah, I
Because
also
we have
wanted
not-
to.
Oh, that looks super interesting.
but
Maybe
also-
after that we can switch to the open section again.
I
but
agree,
just-
and okay, we don't need to go there, but I think Anna probably won because she was going to have lunch. And
Okay.
looking at the position, it seems like she won.
But yeah, maybe we can take a quick look at Gabi's game.
Yeah.
C3. It's very interesting. Have you seen that before? I'll give you a second to check
No.
the game. C3, yeah, it's definitely interesting. Maybe we should make a file on that.
I don't know for which color, but yes, we can make a file. I mean, it's possible you're not really committing to anything, and then you can just decide if you still want to play London or just e3, bishop d3. And
I mean, it's definitely interesting, but we were also discussing before. I think also in women's chess, there's way more like surprises and openings.
for sure.
I think that's what I've experienced in every team event, and it's also why I do worse against women.
Yeah.
Because I don't like to be surprised. I just
I like to surprise.
yeah, you like to surprise. I also like to surprise. I don't know.
It's. I think if you look at my games, I remember there was another European Championship where at some point I even played. I don't know if it was knight f3 or c4 at move one. I just played that without knowing anything at all, and it worked. I was completely winning. It's crazy. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Let's focus on the
so then
game.
this kind of like just transposed to London, which okay, I'm a big fan of playing against London. So
This
take
is also
before-
one of the
before
main
H5,
lines.
yeah.
There is a game, I think,
Yeah, I
from
don't play
Giri.
this, but I mean, it just I don't know. I
I
don't
think
really
there is like
understand
Giri versus Naka. But,
Mhm.
yeah.
But already here, Black seems to be doing completely fine. I don't know if this is still theory then, if you know more about that. But I mean, just I don't know, Queen C7.
I don't know,
and
bishop b5.
Black seems to be doing. Completely fine.
Usually, instead of g6, you're not forced to play g6.
Mhm.
So you can also decide to play knight f6.
Yeah.
I studied this, but the point is just after g6, there is also g4, knight g7, h4, and this is very theoretical.
Knight G7, H4, you said.
Yes, and for me, it is a little bit scary to play with black.
I fought with white because you're giving a center pawn.
This is true, but knight takes, d takes e5, bishop takes h5, And then you have to decide, like, are you castling or not? I guess so. Or G takes H5 also. It's
Yeah.
very complicated.
I mean, it just seems very two-sided, but I don't know. It's a bit much.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
but
it's another theoretical
the
line.
game
But
bishop b5, but I don't know. Like after, okay, Gabby played short castle here, but also queen c7, I think.
yeah.
But I mean, she definitely seems to know what she's doing, because since she's giving the pawn here on c6. But yeah, that's like I guess you don't really want to take because I have rook b8 here, and okay, let's say something like b3. The drawback is that I have queen c7, and now the
C3.
c3 pawn will fall. So yeah, and except for b3, there's not so much to do. I mean, I don't want to play some move like queen c1 or something. I mean, also queen b6 is coming. So I think you will lose this pawn always, anyways.
I don't know. I've never seen bishop b5.
Ah, that was the game also. Rook b8. Okay. It's very interesting. Bishop h6. I don't know. This, to be honest, it looks quite bad for white already.
Maybe she can also give the exchange. Like queen c7, bishop takes f8, bishop takes, and where is the bishop going? Bishop a4 maybe.
Okay,
And
but
then
now
you
we
can
have
take
bishop
on.
a6.
Yeah.
This is something I think that I would like to play. I mean, just preventing like white from castling. Also, b2 is hanging, and I don't know. You cannot really defend it. I mean, queen c1 is not a move. Also, there can be some ideas like to mate on e2 for sure. Knight f4 might as well be coming. I mean,
E5
knight
at
e3,
some
knight
point.
x2 are huge threats.
It's just
So,
lost.
I think
Looks
yeah,
lost.
you totally lost. So
But she played knight g7.
knight g7, I think. I mean, it makes sense if you're unaware of the evaluation. Of course, you
course.
don't maybe necessarily want to give an exchange, and black is still doing well here.
Yeah, h4.
H4. Okay. I mean, I think at this point, if you already understand, like, I mean, there's no way to save the b2 pawn. You kind of have to attack because, I mean, without counterplay, this will be super hard. Okay, rook takes b2, h5,
But there is probably
g5. I mean,
g5 is interesting, but also what's the threat? Like there is probably like even if I don't do anything, what's the problem?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Like let's say queen f6.
Maybe the idea was something like queen g4, but also that looks very, very strange. Queen f6, you meant? Queen, I don't know. Like something like queen
Because with the
G4,
knight on
queen
g7, I am protecting everything.
Yeah, I don't think, maybe there was no need to play g5, but also g5 I think is
Looks good.
very solid. I mean, also
F5.
it's a good idea. F5 or
Rook
some queen
F6,
f6 to force you
Rook
to
F6.
trade on g7. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, after castles, I think it's like almost game over.
I
mean,
agree.
I will just play queen f6 or something. I have threats of queen f4. The bishop is hanging. Yeah.
She
bishop
played-
f6 in
yeah.
the game. Okay. Yeah, that was a very nice game, Gabi. Okay, bishop c8.
Okay,
really
let's
understand this.
stop maybe for a second so we can try to find the best move. But
After queen a4, you mean?
yeah,
I
because
mean,
bishop c8,
it's
it's
a bit
true that it's passive. What if I take on like rook takes d2?
after rook takes e2,
Yeah,
takes
queen
a6,
takes,
and
d
you want to take
takes
on
c4.
rook d takes c4.
Yeah,
Okay,
I want to take on
check
d4.
and just rook takes d4. I mean, yeah. I mean, we're just like clear pawn up, so that seems very decent.
Yeah, I think this was an alternative for sure.
Yeah, this would have been like, but I think there's also like it's hard sometimes. Like if every piece is kind of hanging, it's really hard to choose like the right
Yeah,
follow up.
especially like once again, if the clock is telling us the truth, then she's not in time trouble. But it's true that with
Oh,
6
minutes
minutes,
is definitely
I
time
will
trouble
be
for me.
already stressed. To be honest,
I think once I go below 20 minutes, I'm very stressed already.
me too.
Because
For
it
me it's
means just
30.
there's no more toilet break and
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Also, in these kind of positions, of course, we have to consider if you don't have the time. Like it's not like you can start calculating. Also,
yeah.
I think it's a huge mistake to start looking for like the absolute best move because you just should play something that's playable.
Yeah.
Like even if maybe bishop c8 is a bit passive and gives up some advantage, but still, I think it's super hard to play this for white. It's not like white will find all of the best moves. So
Yeah, she played knight f3.
it makes
Queen
a lot of sense.
f6.
Knight f3, queen f6. You have to trade on g7.
But it seems that compared to before, white is a little bit surviving.
I think, but in this kind of position, I think it's important to understand like what's happening, you know, because I think white's biggest issue is here that the queen is very misplaced. So if I see, okay, maybe some g4 will follow soon and black will really start attacking me, like this is the moment where you have to get your pieces back to defend the king.
True.
So I think like here, to try and regain some tempo with queen a3 makes a lot of sense, because this queen definitely needs to come back to white's king
Yeah.
side. And
Let's say rook
yeah.
b6, so I'm also gaining a tempo.
Rook b6, and
White must be precise, maybe. Because if bishop a4, we will just take on c4, and again
I
you
also
lost the
think
pawn.
something like c takes d5 would be like a huge mistake here, because okay, I'm gaining a pawn, but I mean, it's something like the same scenario again, like what are we left with? And now through this trade, I'm actually like happy with black, because now all of a sudden this bishop on c8 is like quite strong.
Yeah.
And it just helps black's attack. So maybe we should check for something concrete.
Maybe there is just nothing concrete. I'm not
queen
sure.
a3,
Rook
rook b6.
b6, knight e5. You can defend like this. Because if bishop takes, then d takes e5.
Mhm.
At
Knight
least
5.
trading pieces, I'm not getting mated, which is
Yes.
still something. Yeah, after queen takes, maybe I can just take on d5. Here I would be
Takes
happy
d5,
with
takes
white. Okay,
d5.
happy maybe is too much, but I know that I'm
Oh,
not
actually
losing.
I have h6 here.
Yeah.
And after, I mean, it's not
No,
like
here
lost
maybe you're winning.
directly because of king
King
g8,
g8,
but I
rook-
just have moves like rook e1.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm threatening queen takes,
Queen takes f8.
f8 followed by rook e8 mate, which is like very nice. It's very nice threat. Like that shows, I think, how quickly like a game can be like turned around, because I think in these positions it's just always like material doesn't matter so much. If I manage to give up one pawn, but also like because black's king can just get like insecure very
Yeah.
quickly. So I think like knight e5 is basically the only move to save the game. Everything
But
else.
queen a3 was also like she didn't play queen a3, and after she took on d5.
Yeah, I think
but
queen
then-
a3 is like the first like very it's like must play move, and then
Yeah.
knight e5. Yeah, it's also good. But yeah, because after c takes d5, I mean this bishop gets is very strong. So like g4 here was a very nice move, but even yeah after he takes d5, I also still think it's not that great. Like it, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a good choice to.
Yeah, now
activate.
it seems she's just getting mated.
Yeah, I don't want to click this. Yeah.
Because
G4.
after
queen
g4
h4.
and queen h4 is coming, and
I mean, knight e5 was a nice idea, so maybe she had the correct plan, but just now through g4 there's the idea of queen h4,
yeah.
and yeah, white is getting mated.
They actually said that Talia just swindled a draw after being on the ropes all game.
Okay,
So I
maybe-
thought
yeah.
Anna won, but it's not true. So we will just
Well, okay, then let's check out this game before we move back to the open section, if at least.
yeah.
Um,
Okay. Anyway,
something
Gabi is
interesting.
now. almost
what's happening. Okay. So let's see what was happening here. We were checking out that game at some point, right?
Yeah, we were, but
I think the last time was that we saw bishop d4, and I was saying maybe, okay, like black's only idea can be to play f5 or something in the future.
True.
Bishop g5. Okay, it's very useful. Knight f6.
queen
Okay,
e2.
we can just
yeah.
click through that. Okay, knight g3, like here, very nice move, taking advantage of the
Yeah, that's
pin.
true.
Bishop e7.
Knight takes yeah.
Let's just see quickly what was happening here. Okay, so at least for my calculations, white is one pawn up. Also, like it's a protected pass pawn. So
Yes.
basically, black's only idea is to mate. If there's no mate or no perpetual, then it's not going to end very well.
But now she took the h6 pawn, so it's slightly different. Queen d2 and
Queen f4. Okay, so this is what you saw when you already declared a white's win.
yeah, I saw this and I just thought probably like if you don't get mated.
Bishop e5 is very nice. Okay, so that was the blunder.
Yeah.
Okay,
Actually,
so
then the perpetual check.
I mean, basically, the only thing that white has to worry about is like not like abandoning this diagonal, and just I think if you play something like d6, I mean, the pawn is gonna walk, and yeah, it's
Yes.
pretty much game over. But also, of course, yeah, it's not easy it's very easy to just like blunder this kind of stuff. So yeah, after queen c7, there was a very nice move, bishop
Bishop
e5,
e5, yeah.
and now black has this perpetual because white, of course,
I
cannot
mean,
take because of mate on h2.
Yeah.
So
This was a very nice ending.
I think actually white can be happy here that there's no mate or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It looks very scary. So.
Yeah, I agree. Actually,
But yeah, the idea is that, for example, after some move like bishop d6, at least white still has queen h4, so there's
yeah.
at least no mate, which I think would have been like terrible in this position to randomly get mated. But yeah, so this game ended in a perpetual. So how is the team doing?
we
right
can
now?
easily check that. So for now,
So it's
Slu
1.5 for Slu. Okay.
Yeah,
And
half for Webster. And also, I mean, Gabi was winning. We just saw that, and
UTD is up 1-0.
yeah, it's still
Okay.
the Aryan game.
So
Let's switch to the
so-
open section maybe,
Yes.
so we
see
can
what's happening there.
check that. We were actually looking at Mahel's game.
Mhm.
Yeah. So where? I think we saw. No, we didn't see knight f3 and h5. He played your move. He didn't play my rook e7.
Yes.
Yeah, I should have
H5.
known that Mahel was going to play h5.
Yeah, I think it's his style definitely to play h5. He likes to attack.
Okay, white
Okay.
played knight f3.
We were only discussing, I think, some knight h3 stuff, but of course also knight f3 is very logical. But I think we're just preferring knight h3 a bit, so that there was the possibility to block with like knight f4, and also so the king could return
Yeah.
to g1.
Now
Because,
maybe he
yeah.
was trying to block
Let's say
like prevent
after
h4.
h4, okay, and actually, okay, taking, it's quite decent for white, and now actually white is doing very well, because, I don't know, black can also be in trouble a bit after like some push of h5 at
Yeah.
some point. So at least, okay, knight f3 prevented h4, but I think it has other problems as well.
Mahel played bishop c8, which is very nice, and then bishop b7. So now
So what do you think is the advantage of this maneuver, bishop c8, bishop b7, or
instead
bishop
of
c6?
bishop c6, maybe
Yeah.
he didn't like d5 that much.
d5, okay, but then, okay, then I can actually play bishop b7.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the same, but we provoked d5. Which
I think it
thought-
was the same position. It's just they transposed,
He played actually like
Yeah.
d5. Okay.
and then he played c6.
Okay, so that, yeah, was also what when we were discussing the game for the last time. We were saying, okay, that's, yeah, of course, d5 is an idea, but usually it's just not good due to c6. And now, like, the position is kind of falling apart.
He also
For
played
white?
e4.
e4, but in a very strange moment.
Yeah, because now, okay, of course,
let's try to understand the idea
f
of
takes
e4.
doesn't work because now we have
I have some
knight
moves
d4.
like knight d4, also maybe like knight g5
yeah.
to force this trade of bishop takes g5, and then f7 is quite weak. Also like rook d7, then there's actually bishop h3, so that doesn't work.
But after instead of taking with the pawn, just rook takes as he played.
That's the game. Okay.
Yeah, bishop f4.
Takes e4.
Mahel took on f4. He just sacrificed.
Yes.
It makes
I
sense
think he
because.
likes to sacrifice the exchange. Also.
But
It's
now
common thing in
also,
every game.
I don't want to think he was forced, but he just gained the first pawn, and after, I mean, d5 is gonna
But
fall.
was it
So you have
necessary? Like, let's say just queen d7. It's also like black should be
maybe
like close to winning, right? I mean,
d6, but then you have c5. No.
d6, c5. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, e4 is like it's a lot.
I think it was just good for black, to be honest.
Yes, queen takes f4, and now I don't know. Like,
I wouldn't
It's
play
very
rook takes
dangerous.
f4. I really would not. But yeah, Mahel, of course, is stronger, and he knows that it's
queen
a good
g4,
move.
and also he is that sure that he will win this endgame even with the exchange down. I think it's a very good sign.
Yeah. Knight e4. Today, a lot of nice
Wow.
moves.
Yes. knight
Okay,
e4
of
is
course, yeah, it's a good move, but just bishop g7, you don't need to take, and
Yeah.
there is just nothing.
cool. Because after taking, at least, okay, this endgame now, of course, is very different from what we saw before, because at least now this dark squared bishop, which was very annoying for white, is gone. Also, at least there's some pressure on the f7
Yeah.
pawn. e4 is hanging, so, I mean, I think here white would definitely hold, but, I mean, yeah, again, what you said, bishop g7 was just played, so...
It's just easier.
I think it's very important to just keep this f5 pawn, because there will never be anything on f7.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And-
it's looking very good.
Yeah, we are
For
here.
now.
It's white to move. D5. I don't know. I will just take the pawn.
Yes.
e4 is hanging.
I mean, if I'm forced to play something like knight g3, let's say c takes d5, I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. This is looking very good for Mahel. Let's see if there were... okay, there was a draw between Tianqi Wang and Emilio Cordova. So in the match between Webster and San Luis University.
Also, we did not check that game yet. So maybe
No, we can just go
we
through
can
that.
like skip through what was the opening. Oh, that was also Dutch, but that was not the other Dutch game that we checked.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just see. Okay, opening. Yeah, typical Dutch plans. Okay, like at some point, Black would like to play Queen e8, followed by some e5 stuff, and yeah.
I remember that at some point during San Luis Masters, I was actually, they played, but the colors were switched when I was playing against the Turkish Salik. I don't know, but anyway,
Aslan?
against Ashan. And then next to me, they were playing Cordova with white versus Tianqi Wang. And then for the whole time, I kept thinking, why am I playing next to Cordova? What am I doing here? He played such a nice game, and it was so, I think it was so clean. Like he just...
You should mention that it's because you were doing so well.
okay, I was, just because it was round 3. I mean, of course, I still had some points, but before losing 4 games in a row. But then I really thought, like, he's so strong. Okay, anyway, this time it ended in a draw, but yeah, I really respect him.
Would you say that he's a veteran?
I don't know. I mean...
Maybe of Webster. But
of
yeah,
Webster,
he's just,
he can be...
I mean, just very experienced, so...
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, anyway. I didn't know he was such a dynamical player because also in that game he played so well strategically, so it was just nice.
Do you see this maneuver of like, okay, that he put his queen to b3, then there was queen b6, he went back to c2, queen 7, queen b3. So it's kind of like a silent draw for that was not accepted by Cordova.
King h8,
e5,
and
and okay, it seems very dynamical. Oh, knight g4 is nice. To also like sacrifice here this f pawn.
That's a typical plan, right?
Yeah, you cannot take on g6. Okay, also this piece is hanging, by the way.
Yes.
Let's not forget about that. But I think, yeah, even if the knight was not hanging, I mean, there's of course always this idea to sacrifice the pawn and to play against the f2 pawn. So, queen d1.
He took with the pawn on
G takes
f5.
f5. I mean, it's a bit weird because it kind of is like the opposite of what I was just saying. Because, I mean, I would be happy here if white were to take on g6, actually.
Yes.
Like, the f2 pawn is so weak. So
But you need to find a way to deal with the fact that the knight on g4 is hanging, so maybe knight e5, but then I can take on g6. So yeah, and the only other alternative was just bishop takes f5.
Bishop takes f5, yeah.
Knight takes, g takes f5. So in the end, he just preferred having the bishop instead
Which
of
is like a very valid choice, I think.
Yeah, it's very human.
I mean, also, especially if considering that maybe I might want to push f4 at some point, like, I would like the knight on g4 to be indirectly protected also by this bishop on c8.
Looking at the position is also true. I'm very scared of playing this kind of stuff because then, like, white with black.
Okay.
But white is so solid. Like, the
I
knight
know,
on
I
a6.
feel like I'm about to be mated.
Really?
And also now that the knight is on b3, I mean, okay, if there was some knight getting to...
Okay, but first, like, the queen on c7 is not coming on h5, let's say. Okay, we can play queen f7, queen h5, but then I will just play h3.
I found a way to put the rook in a box. Like, if you, just if you want to directly play, like, putting pieces in a box is a big theme in our team.
Only for some players.
Some players, yeah. If you were to play knight e6 immediately to just get the bishop paired, then there's a very nice move of bishop e5, and now this rook on e6 is a bit cut off from the rest of the pieces, which, would make me feel a bit uncomfortable. So, that's why knight e6 maybe not the move here. But knight b3 seems a bit passive, because at least I feel like knight e6 should be a future plan.
Yeah, that's true.
As long as I'm not forced to move that knight, I don't really want to move it. So maybe, some move like knight c2 makes sense. Also bringing the other knight to f4.
Knight f4, knight e6,
knight
then...
f4, knight f6, also maybe knight h5. There's a lot of ideas. So,
to be honest, white is
just scared of here. It's also not like I can play c5, because then my knight can jump to b5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Knight e2 seemed like a good choice here.
I like white's position.
Yeah, but knight b3, okay, it's still decent.
Yeah, knight e5 and then c5, which is a very interesting move. I don't know if it's the only idea, because probably knight e2 was still a good plan And if knight takes
Yeah,
c4,
I don't know.
knight
Usually,
f4.
if you're like better positionally, like changing the character of the position, it helps your opponent.
Yeah,
because
that's
I
true.
mean, I would try with black here to change something, and so he's kind of like helping with that.
But the point is just c4 is hanging. I think he just thought it was the only way of not losing the pawn, but maybe he can sacrifice that.
Yeah, I still think here knight e2, knight f4.
Yeah,
I
the
don't know.
problem is
This
knight
on
e2.
c3 is not doing anything.
Yeah, knight takes c4, knight f4.
Mhm.
You just lost a pawn. But the
don't know.
compensation is for sure
I
a
mean,
lot.
if the knight was still on d4, it would be very nice.
Yeah.
But still, I think this was like the plan in the position, so that seems
I agree.
like white went a bit wrong here. But okay, also c5. Bishop f4. At least now there's a nice pin. Queen e2. I don't know, yeah, queen e2.
What if? Yeah, I think it's really hard to play now.
I think,
For
yeah, it's
what?
very hard to understand, but also like,
There's
I
a
don't know,
crazy move.
quite strange.
There's an insane move.
Um,
Okay, it's impossible. What is it?
tell us. Tell us.
Bishop
what the news
takes c6.
was. Bishop takes c6.
Which,
and
of
which
course,
position?
after instead of queen e2.
Oh my god. Okay, explain bishop takes c6.
Okay,
to
of
the
course
viewers.
you can take with the queen, but then I'm taking on e5 and I just gain the pawn. So that's the easy part. So then, of course, you cannot take with the knight because you're pinned, which means b takes c6 is the only other move I'm considering. And then queen e2, which is actually the move he played right after that, but now you're attacking the knight on a6.
So yeah,
So it's a double attack.
main idea is, okay, I want to get this pawn away from b7 and now
Yeah.
take advantage of the fact that both a6 and e5 are hanging, which is super cool. I was thinking when you said that there's a super cool move, I thought that there's knight a5.
Ah, no, I didn't see that. But it's
I
also
know.
true. It's also cool.
I don't know, I just thought it was very funny. And I don't know, it's like kind of just the idea, okay, I think no one will ever play this, it's completely insane, but just Black's plan is built upon the fact that he wants to trade on b3 next and
Yeah.
then defend the knight on e5 with rook e8. So then I thought, okay, if I move this knight away, now I actually have the threat of queen e2.
I was reading the chat, so we had some questions before. I don't know why, but for some reason, maybe it was not loading that much. So first of all, what book? I think it's when I mentioned Flores Rio's book. Now there is probably also the course on Chessable, but it's called Chess Tractors. Then they asked, what's this tournament? So we can just say, someone replied in the chat, but we can remind people it's the President's Cup.
Or Final Four.
Or Final Four, so it's the most important collegiate event of
Final Four, just the name is because the top four of the Pan-American Collegiate Chess Championship, a very long name. Yeah, the top four qualify for this event.
They also have Final Four in other sports.
Really?
Yes, actually, I think chess copied this from
I
other
don't know about
sports.
that. But you're the sports expert.
I am not an expert. I actually think my professor hates me because I don't know anything.
I think it's important for our viewers to know that you're taking
An
a sports
officiating,
class.
yeah, I'm
Yes.
taking an officiating sports class.
So you can drop also your questions on like basketball,
Yeah.
football.
And now I know
yeah,
what
the games.
March Madness is, which is very important
No,
to know.
I did not hear about this like the whole month of March. I heard about it like yesterday or when saw the live stream. But,
It's very important. It's American knowledge. Also, for the records, I had an exam about American football, but now we can go back to chess. But yeah, anyway, and this was the question.
the questions will come for this. Like if you advertise this a lot now.
No, I know, but
can
people should
only,
know this.
Answer anthropological questions. That's it.
I'm too proud of my football knowledge now. Anyway, they said, are all the players students at universities? Is it online? Yeah, everyone is studying in different universities. We have ours, which is University of Missouri. Then we have St. Louis University, Webster, UTRGV, and UTD in the women's section.
A very, very strong player just
Yes.
joined our studio. If she wants to talk a bit about her game, I don't know if
It's
she
up
wants
to you. If you want to join, you can come.
Don't look around like you're
don't
talking
look
to
there.
someone else. Okay, 5 minutes is
Okay.
good enough.
Yeah, sure. I
If
will
you want a
just
short break,
yes.
yes. Okay, because
You're more than welcome.
we were already checking out your game. We only said good things
As
in
usual.
exchange for coffee, of course.
Where did
So,
you take the coffee?
but I already have coffee.
No. Gabby got it for me. I have the best.
What a good roommate.
Yeah, I know, right?
And not as good as yours.
Same back to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
You can just find your game. So we have Sila with us, whose game we already discussed. I think we were a big fan of it, actually. Am I talking about the wrong game? I hope not. We can just go back to the event.
You have
like
the
you
screen,
can.
right?
Yes, I have the
Okay.
screen, so you can see it over there.
Oh, okay.
Also, your team is still leading. 1.5. There's a camera right
Oh,
over here,
okay.
so you'll be seen. This will be captured for forever.
Oh God.
Yeah, we were talking about this game. I just have 3 minutes. It was the crazy game with G4.
Oh,
Basically, we were just saying, okay, that like G4 seemed a bit like early
Yeah.
in the game.
Or like maybe it doesn't work with knight c3 because I
Yeah,
think she was
exactly.
prepping because I always play with c3 and with knight c3 it doesn't work because like I can just like go my knight on d2 and I always have knight d5s later on.
Yes.
So I think she had to play with like bishop g7 like the engine says.
Instead of
No,
you
like
with G5. Okay.
instead of g4.
G5, knight C3.
Yeah.
A6.
Six.
And
Bishop e3.
Bishop E3, and now Bishop G7.
Yeah, like just I don't
Yeah,
know,
that
like
makes more sense
d4,
maybe. Mhm.
bishop g4 takes.
I think I've actually had a game like this with white. I should have
Really?
remembered that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I prepared this. Yeah, I think I prepared actually like this exact position. I think I had knight takes E5 and I had bishop,
Bishop
E2.
E2,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was my prep.
But I think it's like equals white is slightly
Yeah.
better because of g5
Yeah, I
pawn,
thought the
but
same thing.
overall, yeah, I think
Yes. But yeah, we were just wondering because usually, I mean, you would want to wait kind of for like white to play knight d2 and then like kind of take advantage of this
Yeah,
and play
yeah.
g4. So that seemed a bit early, and also we were a big fan of f4 and everything.
yeah.
So like the whole game just seemed good, and also yeah, what was your
Actually,
thoughts
there's
on
a
knight
crazy
d5?
line. Like instead
Mhm.
of taking on e5, take back a move. So here I can play knight d5. I don't like because bishop d5, pawn takes, knight b4, bishop
Yes.
b3, knight f d5.
Oh my god. It's
No,
very
you're fine.
confusing.
So here I need to play bishop c4, knight c4, and I completely overlook it, and it's crazy because he cannot take on e3 for some reason. Because I think I have just like knight e3, I want to take b4, and f7 is very weak.
Okay, and after you could just play rook takes f4, yeah, and b4 is hanging.
exactly.
Okay.
And
That
it's
looks
just
very
like,
interesting.
It's interesting position, but I completely overlook knight c4. So that's why I took like pawn takes c5.
I mean, it's very complicated also. I think what you did was just like a good practical
just
choice,
like-
kind of. But yeah, we were kind of surprised by knight takes e5 because it just seems like you're
Yeah, like
crushing
he just
after.
needs to take like d5, then I'll play rook d1. What is rook d1? I was planning king h1, honestly, just like pressuring on f6.
I mean, you're still pushing, of course, but at least black is still like
Yeah,
trying.
yeah.
Black
At
is
least,
surviving,
like, black
and
has like
yeah, I have some.
control in the center. Like
D4
that's
yeah, exactly. I
important,
mean,
yeah.
this d4 square is super important, and then okay, after knight takes e5, I think yeah, you just were like completely crushing.
Yeah, they are. So let's do it fast. Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Knight
super
c4,
fast.
knight d7, which was bad because she's playing very passive. Rook e1, I'm just like improving my. b4. I need like a waste move because I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah,
and she
exactly.
cannot go to
And you
long
can also like
castle,
just wait for
and
her
now
to
I want
see.
knight a5. So yeah.
Yeah, of course, and b6 like just helps you, like you can create another
Here
weakness
king
later.
f8 was a mistake because I can just push e5.
Oh, and it looks very good. Yeah, we
she-
didn't see this part of the game. I think after knight c4, we were saying,
Yeah.
okay, this looks so good,
Yeah.
you'll just win.
So knight e3. Now I want to play knight d5, and she didn't see because of the time trouble. And king
Oh,
g8,
yeah.
knight d5.
Oh, it's
takes
very nice,
e6.
e6, and okay,
Yeah.
game over, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
pretty
very
much.
cool game.
Yeah.
I mean, it also seems like, okay, like, I don't know, maybe she, like, didn't really know in the opening that this g4 was not great.
I think she like prepped for c3, and knight c3 just like completely
Okay.
ruined her prep.
Then thank
Okay.
you so much
Yeah,
for
of
joining us,
course.
and we will leave you to your
Yeah, I
teammates.
need to go, but thank you so much.
Do we have someone else joining us?
No, I think it's break time.
It's break time? Okay. Then we will go on a short break, and we'll see you right afterwards.
You were great the actor. Yes. So we had a couple people actually joining the live, which is nice.
Well, stopping by.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
before we had Silla in the studio with us, and now before we're about to go on a lunch break, since not a lot of games are going on anymore, we just want to check up a bit on results. So at the moment, it looks like Slu is leading with 2-1 against Webster.
Yeah, I think the game actually ended, but we don't know the result yet. We just saw the players. It was a draw.
That's true.
Yeah.
It was a draw, so Slu won 2.5.
That's true. So that's a very important result, considering the fact that Webster won last year.
Yeah, Webster is super strong. I mean, every team is strong, but I think, 30 beat Webster is quite a good start for Slu.
Also, Webster, I think it's the university with the most titles.
That's true, I think, yeah.
Their career, if we have it. Yeah. They won 7, I believe. I might be wrong, but I believe it's 7.
Wow.
So yeah, they won. Our guys,
I think, are leading 2.5 to 1/2, which is also like a big result. So I think only Aryan is left playing. Isik won his game. Actually, it was, I think, the game that we were unsure about, right?
Yeah.
It was the game of like Queen A4. So maybe we can just very quickly check what happened there, since, I don't know, it was very interesting. I think the point where we left off was...
I think F takes like Queen B3 maybe, or no, we said F6 B4. I think it was here, F6, and then before we left there and.
Yes, so at the end I think the attack was just not going through for white. I mean, but I think that's very typical in these kind of positions, because just positionally you're not doing amazing with white, and if you place everything on your attack, it just might not work out.
He probably had to try to win, also considering
the team result. It's something that should always be taken into consideration for team events. It's like you cannot just think of yourself. You actually have to see how is your team doing, and then you might risk something that you normally wouldn't, which can be unfortunate for individual results. But at the end, I mean, the team is what matters. So just looks like Isik won like a nice game at the end.
Mahel won, and actually maybe it's the game that we've been following the most.
I think so, like Mahel's game, the one where he sacrificed the exchange with rook takes f4, he won that, which is very nice. Luka
made a draw.
Drawing. He's just super solid, so I think that was expected. So the only one game left of Mizzou is Aryan versus Gleb. And I think there's not a lot of risk for Aryan here. I mean, he's just doing very well. He's a pawn down in like an endgame, but okay, now he's getting that pawn back basically immediately, because, I mean, the bishop on e6 and the pawn on d4 are both attacked, and
he has the
d5
bishop
is hanging. Yeah, especially in this kind of position, I would be super happy with the bishop pair, of course, because now, okay, let's say I will not blunder anything, and I mean, he can just regain now either the d4 or g5 pawn, and again, I mean, there's never like zero risk, but I think in this kind of position, it's safe to say that, nothing bad should happen. And I mean, the guy's already won anyways, so he doesn't have any pressure to.
He will probably try to win for himself.
Try for himself, but for the team, it's not needed. At least, let's say.
Which is nice, because then you can just decide, like, when you don't want to play anymore, you just think, okay, I'm tired, what's the point? Or just, you're not sure you can. I think he can still, of course, try to win theoretically, and it is very good, and he has advantage, but then they just won. So.
And of course, we're trying to be as unbiased as possible, but like to see our guys, like the teammates, win is, of course, very nice for us as well. Starting with such a high result, especially like I mean, if it's at least like 3-1 or 3.5, that would be very nice.
Especially considering that this tournament is only 3 rounds. So
it's only 3 rounds,
very
and
important.
Every opponent is super strong. I mean, of course, Gleb, he's like very close to 2600. I think he even might have crossed it live.
He might have crossed that.
I think he did, maybe. And so every opponent is just super strong. So to start with this kind of result is very impressive.
Okay, well, we follow this game. We can also talk about the results in the women's section. So San Luis University won 3.5 versus Webster. So actually,
very good.
Yeah, it is
3.5 against Webster.
It is very good. But we saw, okay, Sila was here. We saw Gabi's game, and
Talia's impressive save. Bishop e1, bishop h2 check. Yes.
Yes, and in the big match between UTRGV and UTD already won. On chess.com for now it's just 2.5, but I think Chumpi that's probably won, considering the position, and we are sure that they finished. So those are the results. Yeah, actually, like on chess results, if you want to follow, you can already see all of them. So they actually won 3.5-2.5 versus UTR.
Also, now the draw is enough, like Quesada against Cacciarella.
Yeah, everything is there.
But we knew that already, but we didn't see the game. But yeah, they just confirmed Slu's win in this match.
Joe said that we can be biased. I mean, we're just trying, of course, to be as objective as possible, but still, we've been...
I think it's very clear that we're rooting for our guys. Yes. But
okay, but still, in the end, we are rooting about chess. No, to chess. I don't know. Anyway,
so chess is above everything. Chess is above Mizzou.
Yeah, I mean, we are at Mizzou because of chess.
That's true.
We wouldn't be here. So we just
we could be here, but I think we could not afford to be here.
That's also true. We could have other scholarships, but of course we are very lucky to be here. And we didn't talk much about the American experience in general, but
that's true.
Since we are also collegiate players, not this time. This time we're just commentators, but
we are not just we are commentators.
We are
very important. Very important job. Someone has to do it.
Yeah, but maybe in the afternoon we can also.
Yeah, we can talk a bit about also like life in the US, since I mean we both just moved here last August, which is a bit of a culture shock. There's so many good things, but yeah, it's definitely very different from life in Europe.
Yes. So the end game is actually going well for Aryan because now they even traded the bishop.
Also in the women's section, are there any more games?
No. Both matches were 3.5. So they are all done. Aryan's game is the last one in the whole round.
Okay. But now, I mean, it's okay. He's just winning, because I mean, some trades happened. You can just see. So he decided to take the g5 pawn, not the d4 pawn, which makes a lot of sense because now also, I mean, bishop takes f6 is the threat.
Yeah.
So Black is actually forced to play king g6, not to lose a piece. And now, this was quite advantageous trade. And again, Black lost his pawn. And even though I love knights in this case, I think it's safe to say that we will all prefer the bishop and this extra pawn f3. And even if at some point you have to sacrifice this pawn, I think it will only happen when the king is already maybe moving towards a6 and just gonna collect all these pawns.
Yeah, we had other comments actually on YouTube. So first of all, there was one question before about the fact that if Hans is playing or not, but he's not playing this tournament.
I mean, he is not attending university, I think, according to our knowledge, so he would not be eligible for this tournament. Also, in general, I think it's good to say you're only allowed to play in this tournament for 6 years. It doesn't have to be, I think, consecutive years, but you're allowed to play the Pan Ams and Final Four 6 times. So even if you're a student, after this amount of time, you're not eligible to play anymore. So we still have 5 years left.
Which is great news.
Yes.
Then someone asked, which university is Aryan Tari at? He is currently at University of Missouri, which is ours.
Yes.
And now he's studying psychology.
Yes. As do you.
Yeah, that's true. I am also studying psychology. Someone was asking also about the evaluation bar. We just prefer saying the evaluation by ourselves.
Yes, I mean, if it's really wanted, then we could add the evaluation bar, but I just think it's more interesting without. Also, I think it's a bit confusing because, let's say the evaluation just changes a lot. I think it's, for me, it just adds, more confusion.
I agree with that, but if, really, it's very subjective. I think Aryan is done with the game. We're not sure,
or maybe he just prefers the downstairs toilet over the upstairs one.
No, he is having lunch. Okay, he won.
He signaled us that he won, which was as expected. But actually...
the endgame was not that clear.
It was not that clear. I mean, it was winning, but let's just dive into that a bit before we are going on a break. King c4 allows knight e5 check, and of course the king is now going towards the pawns, which is what we were saying. Yeah. But maybe there was some trick for black left.
Do you remember?
Let's check.
Yeah.
King c6. Okay, it looks very good, like body check. King c6, very important motive, because let's say you start with king a6. I'm not saying that necessarily makes a difference, but it just allows king d5, and after king takes a7, yeah, I can maybe try to hold on with b5 here and put the king on c6, and it doesn't look like anything will be happening anymore because I cannot be in Zugzwang. It's a very good German word. And I can just start moving around with the knight. So to start with king c6 makes a lot of sense to just avoid like the king coming closer. But okay, let's try to find something for black, like how...
I think it's very hard because the knight is dominated.
Okay, so let's try to bring the knight close. Okay, of course, the bishop on c3 is very good because now I cannot move to e5 because, okay, every pawn endgame here, just to show it's clear, like, I mean, it's just lost.
Yeah, the king is just...
Right, because we'll go to b7, collect the pawns, and, okay, I will stay with these two passed pawns. So this is not an option, but maybe we can bring the knight back via g5. So I can go to e4. Or something, let's say, okay, king b7 is at least like a logical move, king d5, king takes a7, and now again, b5. I can manage to play b5, but also maybe king c6 will hold, but I would just prefer to put the pawn on a light square, because it just gives me the sense of security that I'm not going to end up losing this pawn.
But also that after playing just b5 and king c4, I don't see any idea for white.
Yeah,
of
maybe
course
king
it's just
b6, king c4, and I mean, again, I will just start moving the knight. My king will stay on c4. Also something like, even if I move the bishop, play b3. I mean, I cannot... I mean, even if I have just like the a pawn, I will make a draw. So actually, how did he win this?
Black played knight g5 and then bishop d2. And we're stuck bishop here, d2? But we don't know how it ended.
I mean, it makes sense for me to either go back to f3 or maybe go to f7 to just... get my knight in. I actually have no idea how he won this.
I also don't understand that.
Surprising from this position.
Like what we said before about king b7, b5, and then just king d5, king c4. It's probably the easiest way of the game.
Yes, but also I don't know if you can avoid that. Maybe like Aryan started moving his pawns.
Yeah, maybe
like
before
to get
b5.
an a4, b4, b5, because if you manage to get this structure, then of course you're just going to collect like a7 and b6. But that should not... like be forced. So let's say, okay, we still don't have the next move here, but let's say, okay, I just play knight f7 and I start with maybe b4 or a4 even. Okay.
But then knight e5 check.
Knight e5, king b7, and also I don't know, I'm always on time after king takes a7.
I don't know. I don't understand.
I don't know. But now I think it's very important in this position. I don't know if you know where I'm at right now. I'm just added these moves. Like, let's say I play king c6, then it's actually lost after b3, because the knight cannot get close to the pawns, and then I will just collect b6. So I think the only move then here was knight d3 instead, to try and trade these pawns. And now if I play b3, then I have knight c5, which is like a really important maneuver. So without that, I think that's also not so easy to spot maybe, especially in time trouble, considering like Gleb only had like about 1 minute on the clock here.
Yeah, with 30 seconds, it's not that easy.
So
and
let's see if that's what happened.
That's
maybe.
Probably,
Bishop d2, knight f3, bishop c3. Okay, so they're just repeating a4.
And a4.
It's exactly
the only
line.
way.
So this might have actually been the end of the game if you played king c6.
Knight d4, yeah, now we can see the moves going. Knight d4, bishop d4.
Okay.
Also, at some point, you can have ideas with bishop takes b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe not now because the knight is very close, but it can be possible.
Yeah, at least with the importance is here. The idea of either knight d2 or knight d6 would be to actually avoid this bishop takes b6 idea. So that at the end of this line, black has this very important check on c4 and will collect the b2 pawn. And then the game will still end in a draw, because this pawn is not fast enough. Like even if I play something like king b7, I can just take and I will be there on time because of a5, and then I just have to get back to the c5 square. So that after a6, I have knight c5 check, and we'll take this pawn.
Yeah, someone asked who is the president, but it's just the name of the tournament. It's called this way.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, anyway, he won the game.
But he also found knight d2.
Yeah.
So it's still, I want to see, before we go on break, how did this actually happen? I mean...
Yeah, we are depending on the broadcast because of course
Yes.
we mentioned this morning, but we have a 15 minutes delay.
I think actually it's more now because we started at like I think 10:25. That's when we
Yeah.
received it. So I don't know if that adjusted, but then technically the delay was even a bit more. Maybe before makes a lot of sense.
He played before,
He played before.
but it's I still don't understand how
Knight
he won.
C4, maybe B5. I mean, I can.
But
I
B5,
mean,
knight A5 check. How are you?
how am I getting closer? I don't know. Maybe I want to. I still can take on B6. Actually, I have a zero idea. It will be a surprise.
Yeah. Okay. We are just waiting for this, and then the
Yes.
next round is going to start at 4.
Yeah.
But with the delay, it means 4:15.
Yeah, we're planning to start at 4:15.
So you will just find us here. Then the last round is gonna start at 10 again tomorrow
Yeah.
morning.
And that's it. That's only 3 rounds.
Yes, it's a round robin tournament. So
Yes.
he actually knight C4. So B4, knight C4, and I don't understand. Okay, B5. If you don't play B5, then what are you doing? I don't know. Maybe he just played bishop C3. Okay, bishop C3. But what if I play A5? If I play A5 and I trade pawns, how are you going to win this?
But I don't. I want to play B5, and then just play bishop D4 back.
So let's say king F5, bishop D4, king
But-
E4.
What is the? Okay, so if we take
Bishop-
on B6.
Ah,
Knight B2.
and then yeah.
Wow. Okay, but that's a really elaborate line, kind of, for having 1 minute on the clock.
But he is 2600.
I know he is, but I think
It's elaborate
anyone in
for us.
time trouble. I mean, he's a super strong player, but I think anyone with 1 minute, you can blunder anything. And so to see this,
He played A6 after bishop C3.
okay, and then there's just bishop D4, and this pawn is falling.
Okay, losing the pawn, then.
Because
it's
after
hard.
B5, of course, you will not trade. You will play A5, and then the king will pick up the A6 pawn and well, the B5 pawn after that.
So this is the way he managed to collect another point from Mizzou, which means that the guys won 3.5.
Half.
Yeah,
Which is
Luka made a
also
draw.
sufficient.
So yeah, they won 3.5 versus UTRGV, which of course is another strong team, and SLU won. I think in the afternoon they are actually playing SLU.
Okay.
Because they're playing
That'll
Webster
be very
tomorrow
interesting.
morning, so we will see what happens, and probably it's gonna be an important game.
Yes.
I mean, we already said this many times.
I think also it's a
but
very balanced match.
yeah.
Like rating
Aryan
wise.
versus Aryan.
Aryan versus Aryan will
Yes.
like definitely something to focus on because also I think of course I think Aryan after Awonder is like the highest rated player in collegiate chess.
Yes.
And
You
I
said
think
Aryan, but then which
Aryan
one?
Tari or Aryan, and then I think the third one is actually Aryan
The
Chopra.
yes.
So
It can be.
This will be very interesting, the duel of the Aryans, and yeah, bishop d4. I don't think we have to see the rest of the game because probably b5 happened, a5, and then that was it.
Yeah.
So I think we're good to end our stream for this round, and then we will see you after a lunch break for the second round.
Yes, at 4:15.
4:15. Okay, so let's do maybe a recap of the last round.
Yeah. So first of all, this is the second round of the President's Cup. Maybe some people didn't follow this morning.
Yes.
As we already said, it is the final four of the collegiate chess, one of the most important events of the year. Probably
It's the most important collegiate event of the year. But,
Ever.
I think for our team, it's ever.
yeah.
Yes.
So 4 teams are trying to win the title, and last year Webster won, but this morning they actually lost, which was a little bit of surprise. They lost to St. Louis University, 2.5 at 1.5, while University of Missouri, which is ours, won 3.5
Against UTRGV.
Yes. This is the open section, while in the women's section we have UTRGV that lost to UTD. So UTD won 3.5. And also St. Louis University won 3.5 versus Webster University.
Yes.
So now in the second round, UTD Dallas is playing versus Webster. I'm talking still about the women's section, and St. Louis University is playing versus UTRGV. So we have also one of the most important matches between Miley Jade and Anna Sarkisian. Yeah,
Yes.
I was waiting for you
For
to
the pronunciation,
yeah,
no, I have
the
faith in you.
Yes, they are the two strongest player.
In the female,
Yeah.
like, collegiate league, yes.
While going to the open section, UTRGV is playing versus Webster, and University of Missouri is playing versus St. Louis. So we have, as you said this morning, Aryan versus
Aryan
Aryan.
was Aryan, yes.
Yes. We have black in the first board.
Yeah.
So yeah, we already said that, but like every match is really tight.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is just very strong, and we're still waiting for the live boards currently, so unfortunately we cannot check out the games yet.
Yeah, also the round started at 4, but for fair play reasons, there is a delay of 15 minutes.
Yes.
So that's also why you will not see on chess.com the boards at 4.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully there's no like half an hour delay like in the
Yeah.
morning. So I hope those issues are fixed and we will get the boards earlier.
Yeah, it should be fixed soon. This morning we had some guests, and probably someone will come. This
Yeah, also
afternoon
we
as
didn't
well.
want to force too many players to join us, especially since they should deserve a break after like playing for so
Yeah.
many hours. But yes, at least we had 2 guests, and I think like for this round we will have a few more.
Yeah, okay, the boards should be active. Perfect. We have more comments, but it's fine. Let's check again. We can maybe refresh the page. No,
No, nothing yet.
there are still no moves. Okay, also Francesco Sonis is gonna play his first game because this morning he was resting. Maybe no one cares, but I do. Because he's the only other Italian in the US. So I have
Actively
yeah.
playing in
This is
collegiate
true.
chess, yes.
Yeah, not in the in the whole
And also
country,
I
but-
think Yagana Pageva is playing her first game right now probably because
Yeah.
she was resting in the morning.
this morning she was
for the women's
resting.
section.
Let's see. I think
And we already have some moves now. Not
Yeah.
too many, but at least we know it's working.
also
so it's great.
okay, there must be some. It can be true. Another game. Okay, it's probably another game.
Which game are you talking about?
I'm talking about Gergana because on chess.com it seems like they played already 40 moves, but there is no way it's possible.
Yeah, let's not assume that this is true.
No, I
That's-
think it's clearly a mistake. But yeah, we can see at least in the women's section there are already the moves. Also for the guys now. So I guess we should start with
Yes, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just watching Aryan versus Aryan right now, as you can see. But also, let's say something about the match. I think in general, like the match is like kind of balanced. At least the 3 boards, and I think Mizzou has a slight like edge on board 4, just because okay, Mahel, of course, he's super strong, and yeah, his opponent Tianqi Wang, of course, also very strong player, but just the difference that it's GM versus IM. So, like, let's say I think the odds are a bit in favor of Mizzou, but otherwise, yeah, it looks like a very balanced match.
yeah, we have a couple rides, so we can thank Collegiate Chess League, but also Joe that was also here this morning. So we have new spectators, but yeah, you're totally right. And about the game, it's Ruy Lopez.
Yes,
Actually,
I think it's usually the most played opening.
yeah, that's true. I don't remember Aryan playing E5 that much.
I remember Aryan playing against E5 when he was playing against Awonder at Pairings.
I just remember, I don't know why, but okay, it was many years ago, about Aryan playing Caro-Kann.
But I think you have way more Ruy Lopez knowledge than me, since I don't play this with like white or black.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when we say Aryan, okay, now I'm gonna just say the surname because
We
otherwise
should,
it's
yeah,
very
but yeah.
confusing.
Weird, confusing.
So like even people are saying I'm rooting for Aryan, but there are 2 Aryans, so
Yes.
it's a bit weird. Okay, anyway, Aryan Chopra played D3, which is a way of not avoiding theory because of course it's also very theoretical, but then I appreciate the effort because at least like he's not going
Of
to
avoiding theory.
yeah.
Yes, we always do.
It's probably not the most sharp, I would say. But yeah, in the current position, I think there is probably a file in this. It's still chessable. I have a couple files on this. One is from chessable, and the other one is modern chess. But yeah, anyway, okay, after bishop g5, h6, for sure he's going to play bishop h4.
Yes.
In this kind of structure, g5 is possible, and here, of course, we cannot take. So if we compare...
Yeah, I mean, if some of you still remember from our stream in the morning, where we were talking about some knight takes g4 for black in structures of white playing h3, g4, here, of course, it's a very, very different situation, especially since black has not castled yet. So, I mean, taking on g5 here, it's... not possible, and especially since also there would never be like a knight showing up on d5.
Yeah.
So this is not possible. But I think if Aryan Tari were to play g5 here, it would lead to a very interesting game.
Yeah, for sure. Also, considering that both teams won this morning, this match
It's
is
very important.
Yeah.
I mean, it can kind of like not already decide the title, but I mean, especially having only 3 rounds. If you start with 2 out of 2, you know, like
Yeah, it's big.
you have very, very good chances to win the tournament. So this is an important match.
Okay, bishop h4 was played, and now I think
Yeah, maybe we can go to another game
let's
and
move
see
to
what's
Isik.
going to happen. Yes, board 2 is
E4, E5.
Kachara versus Isik. And okay, we have like Scotch. So I don't know. For me, Scotch is like it's so much theory. Like I think if you know it very well, okay, you will just equalize with black. But I don't know. For me, it's scary with both colors. And I know I say this a lot, but it's just for Scotch, you really have to know what you're doing with either color.
I tried to play it once with black, and it was really not my style. I used to play the Scotch with white, actually. When
Me
I was,
too.
Yeah, in 2013, I was just playing Scotch every game. I'm very curious. Okay, he went for bishop c5, and now we will see
Yes.
what's Isik's preparation.
I mean, main line is knight b3.
Yeah.
And then I
Bishop-
think at
yeah, I
least
just
the
played knight
lines of
b3.
bishop c5 are, in my opinion, a bit calmer than
Knight of-
compared,
I agree.
to main lines here of like knight of 6.
Okay, they're both blitzing, bishop e6.
Okay,
knight
but
c2.
here and we should not see so much interesting moves like very soon because
Yeah,
like,
we
this
can
is all
move
like very
to-
like known theory. So yeah, we can check that maybe a bit later.
Someone is asking where do they play these games. So I guess there are 2 answers. I don't know if it's physically or like you mean online. In general, now we're streaming on like you can see the games on chess.com. Physically, they are playing here at Mizzou University at the
Yes.
Memorial Union on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, we're in Columbia, Missouri right now, and okay, since we're not from the US, maybe there's a lot of Columbias, but that's why we also mentioned
Yeah,
Missouri,
Columbia,
and
Missouri.
it's the weather is surprisingly good at the moment. Like in the Midwest, it's like it can just change. Like 3 days ago, I think it was still like snowing.
Yeah,
Like
that's
we had
true.
a small snowstorm, and now I don't know if you can convert this to Fahrenheit, but now we're like maybe around 25 degrees Celsius, maybe even more. I think it was even like climbing to 30 Celsius. So we're very grateful for the air conditioning in here.
Okay, they made more moves, but yeah, in general, let's just check.
Luka's playing Steinitz. I'm a big fan of Steinitz. Like I really like to put my pawn on d6. That's why I always play Philidor. But yeah. Like,
But
it's
he
very
played
interesting.
this just against d3. So that's also
Yes, it's a
another
bit
different.
Yeah, it's of course a different move order than to start with like Rook A1 or something. But I mean, it's still like I find it like for me, it's like a good combination of like dynamical and positional chess
Yeah.
at the same time because like you're actually like trying with black. And now, okay, yeah, I always think it's interesting to take on c6.
I think in general here the move d3 was not. Of course, it's theoretical, and I also play it, so I shouldn't really say that it's bad because it is not, and it's good. But then, if you want to play d4, which usually after like bishop takes c6
Yeah, you lose
should
the
be the
tempo.
move. Yeah, so that's probably why Gueci preferred rook e1 here.
Yes.
I still think d4 was possible because then, of course, after doubling the pawn on the c file,
Yeah.
opening the center could be a good idea.
Also, what Luka just played c5 is like very logical because you don't really want white to play d4, or at least if at some point white manages to play d4, you can like trade your double pawns. And also, especially again, it's important for this bishop on c8 to have like flexibility, because usually like white would of course want to play like maybe h3, and then where is this bishop going? So at least to put maybe the pawns on a6, and maybe at some point bishop a6, like you can have some c4 break. It's kind of like in the style of like Rossolimo. It's like a typical, I think, motive for this pawn structure. So.
But I still believe white should go for c3 and d4.
Yes.
As usual. I hope some of my students are watching this because we had this conversation, and then it's basically not the only plan that you have, but if you don't do it, then black is just fine.
Also, Thea's Huntley, like advertising her lessons.
Yeah, my lessons.
Yes.
No,
Great
but
coach.
I mean, in general, it is just very important to know about the break.
Okay.
Yeah, Mahel?
So let's check out what Mahel is doing.
It's the only game where they didn't play e4, e5.
Okay. Okay. So we have the French with knight c3.
Knight d7.
Knight d7.
Ooh, g3. That's
G3 is very interesting.
I agree.
I don't know. I've never seen that before.
Me neither.
Or I've never
I mean,
thought
it,
about
it
but
exists, of course. But,
yeah. Like as we've said already in the morning, like Mahel is very, very creative. So the fact that he plays a move like G3, it's not surprising. But B6 is, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I was thinking in the Sicilian as well, after like e4, c5, b3, there is the move g6, which it's more or less the same, just reversed. Okay, of course the structure is different, but then it's like you're saying, I don't care, you want to play bishop g2, because then I can play bishop b7, but not now, because now I think there is knight d6, or knight f6, one of those.
So rook b8 makes a lot of sense.
So rook b8 makes sense. But in general, in the French, b6 is normal because the bishop on c8 is the worst piece. So they just want
to... also Tianki has not spent any time yet. That's surprising or not. Maybe Mahel has some games with g3 or not. Because, I mean, if you just like blitz out like b6, I don't know. It seems like you're in prep. Or he just wants to show off and pretend like he knows what he's doing.
Maybe he is prepared, actually. Also, they played multiple games. I think they just played also at Pairings.
That's possible. I'm not sure about that.
No, Luka
I was
played.
More focused like with our tournament.
Luka, yeah, that's true. Luka played versus him against him at Pairings, I think.
I think so
but
too.
Anyway, they played somewhere. Maybe it was U.S. Masters. And then also St. Louis Masters, I think they played. Yeah, they played for sure.
Yeah, you just always like repeat opponents.
Yeah,
imagine at some point, like in 6 years, how many people we've like played like repeatedly.
Okay, anyway, bishop g2, rook b8.
I mean, yeah, it just makes sense, I guess, to like continue the development with knight f3 and like castles, and maybe at some point you want to get c4 in. And I don't know.
I might copy g3. Now, maybe I should just see what Mahel is doing every game and just copy Mahel. Could be.
They're very creative, definitely. I mean, I always appreciate like creative moves. Like it's just very nice to see something new, you know, than to have like 1,000 games of Ruy Lopez with like theory.
Okay, maybe we can see the other board, Webster. Let's see what Awonder is doing.
Awonder versus Gleb, yes. Oh wow.
We already said this morning, but Awonder is the strongest player in collegiate chess.
Yes, but also, I mean, I think Gleb is like one of the strongest. Especially, like, we should have maybe checked if he crossed 2,600, but we believe that
we
he
should
did
know, but
live.
we believe he did. And if he didn't, he will.
He will. He will.
Anyway,
he's young. He will.
Okay.
Okay, so we see Nimzo with queen c2 and d5, which is, I believe, next to, like, short castle, like the main line.
Yeah.
I prefer this funny move, d6. It's very cool.
I think, after a3 and bishop takes, okay, they just... I was going quicker. You can go. Just a3, bishop, a3, the game, just...
Okay.
a3, bishop takes c3, queen takes. I don't think knight c6 is very common. No? Usually you just play castle or d takes c4.
Yes, but I think I've definitely seen knight c6.
Yeah, I mean, of course it exists, but I don't think it's one of the main lines.
Knight e4, queen c2, I think, yes, so very common. But
and
I
E5.
think, also this, I've seen this before, e5. At least It's very nice. Like it's very creative.
Yeah, actually, Joe said that Awonder is also a CCL champion back in the day. That I mean, he is champion of many things. Probably. Like, he won.
I don't think CCL is the thing that he is known for, but yeah, he's just super strong. I mean, he was also just playing in the American Cup.
And the match versus Hikaru.
And he won his match versus Hikaru, yeah? Especially in
They
the
just
rapid
won
and
it
blitz
in the group.
section, he was dominating.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch those games. They were very nice.
For sure, he is a very strong player. Okay, and E5, that's so
didn't he say in an interview that like his main motivation to become stronger is so that he can decide which snack there will be? I thought that was very funny, very inspiring. Maybe that should be our goal as well.
That's true. But anyway, like he's always funny in every interview, I think. Yeah, so after Queen takes D5, it seems that
Awonder is still in prep, yeah, but like Lap has already spent almost 10 minutes, so he might not know. Which I think in these kind of positions, it's very tricky then, because I mean, like Black has already opened the center, Bishop F5 is coming, and like even if like he will find all the moves, I think at least he might lose some time with having to think about this. So it's definitely an advantage for later.
Okay, let's go to the second board. Cardoso. Actually, it's Bruzon versus Cardoso. Yeah.
Okay, Alapin. It's also a bit like rare these days to see Alapin. Bishop c4, knight b6. Yeah, this is one of the main lines. And yeah, also here it's not so interesting yet.
But he's thinking.
He's thinking?
He is thinking.
I think, but in these kind of positions, usually if like a white is thinking, like it's just more because maybe he's choosing between what he wants to play, because he definitely knows what to do here.
He was one of the strongest players like, back in the days also.
Yes,
so
like
of course he knows.
Bruzon, I mean, he used to be 27 plus. I mean, like don't be fooled by his 2550. It's
he's way stronger.
He is super strong, and it's just I think okay now if you have to play against a lot of young players and everyone like knows what to do in the openings and like just calculate super well, but of course, the understanding that he has is like, rare. So he's very strong.
And Santiago is playing versus Quesada. Oh. I'm happy with the opening, actually, because they played the Italian. So
they
today,
have Italian. Let me check.
Yeah.
I have a bit of sun on my screen, so it's a bit difficult, but I will survive.
It was a typical Italian. Gioco piano. I like gioco piano. Okay, of course I'm biased by the opening, but in general they are both well prepared.
Yeah, also I used to like this to play of Black, like A5 and Bishop A7. I always thought it was like very solid, and yeah, just typical plan of playing like knight E7, getting the knight to G6 with the idea to eventually make this push of D5, if it's possible. And also there can be ideas of like knight H5, knight to F4. That's always very typical.
Yeah, bishop, knight G6, and now, okay, usually it's either knight F1 or D4. Just against knight F4.
Yes, I mean, ideally white would want to do the same thing, to play knight F1, knight G3, knight H4, but now that already black has started with knight E7, it's more likely that he will arrive there first, so then, yeah, white has to do something else and will probably like to play D4 himself.
Yeah, we will see. So then, board 4, Francesco. Finally.
I didn't know that Francesco was the 4th board. But to be honest, like they're all like very strong, so I think the order is very random. Like it could have been any other way as well. Okay, so Francesco's playing against Sean. They're both two very strong players.
I think Francesco is changing move order like every game. Like every game he's playing, it's so unpredictable what he's playing. You can never know. It's impossible.
I've played against Francesco in classical chess already 3 times, I believe. 4 times. I think
because you also played before.
Because I've played him in the US twice, and I've played him before coming to the US twice. That's crazy. I think he's one of my most played opponents. And now my
even for me, it is weird because we are both from two different islands, but still like south of Italy.
Yes.
And we kind of not grew up together, but just kind of. I mean, I met him for the first time in 2012, and
That was when I started playing chess. I
but
think.
also back then I was higher rated. It's very embarrassing, actually. But I mean, he is the kind of player that is learning so much from his own games. It is crazy how much he can learn. Like, he's just
That's a very
playing,
good skill
playing,
to
and
have.
yeah. But okay, anyway, we came to the US, and also I still played versus him in
Yes,
the Blitz. I played.
Yeah, a couple of months ago, Thea and I went to a tournament in Florida, and then you played against Francesco in the first
Yeah.
round. I think I played against him in the second round or third round.
Maybe third.
I don't know, but yeah, it's
No,
funny.
maybe second, you're right.
I think it was the second
Yeah.
as well. I mean, imagine like we go somewhere to a tournament and we just all end up playing against each other.
The line that Sean played is very interesting. A6. I actually studied at some point. I think I played maybe a couple times. Just because you're trying, like, you can transpose to many things depending on what white wants.
Yes.
But yeah, okay. In this case, Francesco decided to go for a kind of Carlsbad structure.
Yes. Yes, we're experts now in Carlsbad.
I'm
Since
not
coming
sure.
here.
I'm
Experts,
an expert
no,
in
no,
a
no.
good way.
But we gained some experience.
No, but the game that I lost versus Francesco was also very similar to this, and then he just mated me. So at some point, I'm expecting Francesco just to play something very active, and we will see. Yeah, H3, okay.
I mean, rook c8 is very logical to, I guess, at some point maybe also have some c5 push. And I think, I mean, just like Carlsbad structure is just like very solid. Like, I think just the player that has like better understanding or like some more experience usually does a bit better. But you've played some very nice Carlsbad games lately.
Thank you. Even though like the second one was not that good, I could have, in Salois Masters against Kostya Kavutsky, that probably like everyone knows. But yeah, he played for sure better than me, and then I just lost. But in general, I think it really depends on which line you go for, because then I had the feeling that anyway, it's solid for both, but then losing with white, it's so hard. Like, it's just white almost cannot lose in the cards, but
yeah, I see what you mean. But
okay, just we will see. But then castle, maybe he will play rook c1.
Yeah, not
or
much
maybe rook
setting,
d1.
just, yeah, Carlsbad, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the?
Maybe we can check the women's section.
Yeah.
For a bit
Anna.
at least. There's an interesting game, yeah, of like Anna against Mahel, which is like the top game in this round. And we can check the opening.
Yeah, I like that she already played g5.
Yeah, I saw that as well. It's crazy. Okay, so we also have Mizzou here with queen c2 and d5, so which is exactly the same as we've seen before. Short castle, takes. Oh, knight e4 here.
So she has a different prep
Yes.
compared to Awonder.
Because he played knight c6, but here we're starting with short castle, and maybe this is the Webster prep. Maybe they
It's
prepared
possible.
together. Yeah, but also nice like to include knight e4 here. I think I checked this with black at some point, and I just thought this is actually this is the dream, kind of. I don't know, like,
I just thought about Anna Montana because it's a song. There is a song, but yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Anyway,
Thea's a big fan of Hannah Montana.
but I agree with you that this is a dream. Black
yes,
is
because
just
I
fine.
mean, like black's development is just very nice here, and like also because you can get the bishop to f5 next, and I don't know, I just find it like very annoying for white, because I don't know, there are some development issues. Yeah, bishop f4, knight c6. Now you have to take care of this d4 pawn and g5. It's wow, yeah.
I really
cool,
like
55.
also that her playing style. I mean, she's very confident. It is
Yes.
clear from the way she's playing. First of all, that she knows, but also that just to play g5, you really need to be strong.
Yeah, but I also remember because I was playing against Anna like over the summer before coming to the US, and we were also talking about the US in general and stuff. And also, I think our game was like a bit crazy, like and then okay, it was a bit complicated, but then at the end, I mean, she like when she attacks, she's really strong. Like I just felt that at some point, okay, I was just getting crushed, and yeah.
Yeah.
So for this
Now
really good.
maybe she's gonna play g4, but then it's a big commitment.
Yeah, because g4, then that's a huge commitment, because then, what if I at some point, Okay, but I can never really play h3. So also, where does the knight go? After
E5?
g5, g4. Okay,
Just
yeah,
knight
because
E5, knight D2 is
knight
just bad.
h4 is not possible because then I can take this pawn and then well, white's
Yeah.
just losing. So yeah, I guess white has to play knight e5 to block this file, and then yeah, also I guess you kind of want to take back with the pawn because if the bishop takes e5, maybe there's ideas of either f6 or c5, and I just want to rip open the center. So maybe d takes e5 is a bit more solid, but then of course you have to calculate other stuff. At least now there's some threat here towards h7. So I assume with black you really don't want to open the h file here, which means you should not take on g3. So this pawn is not really hanging on e5 for now, but I don't know, h5 can maybe create some problems, because what is this bishop doing?
I just, the more I look at this game, but also Wonders, the more I think maybe I want to play this. They are convincing me very easily.
I don't know, but I think like it's one of the lines that I really like against Mizzou, like queen c2. I know it's like kind of the main line, but I don't know, it's at least there's more stuff is happening than versus like e3, for example.
For sure.
So
Yeah,
maybe I
that's,
should switch back to d5 and I should stop with this d6. But I have a problem that I want to make every position look like King's Indian. I have some weird King's Indian obsession. So, and I feel like this is a better version of King's Indian, so that's why I play d6.
Yeah, I would go for that.
Very good.
Going back, I was thinking after g4. Okay, you said why knight h4 doesn't work, and if knight d2, just knight takes d4. But maybe we can show it because it's nice.
Yes, I mean knight h4 I already showed, but knight d2. There's again knight takes d4, which is very cool. So like g4 is kind of like an immediate threat to take on d4 next, which is she played h5. Okay, I think also seeing the amount of time she has spent that she is out of prep. Yeah. Because to be honest, if she was still in prep here and then like played g4, I think this game could kind of end maybe kind of soon. Like, not to be too positive for like black here, but I don't know, after g4 and h5 it looked very hard to play, especially if you have to make some decision like f3. I don't know.
But maybe white is also kind of prepared because she's not spending too much time thinking. It's still possible that she knows a little bit.
Maybe she has seen something similar before, but I don't know. Yeah. Looks definitely very interesting. Okay, maybe let's switch to another game, but like we should definitely come back to this because
it's very
interesting. Okay, what is board 2 doing? Oh, there's already pawn on a6. Is this your favorite opening?
No, it's not my I have a problem in general with gambits. But it's just
But in Sveshnikov, you also sacrifice these pawns.
This is true, but it's just because it's done. If you're sacrificing, you're winning. But here, I am not sure. I actually played the game with white just once. It was a training game, and I just thought the problem is, of course, with black, you need to know what you're doing because otherwise you're just lost.
Yes, that's true. Yeah,
So
I've also misplayed the stuff like many times already without any prep. But yeah, basically the idea is, okay, that you give this pawn of black and you get the center in exchange. But I don't know. And again, sometimes you're just a pawn down and
but
you don't have
you have the A file, so you have compensation for that. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to think so. But yeah, also like these pawns, I mean, it's not like white will promote any of these pawns. So usually you just also try to play against the pawn on b2, which will be quite weak. And yeah, the center can be nice, especially I can start maybe some attack on the king's side with the like half open f file here.
Board number 3, it seems already very good for white. And it's again the French one, Caro advance.
Yeah, this is definitely Caro.
Yeah, but bishop g6 was a little bit.
I think like if you don't really know what you're doing, and like Caro, like against advance, you can get a bad position like very quickly. But also it's a bit surprising because like knight h4, it's one of the main ideas.
Yeah, of course it is.
So I don't know. like this whole maneuver of like bishop e4 and knight d2, I don't really understand.
I think the point is just black should keep the bishop on f5.
I mean, it's like a common motive to just have this bishop exchange, even though, okay, it might not be your dream with white, with black, but I mean, that's what you have to settle for in Caro. I mean, you always kind of commit to like exchanging this bishop, especially if you have not moved the h-pawn yet.
Let's say after bishop g6, knight takes.
You mean after knight h4? Or
bishop g6, yeah, I think she played.
Bishop g6, so in that line, yes.
So bishop g6, knight takes. I was wondering, okay, usually you don't want to take with the h-pawn.
You would prefer to take with the knight? I would prefer to take with the pawn, I think.
I don't like doubling the pawns too much.
Because at least I can pretend to have some attack. I don't know, because for me, after knight takes g6, I don't know, I just have nothing. Yeah, even if I just play some, like bishop d3, seems very logical. Yeah. And I don't know, because I feel like at least if you can play something like against the h2 pawn, okay, I can see that there can be something, but I don't know yet. I will find the pieces to make it work.
After 8 takes g6, I also don't understand. I mean, okay, you can play knight f5, queen h4 and try for something, but still, I would just play h3.
I don't know, even against, like, let's say I just played g3, because actually I prefer g3 over bishop d3.
Which is typical also.
Yes, like, or to play some h4 or something. It's like typical if you have this knight on g6 that you want some like g3, h4 stuff, because just the knight on g6 is very misplaced. This knight wants to be on f5.
Yeah.
And then there's other ideas of like some g4 and f4, but I don't know. It seems like black has to spend so much time on developing like her pieces, and also at some point this knight is kind of forced to go back to e7 maybe, unless you want to play something with f6. And then, where is the bishop going?
I agree with you, but also after pawn takes, I don't really understand.
For me, the point was just, I want to go to f5 anyways. Yeah, and I don't want to lose more time.
Okay, let's say knight pawn takes, knight f3. You would play knight f6, I guess. Knight f5, sorry. Knight f5.
Yes.
But then, what's your plan? Because I can play, okay, I'm not sure if c4 is good or not, and I wouldn't play.
c4? C4 is...
Yeah, because it's also the idea, no, in this kind of positions.
Yeah, I think for sure sometimes it is.
I played a game versus Monika Sochko in the European Club Cup some years ago, and then it was Caro advance, and then
she only plays Caro with black. Yeah.
I think she thought I was stupid because I didn't expect. I don't know, maybe I prepared the French or something, but it was the first round, so I didn't really prepare much. And then I was just thinking for the ball game, but also I had a very similar position. It was another line, but still the structure is the same, and I didn't think about playing c4, but then actually my coach back then told me that, so now I'm thinking about c4 all the time, but I never know if it's good or not.
Yeah, but also I think here, if you don't have prep to like decide on your own if c4 is good during the game, it's not easy. So I think it's also not that typical, like, yeah, yes, it's an idea, but I think maybe in this position you would not come up with that.
I would play g3 anyway.
Because g3 looks, interesting, but at least I could think maybe there can be some ideas of bishop e7 and g5 or something like that. I don't know, it might not be great, but at least, you know, the plan is a bit more clear. For me also, I think sometimes it can be an idea to, although it looks a bit strange, to go back with this knight to b8 and c6. Like, not only like in like Caro, but it's like, I don't know. I've had a lot of games like this, like, and it like looks like, okay, black is losing a lot of time, but actually this knight on c6 is much stronger.
She actually took on g6, but then, no, wait, she played f4. She took after that. She played f4, and after knight c6 she took. Yeah, it makes sense actually.
Knight f3. Okay, so we have this position now. I mean, also here, white is doing very well. Like this structure, I could also play it, even though it's d3/5. But
I prefer the other one just because I think the f4 pawn with the pawn on g6 is not going anywhere. Like it's not like you're gonna push f5.
That's true.
Okay, maybe sometimes, but
you want to play g5? I've done that before.
But you know my game. I played it.
I know.
Yes, but anyway, okay, of course. White is doing fine.
Let's
check it
out.
okay, now the game seems to be fine, because I told you before it seemed like they
Gargano's
played
game.
40 moves, but it was impossible. It was probably another game.
Yes, we can check Gargano's game.
Marzi.
Yeah, I don't like Maozi. I don't know.
For who?
The color. I don't know. It's like, I mean, I like the lines with where at least some white gets a knight c2 very quickly, because I don't want this knight to be traded. But yeah.
It is the main reason why many players don't go for it with black. Because for some people it might be annoying. Like usually if you want to play accelerated or normal dragon, or just in general, you have to decide what's the worst between Rossolimo and Marzi. Like which one you prefer?
Yeah, I used to have some group trainings with Adrian Mikalcicin, and like who is now I believe the coach of the Turkish women's national team, and he used to say that Annmarie is just like winning for white. Like it was, he was very convinced
I also like
of
it
this.
for white.
So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like these structures so much. But it's like, I feel like always like white is just like, it's almost impossible to lose with white. But then also, I don't know, there's not so much advantage. And
you have a lot of space, but
there's
then
a lot of space. I think it's very easy to play for white. But actually I also used to play this with black. Like, maybe not so successfully, but yeah.
Yeah, she played bishop e3. I think bishop g5 also. I play bishop g5 sometimes.
Yeah.
Bishop e3.
a4 is usually what you want to get in, at least to make it harder for white to play like with like b3, because at least you would want to trade these pawns. So this is all like kind of non-theory, and also it's not possible here, but also here actually there are sometimes some ideas with like g5 and stuff, which I find very funny.
Yeah, then of course the other trick in the Maritz is always with knight d5.
Knight d5 is the
but not in this position.
Yes, because here after knight d5, okay, you can just take and it's fine.
Yeah, it looks just like
but
a
yeah,
very
sometimes it's some trick
game.
to win a pawn. Okay, so not too much happening here.
Talia versus Martina Starosta.
Which is also, yeah, a good pairing.
Yeah, just because it's another card spot also. So I was comparing this game to the others in the open section.
That's true. We have another card spot.
Also because Martina played with bishop e6. So like the setup, it's very similar with the difference that Sean has the pawn, okay, on a6.
Bishop e6, I like bishop e6.
Yeah.
It's a tricky line.
And they are from the same university, so it's also once again possible that they just prepared something
Together.
like this.
I mean, it's very efficient.
Yeah.
So also not too much. Maybe we can find a game where that's happening like a bit more. Okay, maybe we can check their last board.
Yes.
Okay, because this pawn structure looks very interesting. Like I want to see what happened here.
You mean, yeah, Diana Patel versus Lauren Tuyos?
Yes.
Okay. It's interesting.
Okay, e4. I have zero knowledge on this, so
it is a lot of theory. I studied this for black, and then I just thought
you gave up.
Yeah, I did. Are the names of the commentators listed anywhere? We are on the official website, but that's true that we studied this morning and then in the afternoon we didn't.
We did not say that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm WIM Gueci.
And I'm WIM Annmarie Muetsch.
I think I have some problems with my surname lately because I've been hearing the American version that much.
Yes.
That now when I say it, I'm not sounding Italian anymore.
I just also pronounce my name, but I pronounce it in a very European way because I haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah.
We're
okay,
adapting.
anyway, it's us. Maybe we can also
But here, actually, now I think she might have misplayed a bit, Lauren, because she played bishop takes f3, which is, of course, the normal-looking move, but it allows c5. But c5 was not played. Okay.
Yeah, also bishop g4 is one of the main ideas because then you're attacking d4, so it's... Okay, bishop e3 is normal.
But g takes f3 reminds me a bit of like d6 Rossolimo.
I know. No, but that's also why I didn't like it that much because it is true. Okay, you're destroying the structure, but you're giving the bishop pair. And
yeah,
then
but also here, maybe some h4, h5 is coming. So I don't know how much I care about this destroyed pawn structure. I would like to keep the bishop pair, and also at least this is kind of like defending against c5. But I think if like the plan of c5 is not known, also it's hard to understand. Okay, that's actually like an issue, because here I think after c5 this would have been very interesting. Like with the idea to sacrifice this pawn and then to play knight c4. And
That's
now I don't know, white already has some problems or not. Like even let's say I trade queens here.
b2 and it's just hanging.
b2 is hanging. Then there are some problems with the knight on c3. Also, I don't know, attacking e3. Like it seems very uncomfortable. And it's not like white could hold on to the c5 pawn long term, anyways. So I think c5 would have been like a great way here to change the dynamics of the position. Okay, she played knight c4, which is also of course a very logical move. Queen b3. And I don't like this trade for white at all.
I mean, the pawn on e3 is just kind of weird.
It looks like the center is supported in a good way here, but I'm not so sure about this. Also, like,
what about e5 also? Or c5?
I think both e5 and c5 are really like very valid attempts.
Because now black has.
Actually, I prefer c5. I think.
Queen takes b7.
And after queen takes b7, I just want to develop with knight d7, and rook b8 is coming next. And again, you will have problems with the b2 pawn. So I don't know. I cannot take these pawns. Like I'm too scared. But I just think here concretely this doesn't seem to work. And if you, for example, want to play d5, then I just think like again black has like super like nice position because this knight is coming to e5, and like you have like this eternal knight here. Just no one can kick it out. So I think this.
I also like e5.
E5, has kind of similar ideas. I just wanted to keep the e5 square maybe for the knight after d5, but then again also after knight d7 you get like the c5 square.
But it's also you're killing the bishop on f3.
That's true. And maybe later there can be some idea of f5. I just really want to play f5 in every position.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not, but.
Okay, she didn't play this.
She played knight d7. I think after knight d7, e5 is like a must-play move. I think it's like one of those positions where e5 is almost like must-play with like either on either side, because you have to open up this bishop. Actually, now I find black's position super bad after like e5.
The bishop on g7 is not really doing anything.
And at the same time, the bishop on f3 is getting so much better.
And you cannot play f6 at any moment, so that's a problem. Also, the knight on d7 is a little bit dominated.
I'm threatening
you have
some e6
problem with b7. I don't see how you can defend b7.
Those are a lot of problems.
Let's say a rook b8 is a
I think
human
maybe
move.
like also or e6. Otherwise, i6 b6 would be very human for me, because I mean, to be honest,
aren't you afraid of the pawn?
I don't know. I'm more afraid of getting mated maybe. Like, I don't know, e6, it's like something that you can consider, but also this pawn on e5 is so good. I don't know if I really want to play e6, but just I'm really scared for black's king. Also because, I mean, I still have ideas with h4 and to push h5. The knight maybe can go to e4 at some point. Like, there's so many ideas for white. I think, this was like, huge mistake to play knight d7 here.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think it was important just to prevent e5.
Yeah, like either e5 or c5, I think, were very important moves to make.
Do you want to go back to the open section?
Yes, we can take a look. Maybe we can switch back to Aryan versus Aryan.
Yes.
Because I already see opposite castles, so that might be interesting.
He played g5.
He played g5, very nice. No, but he likes to move g5. I mean, it's just like the last blitz game that we played. Like he was crushing me with g5, g4, and sadly I had h3 included, so it was even worse.
Yes. But actually, we can maybe after here. Why didn't he take on bishop e6? What if I take on e5?
Knight takes or bishop takes e5 or both. Okay, maybe let's.
Knight takes.
Okay, let's first maybe start with bishop takes e5, bishop takes, knight takes e5. Then there's queen d4. So at least black is getting back the pawn. Yeah, it's a very typical motive. And knight takes e5, which then is a bit more logical. I think the only idea that you can have is to play h5.
Knight somewhere. Like knight f3 back because you're.
Maybe I want to take and either play h4 or, yeah, I don't know, yes, if h4 seems logical, just to say, okay, you know what, I don't care about this pawn as well on g5. I mean, also you cannot even take here because, well, there's this very, very dangerous check, and with knight g4 coming next, so white is already lost. I don't know, h4, to be honest, I would be very scared already, like, to have this on the board. Wouldn't you be?
Yes.
I don't know, you looked like very surprised.
No,
so
no,
I
I
thought
was
maybe
just-
you want this, and
No, I was just reading. But yeah, I agree with you. I still think I would consider taking.
I mean, still with queen d2, those kind of positions. I mean, if you can get the g5 and you're saying, okay, I will just not get mated, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Okay, I agree that it's not worth it.
Like, I know some position like this, and then, I don't know, knight g4 coming. It's a bit much. So yeah, this is a very interesting idea here of like Aryan Tari to sacrifice this e5 pawn. Do you think he knew this, or he
Yeah,
just found
for
on the
sure.
board? Maybe it's a very known idea, and we just
I mean,
don't
he's
know,
strong
but-
enough to find it at the board, of course,
Of
because
course.
he's 2640. But still, I believe
Yes.
if you play like this with black, with
You know what you're
you
doing.
know it.
Yes, I think so too. But okay, queen d2, knight d7, d4, f6, all very logical moves. And then we went to black castling long, which was the only way to
Yeah.
castle here.
It's actually a very balanced position.
Yeah, I mean, the white's attack does not seem to be happening anytime soon, so it's not like, okay, some b4, a4, and that like black will get some problems. But I think, I mean, it's still like easier for black to attack in this position.
You can just go for h5. You would go. You would do it.
I would do it in any position.
Yes. I actually agree with you.
I think both h5 or also c5 to kick away this knight are good options. And I don't know if I would really want to like trade here on e6, because of course maybe this bishop can be a bit annoying, but I don't know. I think actually like this exchange of pieces, it will help black, because
Yeah.
also it diverts the queen more to white's king side.
I actually like the way he played, and
Me too. I think it's like, okay, of course still very balanced, but I think I would give a slight edge to black here in this position.
yeah. Okay, we know that they finished, so we
Okay.
can check.
It seems like Awonder is done, so maybe we can check what happened in this game. No, that's last round. Okay.
Yeah, on chess.com, the result is still not there, but I guess seeing
Judging
the
from the
position-
position and that Awonder did not look too unhappy, like let's assume this game ended in a draw, especially considering that, we're in endgame here with equal pawns. So
even though the d4 pawn is
it's a bit weak, yes, but also, I mean, probably just got traded for the f7
Yeah.
pawn, and then they agreed to make a draw. But that's very surprising, because didn't we say, or at least I said, that this would be an interesting game, like considering that like the center was like completely open and bishop f5 was coming. But maybe they were just trying to trick us, and they knew all of this, and it's just like some like pre-analyzed draw.
I don't know. But also, okay, he has
Yeah,
black, so
it
it's
seems like everything was just traded here, and okay, yeah, I don't think much was happening here anymore.
Mhm. Let's check for more interesting.
Yes, if you find something interesting, let me know.
Okay, maybe Luka's game versus
Also-
Gazi.
Oh yeah, this is old. Luka's game against Gazi. Okay.
No, just because something happened and now Luka has the queen on b7, so I actually wanted to see how the queen went there.
Okay, yeah, we can check that out. Okay, so I think the last time we saw this position was after c5
Yeah.
and c3. It was what you were saying, that like white still wants to get in c3, d4. C takes d4, c takes d4. Okay, just everything got traded. Castle, like, okay, nothing out of the unusual. And now queen b8, very creative.
Yeah, usually, okay, many openings, of course, there is the idea.
Alapin.
No, but then
You would
also,
prefer queen c8, queen b7.
yeah, I
not
don't
in this
know
position.
who told me this, but then when you play queen b8, you have to think about Kasparov.
I don't know.
Of course,
What's
it
that?
was completely different because it's in the Sicilian. I think Kasparov was like one of the first to invent the plan Queen B8, Queen A7 in the Sicilian. So then, like every time that I see Queen B8, it's just Kasparov. Maybe it's just my obsession with him.
Also,
I
it's
don't know.
like some hedgehog structures.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Queen B8 of course makes a lot of sense because I mean, of course, you could also play Queen Rook B8, but then where's the Queen going? Because it's not like I really want to play Bishop F8 and Queen E7. It seems a bit strange. So that seems like an interesting idea to
But
get
also
the
in
Queen to B7.
the Scotch Gambit or the Italian Gambit, no? There is this idea for black.
I think I know what you mean. Yes.
In the same line, yeah, we've been because I played this with white, and I'm pretty sure that there was the same idea.
Also, I mean, the Queen on B7 is actually like at least putting some pressure on E4. So I think this might actually be a decent square. And also it's kind of supporting maybe some A5 pawn break. Because against, like, if you have, like, the minority, of course, you would love to, like, be able to play A4 here and somehow destroy white's pawn structure.
It's probably the main plan that black has.
Yeah,
I would
A5 seems very logical. Also, maybe at some point to get H6 and Bishop F8, and so also that, like, this rook can attack E4, and probably at some point white will have to play F3 to defend this pawn. Yeah, I think this will definitely be interesting later. But I like Luka's position actually. It seems like also like his style. To play this.
I agree with that. I am not sure if like, playing the game with black. I don't really know what's my plan.
Really, I think it would be much harder with white to play because for me, I mean, it's very clear. Okay, I can play A5, I can play H6, Bishop F8. I don't know what our white's move is going to be.
Maybe I want to put my rook on. I don't know why he put the rook on D1. Why not rook C1?
Even rook C1 here. I don't know. Yeah, for me, I think like either A5 or H6, both I like moves, but I don't know. I also don't really like the queen on D3, to be honest.
Yeah, I understand that.
Like, I feel like with white, I would like find a good way to find like some useless move, you know, just to move around a bit and hope that black doesn't have a better plan. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moves, but I mean, I can also play Bishop G3 or something, so that at least if maybe like black plays Bishop F8, so I have Bishop H4. But then I'm just really like trying to repeat or something in a way, because I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of white's position. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, before going to other games, I think we will go on a short break and then we'll just come back soon as usual.
You should read me the comments. It's thumbs up.
Okay, so we're back after the break, and we have with us Isik Can, who is the second board of Mizzou.
Yes, thank you for introducing me, my dear teammate. Second board of Mizzou. Okay, so I played Nicolosi Kacherava, and we had a very good win first round. And what's important in this tournament is board points. So we are leading with a good margin. So it was important not to mess up today. That's going to be the basically strategy. And we didn't have too much time to prepare before. So I just thought, okay, let me choose an opening. I played Scotch. And okay, I was expecting different stuff, but he went for Queen F6, which is a bit of an annoying line. And like even when he played Queen F6, I could imagine like it being drawn very fast because like it's a very dry position. And but I still wanted to play, of course, at least try before making a draw. So he played like Queen F6, Queen E2, basically. Like these are theory.
It's main line, Knight G7.
He wants to mate me. I stop. So Knight G7 and I push H4. Now there are some tricky lines here. Basically, the H4 idea is to go Bishop G5, and now he played D6 here. Now I remember Bishop G5 should be the move, but I was also checking briefly Knight D5. Like I don't know that like I know theory should be bishop g5, but I thought like why am I not playing knight d5, because like it seemed very logical.
But it's kind of dangerous always not to think this during the game. If you come up with some like new idea, I know this for myself, and then you think, yeah, but why not this actually? And then you spend a lot of time maybe on it.
Yeah, that's true, but previous round I thought I remember something, but I really didn't like, can I go to my previous game?
Sure, yeah, you can just go in the event, and then you will see the first round.
I'll tell you why.
Also, you can use the mouse. Sure.
Okay, makes sense. Can't I do this?
As well.
Okay. Technology. Okay, so here in the first round, like a3, I remember like long castle for some reason. I remember that like line is long castle, but what I wanted to do in the game was playing rook d8. But I remember long castle, but I thought like long castle bishop f4 doesn't make any sense. Why am I playing long castle? But I'm also sure that I remember long castle. And I'm also sure that after rook d8, what's his move? Because knight e5 coming, now bishop f4, I can actually take on b2. And I didn't long castle, so my king is not in danger.
Yeah, I think we're also discussing this, that rook d8 is one of the main ideas.
Yeah, exactly. So rook d8, I thought, okay, he should go bishop f4, sack it anyway, queen b2, long castle, queen c2, queen e1, bishop h3. Now I trap his rook. Then I saw maybe he can go rook a2, and then like queen b1 here. Then like if take, bishop d3 was annoying, but if take, rook takes, I have no problem here with black. Like I'm pawn up.
Yeah.
And I calculated this line all the way. And I also thought if I long castle, bishop f4 is not good. But I did it anyway after 25 minutes of thinking because I thought I remembered, and it's the wrong line. So here, basically a similar situation, because I also thought I remembered like bishop g5. But I'm like, why not knight d5? And I didn't want to make the same mistake I did previous round, so I actually had to find why knight d5 is not working. So knight d5, because, yeah, I mean, you cannot ignore it because queen e6, a4 is a bit tricky, I thought.
Yeah, because after a4, usually also you want to have a5 or not, and then it's very annoying.
Yeah, exactly,
on b6.
and like, because knight is on d5, now I will take, like,
and your
A6,
pawn structure is shit.
Like if a5, yeah, a6 there's a5, but okay. But then I thought, okay, knight d5 he should take, e d5. I thought like knight e7 is natural, but then I just go queen e, bishop g5 takes c4. But then I saw, okay, knight e5 also.
Yeah, what
possible.
happens after knight e5?
But I thought f4. But then I thought I had to calculate this because it's a possibility. And bishop g4, f e5. Queen f5,
queen f5, yeah.
Queen d2, long castle. I stopped. Short castle. Oh my god. Yeah, long castle because I can go queen f4 and queen g4 is with check. But if black goes short castle, then if queen f4, queen c2, and like queen g4, this is bishop f2 mate.
Wow.
Then I have to see like all of this because like I don't have time to check like, because if I check before the game, like if I have enough time, I was when checking, I'm going to be like, why knight d5 is not working? But then I didn't have time to do that, and I had to find this on the board. And thank God I found, because like I could lose very fast. Like
that's true.
Especially if he knows. But also, like funny thing with these kind of things, if he doesn't know, maybe I could get a very good position. Yeah, if he doesn't know that he should sack the knight. But I guess he should know, no?
Yeah. Or at least, I mean, it's possible to find maybe. I mean, it's a very complicated line, but if he finds it, then it's just done, yeah?
Yeah, then it's
I don't think coach would be too happy.
Yeah. Yeah, and our duty is to make coach happy, so we cannot go.
Number one priority at Mizzou.
Yeah. So we go, I went bishop g5, queen e6. Then I remembered also, like, should I go long castle first or a4? I think I should go a4 first. It's a bit more tricky. But yeah, a4, there are also so many options, like a4, a6, long castle, bishop d7, maybe like bishop e3, or maybe first h5, h5, h6, bishop e3, takes. Like these are just equal. Like there's not much. Actually, f4, f5 I thought, but maybe e5 is there.
I think also that's why at some point I stopped playing Scotch, because even like on my lower level, I don't know, I felt like it was always just super equal, and like people know what they were doing. So
Yeah, exactly. Like Scotch was very popular like 10 years ago. Well, I mean, it's good as a surprise opening, yeah, but it wasn't as good of a surprise.
you surprise yourself.
Yeah, kinda. But yeah, then I go here, queen e6, long castle, h6, bishop e3, bishop d7. Then I thought like, I mean, he's gonna push f5, and if you push f5, like what am I doing exactly? Then I thought, okay, I should go g3, at least try to stop it, but I mean, it's unstoppable and f5 will come.
Unstoppable force.
Yes. And bishop h3, f5, and like, I offered draw, I took on b6 and offered draw, because I really started not liking the position. Like already, I'm not sure I was gonna go knight d4. I was like thinking, but like all in endgames, usually like the double pawns are a bit tricky. But like I cannot do anything with my pawns, because whenever, for example, we trade these, like I can never push this pawn at all, because like he's gonna go h5 and like all my
also
pawns
f2
are
will
weak.
be super weak at some point. You have the rook f8.
Yeah, I mean, he can control the lines as well. So I wasn't sure, like, should I take ef? I wasn't sure. Then I thought, okay, I can go here, but first of all, he can take and go here, and like, it's still pressure on f2. I saw some weird lines also. If queen f6, some rook h d1, like here he cannot go because some rook d8 attack I saw, which was correct. But yeah, I mean, he of course doesn't have to allow these kind of things. He can even also go like queen f7 here, which is the probably most solid option. Then it's very unclear, I think, what am I doing in this position.
Also, sometimes I think people tend to overestimate how like important it is to be white. You know, I think like if you're not comfortable with your position, I think it's something where you should also, it's like a very good skill to be able to like assess correctly and understand, okay, yeah, I was white, but maybe I didn't get an advantage, and maybe it's better to make a draw at the end than to play some position you're not comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Thank you for justifying my draw with white.
You are welcome.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, I mean, yeah, I only thought maybe knight d4 could be, but like, I don't know. I'm very glad, because if I don't play like knight d4, I think I'm in slight trouble. I don't think I would lose, but like also with the current situation of our team, I think it was important not to push too much and get into trouble.
Yeah, did you see how the other guys were doing? Like, how was it looking?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I checked all their games. All like Mahel seemed to be a little better when I checked, and other two seem to be equalish. Maybe like Luka is slightly worse, but yeah, I mean, yeah, we can check it actually.
Yeah.
For
I mean, you have to check it.
yeah, can I go here? No.
You can just go
events,
to
yeah.
events, and then you can see the other boards.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I also assess something like this position.
I mean, yeah, we actually, the last time we checked, we thought like that both Aryan and Luka, there was like nothing to worry about in the positions. Yeah. Because it seemed a bit like easier to play actually for both of them.
With Aryan, there is for sure not so much to worry. But Luka is still a bit tricky, I think.
We saw, I think, the last time after like he put his queen on b7.
Oh, did you see h5? Nice move. Knight h5, bishop g4, I'm assuming. And
yes.
Knight e6, queen c3, rook e6. At the end, e4 is gonna...
Yeah, I totally calculated all of this, of course.
Huh?
Yes.
I actually did, yeah, when I saw the
No,
h5.
I did not. But yeah, I don't know, we just thought, yeah, this is a bit easier to push for black.
Yeah, I mean, if he push, I think he might be favored. It seems very hard to play. What's white doing, actually?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, white's attack seems very slow if he's ever going to attack at all.
Yeah, but it's also very, like, very weird move. Like, why just play knight g3 to stop this kind of nonsense, and you're, like, playing h5 anyway.
Yes.
So also, like, probably, like, he's black. He has a playing strong opponent. He's trying to make a draw. He's not thinking, oh, should I push? I think if he thinks, he would find h5. But still, I think there is nothing to worry here. Like, this is such Aryan's position. Like, I cannot imagine him losing this, but I can imagine him winning this, actually.
We were trying to always say, like, the last name in combination of Aryan because it was a bit confusing for the viewers.
Actually,
because Aryan was Aryan, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But, like, usually if we say Aryan, we mean our teammate Aryan.
Yeah, makes sense. You should say Tari then, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, let's check other games.
And maybe if you said something changed for Luka, because, yeah, okay, not so much. Maybe. I don't know, I just thought that this would be easier to play off black. Is it not your opinion? Because I just thought, you know, black has so many useful moves to improve the position.
I think not at all. I would say the same with white.
Really?
Like just black is almost like complete stuck. Like black should wait basically, and black is not worse because of the bishop pair.
Mhm.
I really don't like these kind of positions with black. Like it's just annoying, but I mean it's Luka's expertise also. Like he knows what to do here. He plays fast. He plays logical moves, and I think this is fine. I saw around here, I think, when I offered draw.
Yeah, I
Oops.
think it's also where we left the position the
Yeah.
last time.
I mean, h3 machine wants for some reason maybe to push. Yeah, actually I understand now. So white wants to push
Mhm.
e5, but white wants to go back to h2 when knight h5
Yeah,
comes.
that makes sense.
So that's why h3. Yeah, if h3 actually it might be tough. Yeah, you also want to go queen here. You stop bishop g4. This seems very annoying actually.
Okay.
But yeah.
But it's interesting to see like the different evaluation because we were like saying kind of the exact opposite. Okay, I think Thea was a bit more like a fan of white's position, but I was not at all.
Yeah.
But you're the expert, so
No.
let's trust your
this-
opinion.
This is definitely not my positions, but I just like the area advantage. Like white's position is comfortable. Like, but actually, if black can get c5, like machine wants to go c6, d5, but it's very, very weird to go c6 and weaken d6.
Yeah, I don't think it's very human.
Luka will go bishop f8 next move. Like rook
Yeah.
a8. It's very hard to estimate white. What? Maybe knight e3. But then knight h5. Okay, he'll push h3, I think.
I don't know. I think I was thinking more of something like to leave with a rook on a8 and to try push a5, a4 maybe, something like this. But
Bishop g3.
I don't know.
Oh,
Now
bishop
rook d8,
g3,
he
bishop
clearly has a
h4,
different
yeah.
plan. Yeah, always the idea I thought was like after bishop f8, you want to go to h4 at least. It
Okay,
seemed
I
annoying.
think this can happen, yeah. I mean, if bishop g3 is hard, but still maybe it's not that easy. If he goes h3, bishop g3,
I think, yeah, this is the plan. Like,
mean,
it seems
because-
like one of the only plans for white.
for sure white is pressing a bit, but we'll see. Let's also check Mahel's position.
Yes.
Where is it? Oopsie. This got a bit tricky. Yeah, actually, as far as I understand, he played queen f3 right after I left, because like me, Antipov told me queen f3 it was played. But then I was like, no way, like I just left. But then yeah, apparently it was played. Yeah.
You're not a fan of queen f3?
I mean, I'm not I'm a slave of machine, so machine doesn't like it. So there's not much to. Like I first thought it was tricky because I thought knight c5, bishop e3. He will go bishop e3. I thought.
Yeah, that seems very logical.
Because if king e2, it's clear that this is not what white wants to do.
Yeah.
It's very clear because now, if this gets traded, there is not. You cannot ever use this pawn on a6, and it's gonna be target.
Also, I mentioned it on stream like many times. I'm a fan of knights, so I don't know.
But I think if he were to play this, I would be a fan. Even though I'm slave of the machine, I would be a fan of this, because I think this seems a bit tricky. Like white
It's
is.
very creative.
Yeah, but okay, I'm just.
But
calling
actually,
machine.
yeah, I know. But like the king on e4 is like actually like very solid.
Yeah, I mean, I was sure that he saw all of this when he played, because I thought.
I think
he
if
wouldn't-
someone can play something like this, it's Mahel.
Yeah,
Like he is the
definitely,
guy
yeah.
to play it.
I mean, he is very fighting, and he would not be afraid at all to lose a pawn. I mean, because I could imagine also he would just playing b4 if he doesn't want to. Like if he didn't see all of this, I can
just play
imagine
b4.
like it's because it's normal position.
But you don't think there will be some problems maybe if I go knight b6 and then I have
Yeah,
this
but
knight on c4 forever?
My bishop gonna
Okay.
be so strong here. Also, can you go? Yeah, you cannot. Pawn is going. Pawn is missing.
That's true.
Like if you wait a few moves and let me get like f4 bishop e3, it's gonna be a huge problem. Yeah, but okay, it's not an easy position. Yeah? It's easy when you see machine what it wants to do, bishop b3. Oh yeah, why he's not playing? But in the game, it's never easy. Like this also doesn't seem at all easy for me. Like why we want to push f4? It seems like we are weakening our king, but yeah. I mean, yeah, only problem seems to be with Mahel's position, and the problem, I mean, probably he's not going to win. I don't think he's gonna lose this game.
I mean, like draw then is still fine. Also,